A sudden bolt of lightning had descended from a perfectly clear, sunny sky, striking Vlad and leaving him plagued by a chorus of strange, persistent voices echoing within his mind. Despite this jarring transformation, his heart remained tethered to a singular obsession, a magnificent sword displayed at the local smithy. He had long been a devoted admirer of the blade, yet the steep price of 5 gold coins rendered it a distant dream, far beyond the reach of his current means. His peculiar behavior did not go unnoticed by Zemina, who felt a growing sense of dread regarding his well-being ever since the lightning strike. She approached him with concern, mentioning that his habit of standing motionless outside the blacksmith shop and spacing out had already made him the subject of local gossip. While Vlad dismissed her worries as no big deal, Zemina remained adamant, suggesting that he should simply purchase the sword instead of spending his days staring at it. This recommendation carried a heavy irony, as both were painfully aware that such a sum was entirely unaffordable for him. The intensity of their back and forth eventually drew the blacksmith's ire, causing the man to rush outside while shouting for them to vacate the front of his shop. This outburst triggered a fiery response from Zemina, who began to quarrel loudly with the smith until Vlad intervened, gently grabbing her and escorting her away from the premises. The old blacksmith remained deeply incensed by the encounter, reflecting on how he had once provided her with special rations during her childhood, only for her to develop such a foul mouth as she grew older. As he turned to walk back into his shop, he noticed how deeply the dirt had been dug in by Vlad's feet, which served as a silent testament to the long hours the boy had spent rooted to that spot in admiration. It's a pity, though, because 5 gold is something that kids of their age can only hope to afford after a whole year's worth of work. But he still sees that Vlad and Zemina are both bright kids, so maybe they'll find a way out of these slums. Suara stood as the beating heart of the northern economy, though it was only natural that the brilliance of the Bayezid family would cast deep shadows, creating a slum where the city discarded its foulest elements. Inside a local pub, the air was thick with the sounds of people drinking and enjoying themselves until a sudden scream cut through the noise, its effect on the room immediate as a man dragged a woman across the floor while insulting her. He claimed she had dared to scam him, which caused the woman to scream back and question how she could have possibly deceived him. Vlad walked into the establishment and noted that the atmosphere was never quiet, causing the man to suggest that Vlad had great timing while telling him to go and fetch the madam. Vlad countered this by stating that meeting the madam required payment in gold coins rather than silver, which caused the man's anger to flare. He screamed about the quality of their business and demanded that Vlad bring his own mother if the madam was unavailable, an insult that made Vlad look visibly incensed. The man continued his tirade by shouting that the candle used to measure time was a fraud, because it had burned down before he could even begin his business. This caused Vlad to exhale and ask how the man expected to have any fun, with only a 5-minute session anyway, suggesting he should return to his wife if he lacked the funds for more. The man screamed in disbelief at the remark, causing Vlad to comment on how loud he was being before he proposed a test. He pointed toward a clock and suggested they see if a candle from his box would truly last 5 minutes, noting that if the candle failed to last, the man could do whatever he wished to the woman. When the man expressed his reluctance to listen to scammers, Vlad calmly looked at him and stated that they were going to proceed, but if the candle lasted the full 5 minutes, he would beat him severely. These words immediately frightened the man, who began to wonder about the intensity in the boy's eyes, and this fear grew as Vlad lit a lighter. Vlad applied the flame to the candle and asked who the scammer was now, causing the man to watch the candle with dread while the lady and the other patrons witnessed the unfolding situation. As the flame moved down and the 5 minutes passed, the man realized he had made a grave mistake and began to wonder what the time had actually been earlier, which resulted in Vlad using his stick to strike the man directly in the face. The blow caused the man to fall to the ground screaming, after which Vlad glared down at him and confirmed that 5 minutes had indeed passed. He then kicked the man from behind, forcing him into the room he had previously exited with the lady, and its effect on the situation was finalized when Vlad locked the door and told the man he was dead. Despite the man's pleas to wait, Vlad repeatedly struck him with the stick and stated that the man was the true scammer. He questioned what kind of mercenary was as fat as he was, and expressed his fury over the man bringing his mother into the argument. He kept on striking the man, whose voice echoed even outside the building where people were moving. The next morning, Vlad, George, and Marcella sat together having breakfast, where Vlad mentioned to George that he believed someone had messed with the candle because it hadn't actually been 5 minutes. George continued eating in silence, but this comment caused Marcella to scream and demand to know who would dare mess with their precious candles. Vlad responded that they would have to find out, leading Marcella to tell him to look for them. When Vlad asked how he was supposed to find the culprits, Marcella smiled and revealed that she had already found the culprit because it was her. She admitted to playing a prank to scam drunkards for more money, a confession that left both George and Vlad speechless and shocked. Later, as Vlad walked down the staircase, he laughed to himself about having beaten the man for no reason, though he felt there was little a mere employee could do about it. A guy named Burley, accompanied by other boys, called out to him and expressed pride in what Vlad had done the previous day, grabbing Vlad's shoulder and mentioning that something always happened while he was away. He then stated that since Vlad likely had tips from selling candles, they needed some of that money because they were all broke, which caused Vlad to glare at him and ask what he was trying to do. Burley moved back and told Vlad not to be so scary, explaining that it would be a fair trade rather than a gift. When Vlad asked what kind of trade, Burley revealed he had a pickpocket who was unskilled and awkward, and he dragged a boy forward by the head and asked if Vlad recognized him. Burley offered to give the boy back for 40 silver coins, calling it a good deal, which caused Vlad to be pissed and ask about the state of the boy's fingers and ankles. Burley responded that he wouldn't have called Vlad if he had already cut them off, noting he had only taught the boy a light lesson. Though angry, Vlad tried to calm himself as he dropped the requested silver to the ground, and its effect on Burley was a smile as he grabbed the money and mentioned he knew he could depend on Vlad. Vlad responded by telling them to just kill people next time instead of looking for him. Burley walked off with the silver while telling Vlad not to be that way, since they were gang members and not murderers. As the group walked away, they talked among themselves about how they knew Vlad would take the deal because of his control over the vagrant kids. Vlad glared at the boy, whose name was Ned, which caused the child to be terrified and apologize while saying he had tried to play it safe. Vlad paused to look at him and asked if any bones were broken, and when Ned said no, Vlad told him to get lost before he broke something himself. As Ned walked away, he thanked Vlad, leaving Vlad to exhale in frustration and note that there went his hopes for 5 gold coins. The scene shifted to the harbor where a man was writing, and this man, the whale hunter captain of the family, noted that the kid was lucky to have kept all his fingers, and remembered how his fingers and ankles were cut in the past, as a public lesson when Vlad and Zemina were young. He mentioned to Vlad that he had heard the candles were being messed with. The captain said the rumors had been around for a while, though no one really believed them since Marcella didn't seem like the type to do such a thing. Vlad agreed that George and Marcella didn't seem like those types of people, but the captain suggested that if they were doing it, there must be a good reason, likely a 90% chance they needed urgent money. He warned Vlad to be careful, noting that when an organization rakes in money quickly, it usually means a war against another organization is brewing. He referenced the 5 bosses dominating the slums: Sawara's Hall's Night George, Swine Butcher Black Dare, Gambler's Dice, Whale Hunter Captain Hoover, and Moneybug One-Armed Jack. As the darkness of that life approached, Vlad sat in his seat as a horde of men from Black Bug appeared. One-Armed Jack stepped forward and called out to Vlad, demanding to know the location of his boss. Vlad was surprised to see Moneybug present in person, which immediately caused him to believe that the preparations for war were real. One of Moneybug's subordinates interrupted his thoughts, asking the brat if he had heard what the boss said regarding the location of his own leader. Vlad frowned and replied that he was just a candle seller and did not know, which pissed the man off. The subordinate called Vlad a little bastard and slammed the basket of candles, its effect causing the entire stock to flip through the air and fall to the ground. The entire space became silent for a second as people, including the ladies and the patrons drinking nearby, watched the situation unfold. Vlad bent over and noted that all the expensive candles were now broken, mentioning that there would be no more sales for the day. As he began to pick them up, the man in front of him grew more annoyed, wondering if the boy failed to understand the danger of the situation. Vlad then looked up and told the young fuckfeet to get his feet away. The man was pissed and glared at Vlad, calling him a bastard as he prepared to kick Vlad's face. In that moment, Vlad reacted instantly, grabbing his stick and striking the man's leg. This caused the man to fall to the ground screaming, but Vlad was not done and struck the man once more in the head. Everyone was very shocked by this move, though One-Armed Jack actually smiled at the display. Vlad glared at the man he had just put to waste, which made the other subordinates anxious. They asked how he dared to do such a thing in front of them, but One-Armed Jack stopped them. He mentioned that he really liked Vlad, adding that since he only had one arm, he hoped Vlad would be understanding of the noise. Vlad told One-Armed Jack that he did not discriminate against the disabled, which caused the leader to start laughing. One-armed Jack used his prosthetic hook to raise Vlad's head and suggested they have a private chat. Suddenly, George walked into the scene with his men. George mentioned that if he had known the man was coming, he would have had meat grilled for him. Moneybug responded that they were not all that close to each other. George then suggested moving the discussion upstairs since they had guests. Moneybug asked if there was good liquor available, to which George said that Marcella was not one to disappoint when it comes to hospitality. Moneybug smirked and agreed to have a taste before they went up to talk. Vlad exhaled as he realized he had almost died, and he began gathering his broken candles back into the box. After the meeting finished, Moneybug's voice came through again, asking Vlad the rising star how many candles had been broken. He told Vlad that George had not held back on the compliments, and mentioned that he was a good judge of character. He suggested that once Vlad grew tired of burning candles, he should come work for him, as he wouldn't mind a lad like that. Vlad said he didn't mind working where he was, since they fed him, paid him, and let him sleep there. Moneybug laughed and said they could do that too, then flicked a gold coin to Vlad for the candles. Vlad caught it, but was shocked and mentioned it was too much, but Moneybug told him to work for him, and he would give him as many as he wanted. He then told his people that the visit was delicious, but they were leaving. Vlad watched them walk off looking happy, wondering if the meeting had actually gone poorly. Zemina's voice then broke through as she told Vlad that George was calling for him. Vlad went upstairs where George presented a knife to him, saying he had planned to give it to him later, but circumstances required him to pass it over now. George told Vlad to keep it on him at all times. From the mood in the room, Vlad could tell the conversation with One-Armed Jack had been a catastrophe. George then said Vlad should no longer sell candles, which surprised the boy. Vlad asked what else he should do, but George explained they had a tip about One-Armed Jack bringing in mercenaries who used to be knights. George noted that while One-Armed Jack led many men, George himself was a difficult wolf for a flock of sheep to overcome. However, by bringing in swordsmen on the level of a knight, the balance was wrecked. George stated that they were at a disadvantage and needed Vlad, which left Vlad confused. George then said he would be giving Vlad his first mission soon. Vlad thought of Harvin, a man without fingers and unable to walk, who used his clever mind to teach himself language and math to work under Captain Hover. Seeing Harvin made Vlad realize that effort takes a person to higher places. He began swinging his sword, but suddenly heard a voice in his head telling him to narrow the angle of his elbow. This caused him to pause and curse the demonic whispers that had plagued him since the lightning strike a month ago. He told himself he needed holy water more than a new sword, but tried to ignore the voice, fearing that replying would make it cling to him more. He steadied himself to strike again, and when the voice told him to narrow his angle once more, he followed the instruction. He realized the result was different, as it felt less like a simple swing and more like a true sword path. He began to wonder what the hell had made its way into his head. The scene moved to the snowy mountains late into the night, where a man meticulously used a handkerchief to clean his sword. He noted to himself that experience was a quality that could not be fooled, even as the winter air grew so cold that he could feel the chill settling into his very bones. This man, characterized by his white hair and purple eyes, peered into the vast, snowy emptiness, with the belief that while the situation was plausible, anyone following him was either stupid or acting that way on purpose, and demanded that whoever was hiding come out now. After a brief silence, Vlad revealed himself. They introduced themselves, and the mysterious purple eyes revealed his name to be Stanga. Stanga mentioned having heard that the guide was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy from the slums, noting that most people would mistake him for a noble. Vlad offered a letter from his boss, which prompted Stanga to mention that the opposing organization had hired a former knight as a mercenary, which was why his specific help was required. Vlad suggested that he would act as the guide, and that they should arrive in 2 days' time. Stanga exhaled and questioned whether he should truly follow someone so stupid. This caused Vlad to pause in surprise before asserting that he was at least capable of guiding the way. Stanga was not convinced, stating that there was no way Vlad could be smart while doing something so foolish. He added that if Vlad led them the wrong way, he would kill him, looking at the boy with an intimidating glare. Vlad merely turned and told Stanga to make sure he didn't get lost and could keep up, as he did not want to screw up his first mission either. As Vlad walked off, Stanga was surprised that his attempt to look threatening had been ignored. He smiled, realizing that George liked the boy because he was a child worthy of being nurtured. They eventually stopped to camp, and while Vlad was stealing quick stares, Stanga asked why the boy kept looking at him. He questioned if it was Vlad's first time seeing a retired knight up close, which Vlad confirmed. Stanga asked if Vlad was a country bumpkin, and when the boy asked where Stanga was from, the knight named Dikya. Vlad's remark that such a place was incredibly rural pissed the man off. Stanga threatened to slice him in half if he lost the way, causing Vlad to tell him not to say such scary things, noting that he had heard jokes made by knights were actually threats. The sight of fresh beef jerky in Vlad's hands caught Stanga's eye, and he asked if there was a share for him. Vlad mentioned that his boss didn't pick him for his jerky, and asked if the knight had anything of his own to eat. This caused Stanga to be surprised, but he pulled out his own less tasty jerky. Vlad then put his meat near the fire to heat it up, and the superior smell of Vlad's jerky made Stanga feel uncomfortable and a bit pissed, since it wasn't for him. Stanga then suggested that he would answer one question for every piece of jerky Vlad gave him, noting that such an opportunity did not come often. Vlad glared at him for a second and asked how many pieces he wanted, telling the man to just ask if he wanted some. Stanga insisted that knights had pride and only received things in exchange for something given. When Vlad pointed out that he was retired, Stanga claimed he had lived by that belief until today. Vlad asked for the man's name and age, learning he was Stanga and 42 years old. Vlad then asked if Stanga knew how to use aura. Stanga noted that Vlad was only innocent on the outside, explaining that not all knights could wield aura, and using it in a real fight was a different matter entirely. When Vlad pressed him for a straight answer, Stanga smiled. The effect of this smile caused Vlad to realize the man actually could use aura, so he offered all the jerky. Stanga was surprised but maintained that a knight should only receive what he has earned. He pulled out his sword, noting that there were times he did whatever he wanted, especially after eating nothing but jerky for days. Vlad wondered if he was truly about to see it. Stanga stood up, closing his left eye to focus on bringing forth his world from deep within his soul. He told Vlad to watch carefully, as this was the essence of knights. Instantly, as he opened his eyes, aura spewed out with such intensity that Vlad covered his face. Vlad looked at the man, seeing aura for the very first time. Later, the two were seen walking through a different area. Stanga complained that he felt gross and looked like a hobo, but Vlad suggested it was better to look dirty and blend in rather than look like a knight. This made Stanga pissed, as he clarified he was talking about his mood and his pride as a knight. He questioned why they had to travel through such holes. Vlad explained they had to move in secret to avoid the main gate. He promised to prepare a bath for Stanga once they arrived, which kept the knight following, though he soon noted that the quietness of the night was bothering him. They kept walking until they walked into an outrageous and gruesome scene. They found men lying dead on the ground, stabbed and bloodied. Vlad noted that it looked like a fight had already happened. He suggested they split up, telling Stanga the location of a secret back door known only to their organization. Just then, Vlad dashed off toward the main gate to split the enemy's attention. Upon reaching a door inside, a huffing and puffing Vlad found the interior messed up as well. George greeted him, noting he had made it in safely. He explained that the money leech one-armed swine had attacked first. Vlad asked if George was okay, and George admitted he had ended up in bad shape after going up against someone on the level of a knight. George asked if Vlad had brought the man, and Vlad confirmed that he had directed Stanga to the back door. George mentioned they would attack the money leech tomorrow to end things. He asked how Stanga was, and Vlad replied that he seemed like a good person with a hearty side. George asked if the man had lost weight, noting that looking after oneself was key to a long life. Vlad confirmed this, saying he seemed fit, and he also added that Stanga was a knight who could use aura. This caused George to become shocked. As Vlad sensed someone arriving, he mentioned that Stanga was here. Stanga walked into the space, and George urgently told Vlad to get behind him. George stated that Stanga did not know how to use aura, leaving Vlad confused. The door opened and the man walked in, smiling as he glared at George, and it became clear in that moment that they'd been tricked. The narrative shifted back to the events preceding Vlad's meeting with the man he knew as Stanga. He had cast a look back at the real Stanga who he had ended before Vlad arrived at the scene, and Vlad's unsuspecting innocence had caused them everything. Soon, the man stood before George, smirking as he observed that George had changed significantly over the years. He questioned why George had decided to seek him out at this specific time. George asked what had prompted this visit, to which the man revealed that Count Gita had passed away. He explained that while the news remained unannounced due to various complications, the public would soon learn the truth. As they glared at one another, the man poured himself a cup of gin and raised it in a toast to the pitiful deceased count. This mocking gesture caused George to become incredibly annoyed, and he screamed an insult before dashing forward to strike. Despite the sudden attack, the man remained strangely calm as George's blade sliced the cup in two. While the spectators were stunned by the display, neither George nor the intruder seemed surprised. The man remained completely unharmed, having moved swiftly behind George. George screamed the name Godin, realizing the man's true identity. Godin smirked as the battle grew heated, mentioning that Sigmund did not expect George to return obediently, nor did he actually hope for such an outcome. The space was quickly consumed by the intensity of their clashing blades, and its effect on the surroundings was devastating as they dashed and struck at one another. Terrified for their lives, Vlad and Marcella watched the chaos unfold. Vlad screamed to Marcella that the situation was dangerous and immediately escorted her outside. There, they encountered the men from downstairs, one of whom shouted to ask what the fuss was about. Vlad called out to a man named Burley, urging him to get everyone up there immediately. Just then, George was kicked with such force that his body flew past Vlad and fell toward the ground, much to the surprise of those below. George struck the ground hard, with Godin following closely behind. Godin remarked that George was still making choices as naive as ever. Godin stood in the elevated space, looking down in silence. In an effort to help, Vlad threw the sword George had given him earlier at Godin and took a fighting stance. Godin easily dodged the flying weapon. Vlad glared at Godin in that moment, but Godin paid him no attention, instead dashing downward toward his fallen leader. Vlad screamed for George to get out of the way as Godin struck downward with his spear. George managed to jump away just in time, though he fell again before standing his ground. Godin questioned why George hadn't simply followed orders on that fateful day. George replied that he was a human being and refused to follow such dogshit commands. Godin countered that George was a knight, but George remained focused and paced himself while glaring back. As George's men readied themselves to fight, Godin noted that the night had been dragged on for too long. He closed his eyes and expressed a desire to rest, but as Vlad ran toward the scene, he realized Godin was imbuing his sword with aura. Vlad began to scream for him not to do it, but Godin opened his eyes and unleashed a devastating series of aerial attacks. The strikes were so merciless that the men in front of him were instantly laid to waste, and even the building behind them was shredded. When the dust settled, a coughing Vlad looked up to see the carnage. Everyone in front of him had been destroyed. He turned his eyes toward George and found the sight of blood splatters on the floor, which struck him right in the eyes. George had been the first to offer a hand to Vlad when he was just a boy rolling in the dirt of back alleys. He was the strongest person Vlad had ever known. Under the quiet blue moonlight, George's head had been slit through by Godin. Vlad's world wretchedly shattered into pieces as he glared at the remains of his mentor. Driven by grief, Vlad grabbed the sword near him and screamed, ignoring the voice in his head that urged him to stop. He tasked toward Godin to strike, but Godin dodged the attack. Godin realized with surprise that the gutter kid wasn't just swinging aimlessly but was actually using a proper sword path. He admitted aloud that it was impressive, but Vlad only screamed for him to die. Vlad swung again, but Godin delivered a powerful kick to his belly that thrust Vlad across the space and into a wall. Godin looked at the boy and realized Vlad had been born with a natural instinct for killing. He thought to himself that chopping off such a budding prospect right now would be too much of a waste, even if the boy eventually returned with a sharper sword. Remembering his own training under George, Godin smiled and told the kid that a knight only takes a fair price. He clarified that his name was not Stanga and he was not 42 years old, meaning he had received an unfair price from Vlad earlier. To settle the debt, he threw the beef jerky back at Vlad. However, Godin stated that he would take George's head as his right as the victor and a fitting price. Vlad was beyond pissed, vowing that he would kill Godin. Godin looked away and told Vlad that with his life as it was now, he shouldn't even think of asking for a second price for the jerky. As Godin walked off carrying George's head, Vlad constantly screamed after him, promising to kill him as tears began to stream down his face. Vlad and Zemina emerged from the building, with Zemina supporting the weight of Vlad's weakened body. The lingering pain from Godin's earlier kick surged through him, its effect forcing him to bend and sink to his knees. In his dazed state, A memory of Marcella surfaced as she had stood over him, demanding he get up and questioning if he intended to die in that place. Marcella slapped him sharply to jolt him back into himself, screaming that he must not miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance to survive. And this desperation finally caused Vlad to pick himself up. Zemina asked if he was okay or if she should slow down, but Vlad insisted they keep going because he could not end things here. Their flight was interrupted by the shouts of men who had spotted George's little minions, forcing them to run once more as they fled from their pursuers. The chasers eventually reached a space where they searched every corner, instructing each other to inspect every alleyway with the promise of a handsome reward for whoever found the pair. One man expressed his anger, vowing to make Vlad pay for the shame he had felt earlier. As they split up to continue the hunt, the view focused on a door where Vlad and Zemina were hiding in wait. Vlad believed they would not be able to escape at their current rate, and suggested to Zemina that she should return once things grew quieter. Zemina was startled by this and asked what would happen to him, but Vlad explained that he needed to find a way out alone since it was too dangerous for them to move together. Zemina screamed in protest, refusing to leave his side. Vlad reminded her of the promise she made to Marcella to help him reach a safe location and then go to the convent or to heaven before sunrise. When she still refused, Vlad called her an idiot, asking if it looked like he was in any condition to protect her. Zemina grew quiet, but their conversation was cut short by a shout from someone asking who was there. Zemina grabbed a small dagger as a man carrying a torch entered the room, who was soon revealed to be the local blacksmith. Zemina screamed at the old man not to move, but the blacksmith asked what was wrong with her, pointing out that she was the one intruding into his house. When Zemina threatened to stab him, the man looked at them and realized the gravity of their situation, suggesting she put down the weapon. Zemina instead demanded the sword hanging on his wall, mentioning that it was not safe outside the city. Vlad told Zemina to put her knife down, but she screamed for the blade once more. Both the girl and the blacksmith shared a heavy thought about the true character of the slums, where people were forced to take from others just to survive. The old man realized it was now her turn to face this reality, and felt it was quite sad. Vlad continued to scream for her to stop, but Zemina raised her blade and, to everyone's shock, cut off her own hair. Crying, Zemina told the blacksmith that while this might not be enough, she would pay him back later. She offered her hair as a reward for the sword, pleading for him to give it to Vlad. Zemina dropped the hair to the floor, and the old man then asked Vlad if he was truly leaving, which Vlad confirmed. The blacksmith reflected on how this young kid was about to achieve what he had only dreamt of his whole life. He sighed at how these young people made things difficult for him and instructed them to follow him. Outside in the late night, the old man dragged a carriage through the streets. Zemina complained about the smell, but the blacksmith told her to keep pushing as it was the only way out. They were soon stopped by men who asked why he was throwing out trash at such an hour. The old man screamed back at them, claiming they had blocked the alleyways with their fighting, and his smithy was bursting with garbage he couldn't dispose of. One man remarked on the blacksmith's poor personality and asked who the person behind the truck was. The old man claimed he was too tired to work alone and had given the person bread to help him. A young boy in the group noted that while the old man was the only blacksmith around, he still needed to check the helper's identity. He tore the cover off Zemina, who remarked on how hard it was to make a living. The boy decided she was not who they were looking for, noting that George's kid was blonde. The old man asked to leave, but the boy insisted on being certain and ordered another man to check the wagon. Everyone was stunned, and the blacksmith worried if they should have gone elsewhere. The boy walked up to the wagon, telling Zemina not to hate him because he was just doing his job, then stabbed his spear into the wagon. Fortunately, the weapon did not pierce Vlad. The boy then mentioned that everyone had gone toward the river because Harvin had put a boat out, and he told them to keep that in mind as he retracted his spear and allowed them to pass. Vlad smiled as they moved on, realizing that the man who saved them was Otar, the brother of Ned. This was the payment for the 40 silver coins his brother had owed. They finally arrived outside the city walls. The old man told Vlad goodbye as the contents of the garbage were dumped. Vlad followed the waste and slid downward, holding the sword that was crafted from dreams and bought with a girl's tears. Much later, Vlad sat alone and asked the voice in his head if it could hear him. When the voice responded, Vlad asked who it was, but the voice did not know. Vlad mentioned that it had much to say about swords for someone without a name, but he proposed a deal. He would help the voice regain its memories if it would be his sword. Vlad stated he was only afraid of being nothing, even if the voice was the devil. The voice agreed, and in that moment, their fates were sealed. The setting transitioned to a different space, an encampment where Joseph Bayezid, the second son of the Bayezid family, sat arranging plans on a map. He considered the current task far too simple, a thought that seemed to weigh on him. Just then, a man named Jaeger called out to him, announcing his return. Joseph acknowledged his arrival, but Jaeger noticed that something appeared to be bothering his young master. He asked if Joseph was worried about something, to which Joseph explained that the problem was how easy everything had become. Jaeger pointed out that the monster subjugation was proceeding smoothly with very few casualties, most of whom were merely mercenaries. This observation caused Joseph to worry about his reputation, as he argued that missing persons or deserters among the mercenaries were considered irrelevant outcomes without variety. He feared that everyone would doubt his ability to command, specifically his father, the vassals, and especially his older half-brother, Rudiger. Jaeger remained quiet as Joseph reflected on the potential for destruction. If he failed to become the next count, it was obvious that Rudiger would show no mercy. The Bayezid family history was a bloody proof of military glory, built on a tradition where Joseph's father and brothers had stepped over one another to secure their positions. Joseph lamented to Jaeger that he simply did not have enough skilled swordsmen, with the exception of Jaeger himself. Jaeger then mentioned that he had something else to share, noting the presence of a suspicious soldier. When Joseph asked if this suspicion was related to his brother's sins, Jaeger clarified that was not the case and suggested Joseph would understand once he saw the man for himself. The scene then shifted outside to where some goblins were being tortured, a sight Jaeger described as dreadful. He noted that the work appeared to have been done by someone who had only just started wielding a sword. Jaeger urged Joseph to look at other specimens, which Joseph initially dismissed as being equally poor. However, upon closer inspection, Joseph noticed that while the traces were the same, there was a distinct difference in quality. He asked Jaeger if all of these were truly the work of a single person. Jaeger confirmed this, explaining that some were from a month ago while others had been brought in just yesterday. This revelation caused Joseph great surprise, as he struggled to believe someone could improve that much in just 1 month, leading him to ask exactly who this soldier was. The focus then moved to a different area where the mutilation and killing of goblins continued. A herd of goblins was attacking a group of men who were struggling to hold their formation. One man screamed for the others to tighten up so the creatures couldn't escape, and for a moment the battle seemed almost comedic as they tried to finish off the remaining monsters. Suddenly, an ogre appeared from nowhere and struck a man instantly, killing him and leaving his body shaking in the dirt. Everyone glared in shock as the ogre screamed and dashed toward the remaining men. The soldiers were panicked, wondering where such a beast had come from as it broke through their lines. A man on horseback behind the lines screamed at the boys to hurry up and go forward, asking if they expected to be paid for standing around. The horseman complained that they didn't receive information on ogres within the area, but screamed at the men not to retreat. He briefly pulled his sword but put it back, realizing he lacked the power to face the beast. Just then, Vlad walked into the scene. People called out to him, referring to him as Ryman, the praying Ryman. Vlad announced that he would take the monster on and dash toward the ogre. The ogre growled as Vlad used his sword to slice its lower back, but Vlad quickly realized it was only a shallow cut. The mysterious voice then told him to dodge, its effect causing Vlad to slide through the ground just as the ogre's mace came crashing down. Vlad cursed his failure, which prompted the voice to call him stupid for being unable to perform even with direct instructions. This caused Vlad to become pissed, as he believed only a genius could master a technique immediately after being told how to do it. He told the voice he was simply taking the long route. The ogre screamed and swung repeatedly, but Vlad successfully dodged the first, second, and third attacks. This made the ogre incredibly angry, causing it to strike its mace into the earth with such force that a massive cloud of snow erupted. Vlad continued to dodge through the frozen mist. As the dust settled, the ogre realized Vlad was no longer beneath its weapon. Vlad saw his opening to make a difference and connected his sword to the creature. Swinging with all his might, he struck the ogre down, ending the threat. The scene returned to Joseph, who immediately told Jaeger to investigate that person. Joseph thought to himself that the situation made no sense, as it was impossible for someone with such sloppy swings to walk the path of the sword so effectively in a single month. Despite his confusion, Joseph smiled, recognizing that he had found a genius and an unexpected ally in Vlad. After the battle concluded, the soldiers began the grim task of gathering the goblin corpses. Amidst the activity, one man randomly shouted to the captain, referring to Vlad, expressing that he had done a great job once again. Vlad, however, remained focused on the work, telling the man to stop the chattering and ensure that his specific kills were loaded up. The man assured Vlad that he had already done so, noting that no one would dare touch what belonged to the captain anyway. He then asked what Vlad intended to do, now that they were nearly finished with the current task, suggesting that with Vlad's swordsmanship and his own brains, they could find other work together. Vlad dismissed the idea immediately, stating that he did not believe in working with frauds. This caused the man's expression to sour. Gaudy, a mercenary who seemed to carry a dark and shifting energy about him, told Vlad that he could not keep using his current worn blade forever. He mentioned that he knew someone who was truly great at forging. Vlad glared at the man and warned him that blabbering could get people killed. The weight of this statement caused the man to freeze in place. He stammered that he was only speaking for Vlad's own good, adding that it was a shame for someone of Vlad's talent to only earn small change. Vlad told him to shut up and continue with the cleaning, or they would be saying goodbye to his head. This threat had its effect on Goti, who quickly turned and ran off, promising to go. Vlad remained annoyed, thinking to himself that he would eventually have to do something about Goti. As the other men continued their work, Vlad turned and walked into the forest. His departure caused some of the soldiers to wonder where Ryman was going, speculating if he was off to pray again. They noted how consistent he was in his habits. Deep in the woods, Vlad knelt and placed his sword in the ground. To the observers who watched from a distance, he looked incredibly cool, leading them to believe he belonged to a different class of men. Internally, however, Vlad was furious with his own performance, frustrated that he had failed to cut the monster down with a single strike. The voice in his head called him a fool, reminding him that the principle of one hit, one kill relied entirely on the element of surprise. When Vlad asked for clarification, the voice explained that when an opponent went whoosh, that was the moment to go wham. Vlad found this explanation nonsensical and asked if he was truly supposed to understand that. The voice insisted on the simplicity of the whoosh-wham logic, leaving Vlad even more annoyed. While he argued with the voice, the men nearby began to comically mimic his kneeling form, hoping to capture some of his perceived grace. Later, at the encampment, Vlad sat eating a bowl of soup, wondering what kind of meat, if it even was meat, had been used. Gaudy, sitting nearby, mentioned that he didn't know, but suggested that since it was free, it didn't really matter. He noted that it was rare to find an employer who provided meals at all, even if the food was incredibly salty. Vlad eventually stood up and told the others to enjoy it, prompted by his desire to see the priest. The men wondered if the captain was going to see the priest again, and if they should start praying too. Vlad paid them no mind and entered the priest's quarters. Father Andre welcomed him, calling him Ryman. Vlad asked if the priest had rested well, and Father Andre noted that he had heard Vlad was out praying in the cold again. Vlad remarked that he could hardly feel the cold while in the embrace of God, a comment that elicited a sarcastic whoosh-wham from the voice in his head. The priest laughed, telling Vlad that he was more of a priest than he was himself. A young boy named Jean entered to announce that the meal was ready. Father Andre invited Vlad to join him for breakfast, and though Vlad had already eaten, the priest insisted he sit. They shared a short prayer, which Father Andre performed with great sincerity. As he looked at Vlad, the priest thought that he was an honest believer who had not lost his faith even in such a lowly place. He felt a divine charge to lead this young man who was forced to bloody his hands in battle. Once the prayer ended, they began to eat the wheat bread and soup, which Vlad considered to be real food compared to the camp rations. Father Andre mentioned that he had heard a great deal about Vlad's swordsmanship and revealed that Sir Joseph had been asking about him as well. The priest explained that a sojourner had come by 2 days ago, and he had recommended Vlad to them, expressing his excitement for the young man's growth. This news surprised Vlad. Father Andre continued, explaining that the Bayezid family was a renowned northern house and that working for them would provide a much better environment. This caused Vlad to feel a sense of discomfort. Later, back in the forest, he spoke to the voice in his head, worrying that he had become too conspicuous. The voice argued that Vlad's swordsmanship could only be refined through real experience. The voice asked if he was finally certain that it was not an evil being. Vlad confirmed his trust, noting that Father Andre was a reputable man with great divine power, enough to be a bishop, and since the priest hadn't sensed anything wrong, Vlad felt secure. However, the conversation turned to their next move. Vlad considered running off, but the voice suggested that the Bayezid family might ignore his fake identity because of his skills. Vlad countered that they would eventually discover he had killed a stealing mercenary, which would lead to charges of both identity fraud and murder. The voice noted that Vlad was quite the evil man, to which Vlad replied that the voice was his accomplice. They decided it would be best to flee that night, perhaps taking Godi with them to secure a fake identification plaque. But the voice suddenly warned that someone was approaching. Someone who was an advanced knight at the very least. Vlad turned and found Jaeger standing behind him. Jaeger was impressed that Vlad had sensed his presence, thinking the boy was better than he had anticipated. He informed Vlad that Sir Joseph wished to see him. Vlad felt he should have fled sooner instead of hesitating, but he composed himself and told Jaeger it was an honor to be summoned. He maintained a poker face, which he considered a vital skill. When Jaeger asked if he knew he was coming, Vlad claimed he had heard the possibility from the priest, though he hadn't expected it so soon. Jaeger found the boy's lack of intimidation interesting, and told Vlad to follow him. As they walked, Vlad briefly considered running, but the voice warned him that a knight of Jaeger's level could kill him before he took 3 steps. Realizing he had no choice, Vlad followed Jaeger to Joseph Bayezid. Upon arrival, Joseph greeted him, and Vlad bowed respectfully. Joseph asked if there were any inconveniences with his work, and Vlad politely responded that everyone was thankful for his consideration. Joseph observed Vlad's blonde hair and blue eyes, noting that he looked like the son of a fallen noble family, and asked if his name was Ryman. Vlad confirmed that it was, but as Joseph closed his book, the atmosphere shifted. Without warning, Jaeger slapped Vlad. Joseph looked at the shocked young man and declared that he abhorred liars, calling him by his true name, Vlad of Sawara. Vlad acknowledged the truth immediately, noting that Joseph clearly already knew everything about his past. Joseph confirmed that they had verified his mother was an unmarried woman, although his father's identity remained a mystery, and he asked if Vlad happened to know who his father was. Vlad found the question absurd, mocking the idea of asking the son of an unmarried woman to identify a father he did not know. This retort caused Jaeger to kick Vlad in the leg, forcing him to the ground while he reminded the boy of his low status in front of Joseph, a move that only earned him a sharp glare from Vlad. Joseph stepped forward to stop the rough treatment, mentioning that the situation was actually quite humorous. He stated they were well aware of where Vlad had fled from in Sawara, and asked where he had learned to wield a sword with such skill. Vlad continued to glare, and Joseph observed that the boy's eyes were hiding far too much information. Suddenly, Jaeger drew his sword behind Vlad, its effect causing the boy to bite his lip in fear. Under the pressure, Vlad claimed he had a teacher who appeared and disappeared like lightning, without disclosing his identity. He explained that this master had taught him a one-man, ever-winning secret that was never to be shared. Joseph noticed Vlad's unwavering gaze and decided to accept the story, apologizing for the harsh introduction. Vlad was internally surprised, wondering if his lie had actually been successful. Joseph then explained that he was currently in a very difficult position and offered Vlad a chance to race toward a higher life. He spoke of power, freedom, survival, and knighthood, promising that he, Joseph Bayezid, would support him in achieving those goals. The scene then transitioned to an open training space where Vlad and Jaeger were engaged in a sparring match before a group of spectators. The observers noted that Vlad was holding out well, though it was obvious that Jaeger was going easy on him. They wondered if the boy was to become Jaeger's disciple, agreeing that he was exceptionally skilled and lucky to have such a blossoming future ahead of him. Despite using wooden swords, the fight was intense. Jaeger struck Vlad repeatedly, calling him an arrogant brat who had held his head high before Sir Joseph, despite having mere basic skills. Vlad realized that Jaeger was on an entirely different level, as every time he attempted to dodge, Jaeger followed up with a strike that was far too forceful to block. To counter this, Vlad waited for the next strike and used his sword to parry, sliding the wooden weapon down his own blade and across his back. Once the momentum shifted, he attempted a counterswing, but Jaeger instantly used his own sword to block the move. Jaeger acknowledged the effort, stating that Vlad should be able to manage at least that much. Breathing heavily, Vlad realized he hadn't truly succeeded. Jaeger had simply allowed him the opportunity to attempt the blow. Jaeger then informed him that they would spar like this twice every day. Vlad was shocked by the intensity of the requirement, but Jaeger simply walked off, declaring the morning session finished and telling him not to let his body cool down too much. Vlad felt the instruction was non-committal, since Jaeger hadn't offered a single piece of advice. However, the voice in Vlad's head disagreed, calling the swordsmanship remarkable, and noting that Jaeger was ruthlessly chopping away all of Vlad's superfluous movements. The voice suggested that getting hit was the best way to learn, but Vlad remained unconvinced, feeling as though no one was truly on his side. In a private conversation, Jaeger told Joseph that Vlad was at a point where he would even catch the Count's eye if he were a noble. Joseph was pleased, feeling that his judgment had been correct. Jaeger added that the only issue was Vlad's arrogance and lack of understanding his place, which Joseph dismissed as expected for someone raised in the back alleys. Joseph believed etiquette could be taught in time, and felt he had the right man for the job. Jaeger expressed concern, suggesting that a disloyal sword could not be trusted, but Joseph argued that a boy who bowed immediately would not be trustworthy either. He preferred that Vlad show his true nature. Joseph felt he had a mission he must complete no matter what, and he believed a relationship where both parties wanted something from each other was ideal. Jaeger agreed that Vlad was not quite a wolf yet, describing him as cocky and untrustworthy. Joseph advised Jaeger not to rush, explaining that they would need time to build a cage so large that the wolf would mistake its captivity for freedom. Meanwhile, in the woods, Goti was shaking in the winter cold. He reflected on how Vlad was now serving under Sir Jaeger, and regretted not charming the boy earlier to gain his attention. Standing by a fire, Goti tried to stay positive, noting that getting ahead was great and getting out of the expedition team in such weather was even better. Suddenly, Sir Roderick walked up and asked if anything had happened, to which Goti replied that everything was ordinary. Sir Roderick told him to get his act together and do his job well, causing Goti to apologize and promise there would be no issues. As Sir Roderick walked off, Goti watched him, thinking about how the man was so stuck up and solid that not even a needle could get through to him. Thinking he wouldn't be back for a while, Goti decided to get some sleep against a tree. His rest was interrupted by the sound of someone looking for a kid. Goti wondered who was speaking, as Sir Roderick had stopped talking and seemed to be following a different path. Goti noticed that Roderick was moving away from the camp and followed him to see what was happening. He then saw something floating around the man. He watched in confusion as a strange lady began whispering into Roderick's ear, a strange phenomenon that left Goti wondering what was truly occurring. After a rigorous training session with Jaeger, Vlad could not help but mutter about the localized agony radiating through his limbs, which prompted the voice in his head to chide him. The voice insisted that this was a golden opportunity, noting that many would pay a fortune just to spar with a knight as valuable as Jaeger. Vlad recalled the session with a touch of bitterness, remarking that it felt less like sparring and more like the knight simply wanted to beat him up. The voice countered that such intensity only made the match better, suggesting that everyone requires a bit of forceful motivation to improve. Vlad found this perspective rather upsetting, but his thoughts were interrupted when Goti called out to him. Goti was acting strangely, scouting left and right to ensure they were unobserved before approaching. Vlad asked when he had returned, noting that the expedition squad was not yet expected back. Goti, however, was not interested in small talk and declared his intention to flee that very night. When Vlad dismissed this as mere yapping, Goti insisted he was only visiting out of goodwill and suggested they meet later to have fun. Vlad called the idea nonsense, but Goti grew serious, claiming with his own eyes that the woods they were tasked to explore were cursed. He explained that while they had enjoyed the shelter, the high pay, and the fine work environment, the woods had begun to take people away. Goti clarified that the missing men were not deserters, but victims. Vlad went mute with shock as Goti described seeing a ghost abducting people. When Vlad raised a hand as if to strike him for such a tall tale, Goti screamed that he was telling the truth, mentioning that even a knight, Sir Roderick, had gone missing the previous day. This caused Vlad to pause. Goti added that he had noticed a pattern during his time there. Every person who had vanished had black hair. This realization made Vlad visibly uncomfortable, while Goti internally cursed his own lingering goodwill, wishing he had simply vanished with his belongings earlier. Eventually, Goti found himself escorting Vlad and the others to the location where he had witnessed Roderick's abduction. Jaeger asked Vlad if the man could be trusted, to which Vlad responded that, while Goti was untrustworthy, he certainly wasn't crazy. Jaeger considered this, remembering that Joseph viewed this mystery as an opportunity. Discovering a specific trend among the missing was far more beneficial than a standard expedition. It bothered Jaeger that all the victims, including Roderick, had black hair, a trait Joseph also shared. Vlad expressed that since 3 knights were positioned at the post, something might happen. Jaeger attributed the previous failures to the uselessness of the men, but he realized that with Roderick gone, he could no longer stay behind. They soon arrived at the expedition squad's camp, where they were met by Aaron, Roderick's subordinate. When Jaeger asked if the forest had been thoroughly searched, Aaron confirmed that even with experienced hunters taking the lead, they hadn't found a single footprint. This lack of evidence was uncomfortable, leading Jaeger to decide he must inspect the area personally. He ordered the men to spread out in groups of 3 and search as far as they could see. As they searched, Gotti muttered to himself about the unfairness of the situation, accusing Vlad of being a fraud who took advantage of a person's good deeds. Vlad told him to stop the chit-chat and focus, promising him a reward later. Jaeger eventually called out to ask if they had found anything. When Vlad said no, Jaeger called him useless, noting his city background. Vlad countered by stating that finding missing people in the back alley was easy, and that all he needed to do was beat the information out of people. Jaeger dismissed this as equally useless, noting that the sun was setting and they would soon need to return. However, Jaeger's eyes caught sight of a frozen lake. He asked if the area beyond the river had been searched, but Gotti explained that the men hadn't crossed it since it wasn't part of the assigned expedition area. Jaeger reasoned that since there were no traces in the woods, they would never find Roderick or the mysterious woman by staying on this side. He ordered the scattered mercenaries to gather so they could cross the river. Gotti noted that the ice was not completely frozen as they stepped onto it, and Vlad remarked that since winter was nearly over, the ice was just strong enough to get them to the other side. Jaeger decided that splitting up to cross was the best tactic. When Roderick's men asked if he had been found, Gotti explained that the search area was being expanded. Jaeger issued the orders for the 3 groups to begin the crossing. As they moved, Gotti felt a sudden chill, telling Vlad he had a bad hunch. Vlad mocked him, calling the hunch cowardice, but Gotti insisted that a person like him needed sharp intuition to survive. He pleaded that they should not be crossing the river, but the others were already moving. Vlad told him that regardless of intuition, he was certain of one thing. If Gotti ran away now, his death would be unpleasant. He warned that as the only witness fleeing the scene, even he would hunt Gotti down. He commanded Gotti to follow, as crossing the river was now his only way to survive. They moved onto the ice, Gotti trembling with every step and asking if the surface might break. Vlad threatened to break the ice and dump him in personally if he didn't stop rumbling. As Vlad dragged the complaining Gotti along, Gotti suddenly screamed, pointing downward. Vlad began to curse the man's outburst until he followed Gotti's gaze and saw the corpses trapped beneath the frozen surface. The word corpses echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Panic set in as the men realized they were standing over a graveyard. They tried to run for the far bank, but the ice began to shatter. Decaying hands cracked through the frozen surface as the dead beneath proved to be very much alive. The undead zombies emerged from the ice, circling the group and cutting off their escape. The soldiers screamed for Jaeger, asking what they should do. Jaeger realized with grim clarity that they had walked into an elaborate trap. As he looked at the circling monsters, he understood that the night and the darkness were no longer the territories of the living, and the situation turned dire. The setting returned to the camp where Father André and Jean were occupied with their prayers, seeking the Lord's light to guide them on the righteous path. Their devotion was suddenly interrupted when Jean spotted the trembling priest, causing him to notice a chilling sight. Dark energy was spewing from the water, its effect making Father André feel a deep sense of fear. Meanwhile, the focus shifted to an undead lady who walked toward the group of men stranded on the lake, repeatedly asking for her child. Back at the woods, Gotti screamed for the captain to help him as Vlad used his sword to slice through an undead creature with a single stroke. More monsters pressed forward, which caused Vlad to remain nimble as he attacked multiple foes at once. Their severed bodies flew through the air, intensifying Gotti's terror. Vlad shouted at the rascal to get up and pick up a weapon, but Gotti insisted he could not do it. This hesitation made Vlad uncomfortable, though the voice in his head urged him not to get flustered and suggested he pick a direction before attempting to escape. Vlad replied that he could not move forward and wondered if Jaeger was safe. At that moment, Jaeger was busy laying waste to the undead around him with his blade. Despite his skill, he remained uneasy because he could see the creatures grabbing and biting the men caught in the surrounding chaos. He realized there was no end to the assault and believed the trap had been carefully planned. Recognizing there was no time for hesitation, he used his aura blade to strike at the undead in front of him, instantly shredding them. The men nearby felt a surge of hope at Jaeger's skills, yet the knight knew it was not enough. He called out to Vlad of Suara, demanding that he fulfill his contract. Vlad, who was doing his best to fend off the creatures, asked what he should do. Jaeger ordered an immediate retreat to the post to hold out for as long as possible, emphasizing that they must protect Joseph at any cost as per their agreement. Vlad acknowledged the command and called out to Godi so they could run back. In his own space, Jaeger prayed that those following his will would reach Joseph safe and sound. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him and turned to find Sir Roderick, but he quickly realized that Roderick had already become one of the undead, followed by a horde of other creatures. The scene then cut to Joseph's encampment, where Joseph was quietly reading his books. He began to hear frantic voices from outside, with men screaming for others to get away. He wondered if this was an invasion, and looked up as Vorden approached his quarters. Joseph asked what the commotion was about, but as Vorden tried to catch his breath, Joseph became annoyed. He asked if Vorden had come straight to him, without even checking the situation first. Vorden argued that Joseph's safety was the utmost priority, but this caused Joseph to scream at him for failing to even arm himself with a sword. Joseph noted that Vorden was lucky, as he would have had him hung immediately if he were in his place. Vorden screamed for forgiveness, just as Father Andre and several men arrived. Joseph asked the priest if he knew what was happening. Father Andre described the situation as evil and showed Joseph a Bible written with holy ink. He noted that the writing was trembling like a leaf in a storm, proving this was no ordinary occurrence. Joseph asked if there was a way to stop it, but the priest explained that he was not an exorcist. He promised to unleash as much divine power as possible, though he feared he might not be much help against such an evil being. Joseph realized that none of the knights remaining had yet created their own worlds, leaving them with limited options. He looked at the 3 knights in front of him and ordered them to move. Upon stepping outside, they were met by a heavy fog, and the sounds of the undead attacking the surrounding men. He heard a voice nearby denying being a child, which prompted Joseph to cover his nose and ask the priest if the fog was making people delirious. Father Andre confirmed that, while he was uncertain of its origin, it was definitely not a natural phenomenon. Joseph realized the fog was affecting him too, as the words, "my child," echoed in his mind. Everyone present then saw the undead lady looking for her child. Her body glowed with a purple, crimson demonic aura that shocked the observers. She searched desperately until her head turned toward Joseph. She screamed that she had finally found him and dashed toward Joseph, calling him her child. The undead lady stretched out her hand and began to chant a haunting incantation, her voice thick with a repetitive call for her boy and her child. This persistent cry forced Father Andre and Jean to channel their holy powers to protect Joseph, creating a radiant barrier that she was unable to pass through. Joseph remained weary as he observed the struggle, wondering if there was truly no other way forward except for Jaeger to face her directly. He knew that Cade and Maxim were not capable enough to protect him or strike down such an enemy, even with the outstanding blessing provided by Father Andre. He looked at the lady and glared, certain that a spiteful curse had been aimed specifically at him, though it remained strange to him who on earth would have orchestrated such a thing. In that instant, the strain of the defense caused John to begin coughing, and the boy fell to the ground. Father Andre urged him to hang on, promising that the sun would eventually find its way to him. This encouragement caused the child to muster his remaining strength, and he continued the chanting to strengthen the shield around them. Joseph watched with growing concern, realizing that the priest and his assistant were already at their limits, and the hymns would soon stop. He feared this was the end, as the night felt far too long to wait for the morning sun. However, he suddenly noticed a presence approaching from behind. As the spirit lady turned, she spotted Vlad arriving with sheer speed. The voice in Vlad's head warned him that the woman was animated by a curse, and a normal sword would be unable to cut through her. When Vlad asked for a solution, the voice asked if he could use aura, which Vlad dismissed as an impossibility in his current state. The voice suggested a dangerous alternative, borrowing Vlad's body for a while. Vlad questioned if such a feat was even possible. The voice explained that while it could manifest aura, doing so within Vlad's body would likely leave him unable to move for some time. Despite the warning, Vlad insisted that if he did not kill her, she would kill him, stating that this was the only option. The voice respected his choice and told him to proceed. Vlad reflected on his promise to Joseph, deciding to devote himself not out of simple loyalty, but with faith. Upon allowing the connection, Vlad dashed toward the spirit lady. She glared at him and screamed with a force that almost overcame his anger and threatened to drive him insane. The voice in his head commanded him to close his right eye, and as he complied, a path began to draw itself within his mind. He realized he was in the world of voices, a different space within himself. When he opened his eye, a brilliant aura surrounded his sword. The undead lady appeared surprised by the sudden shift, and Vlad moved with quick precision, swinging his sword and slicing through her in an instant. She screamed upon impact, leaving everyone, including the astonished Joseph, shocked by the movement. After the strike, Vlad fell straight to the ground, gasping as if he were choking on something. The after effect of the fusion began to show on his body, causing Joseph to scream his name. Vlad tried to comport himself, but the traces of aura were undeniable. Joseph was in awe, certain that even though he didn't know how the boy had achieved it, Vlad had paid a huge price for the feat. The undead lady, however, was not entirely gone and began to move closer again, murmuring for her child. Joseph commanded the priest not to stop the hymns. He then dashed to Vlad and grabbed him, telling him to hold on and stand up. As Vlad struggled to his feet, the lady tried to reach for Joseph, eventually grabbing onto his leg. Joseph wondered if he was even capable of getting out of this situation. Just then, Vorden grabbed Joseph and pulled him toward the priest, apologizing for the discourtesy of throwing him to safety. The undead lady screamed because her plan had been distraught, but Joseph thanked Vorden, noting it was the first time he was glad to have him by his side. Vlad, still struggling, grabbed onto his sword and called out to Father Andre, asking him to bless the weapon so they could finally send the woman off. The priest took the sword and, scraping it against his hand, used his own blood to infuse a firm blessing upon the blade. Vlad thanked the priest as he took the sword back and walked toward the spirit lady, who lay on the floor from his earlier attack. As he looked at her, he saw horrifying flashes of her memories, women locked in a dark prison while their young children lay on the cold floor. He witnessed the trauma of her child freezing to death before her eyes. The woman wailed, pleading for her child to be given back to her. Vlad told her to rest in peace and raised his sword. The undead lady's last words were a cry, asking where her child was. But as Vlad struck her down, she began to cry, and the dark power of death finally passed from her. Deep in the shadows of the woods, a man labored to conjure the foul energy that had previously encircled the undead lady. However, upon Vlad striking her down, the Dark Master watched in a fury as the strength of his spell began to wither and dissipate before his eyes. He realized with a start that his evil thoughts had been cut short and wondered how someone could have defeated his creation, especially since only a knight capable of wielding aura should have possessed such power. His frustration was interrupted by a voice declaring that the rat controlling the puppets had finally been found. Jaeger had arrived, catching the man entirely off guard. The following day, Jaeger presented the decapitated head of the sorcerer to Joseph Bayezid, confirming that he had made quick work of the one controlling the dead from the darkness. Jaeger also recovered the cursed object the woman had been searching for, a chest that, tragically, appeared to have served as a child's coffin. Joseph instructed that the grim relic be handed over to the priest for investigation once they returned to Verona. While Jaeger expressed shame, calling the expedition a complete failure, Joseph maintained a more positive outlook. He suggested that although the mission had technically failed, they would be returning with light steps because they had found something invaluable. He gestured toward Vlad's potential, telling Jaeger that the boy would eventually replace him as the sword and become a swordsman who shone brighter than anyone else. Meanwhile, Vlad finally awoke in his bed, realizing he had been passed out for 3 straight days. He felt a wave of guilt, though the voice in his head urged him to be more careful in the future, admitting that even it hadn't expected the recoil of their fusion to be so extreme. The voice noted it was a relief that Joseph had insisted on waiting for Vlad's recovery before moving the camp. When Vlad eventually climbed out of bed and walked outside, he found the camp nearly deserted, which he found sensible given the horrors that had occurred. Goti soon approached, shouting with relief that the captain had finally woken up. Vlad glared at him, noting that the man who had yapped most about running away had surprisingly stayed the longest. Goti smiled, admitting he stayed for the promised raise, but also reminded Vlad that he was the one who had carried him back to camp when he couldn't even ride a horse. He begged Vlad to make him look good to the higher-ups later, to which Vlad tiredly agreed. Goti then informed him that he needed to report to Joseph in the barracks immediately. As Vlad walked off, Goti continued to scream reminders about his good deeds, leading Vlad to mutter a prayer for the man to just shut up. Upon arriving at the barracks, Joseph offered Vlad a drink of fine liquor. Vlad mentioned that while he had worked in a brothel, he had never tasted anything so high-end. Joseph thanked him for staying to fulfill his contract when he could have easily fled. Vlad simply stated that a contract was a contract, a sentiment that deeply impressed Joseph. He realized that while a contract was often just words, Vlad had backed them with action and faith. Deciding he could not afford to lose such a talent, Joseph formally invited Vlad to join the House of Bayezid as his reward. The scene shifted to Verona, the heart of the Bayezid country. As Jaeger and Vorden walked with Joseph, Jaeger confirmed that the mercenaries had been dismissed. Joseph noted that since the tradition was pending, they would stay in the city for a day or two. Vlad followed behind them, looking frantically at his new surroundings in confusion. Jaeger teased him for being a country bumpkin, noting it was clearly his first time in such a place, and told him to take the day off to see the city. He warned Vlad not to get lost and to meet at the city hall by nightfall. As Vlad walked off, he grumbled about his dislike for Jaeger, while the voice in his head suggested that the knight actually liked him quite a bit. Vlad joked that if Jaeger liked him anymore, he might actually kill him. With a fat paycheck from the expedition in his pocket, Vlad began to wonder where he could find a greasy, high-quality meal. His wandering was interrupted by Jean, who informed him that Father André wished to invite him to the church. When Vlad arrived at the church, he was astonished by its sheer size, noting that even the churches in Suara weren't this grand. Jean explained that while Sturma was the capital, Verona was the religious center of the region. Vlad waited inside, feeling a sudden pang of guilt. He realized that despite using the name Ryman to sound like a man of prayer, he hadn't actually prayed once. Father André soon entered and apologized for the wait. He surprised Vlad by presenting him with a gift, an official identification token. The priest explained that while Lord Joseph could have handled it, a token from the church was the most effective guarantor across the continent. Vlad was shocked to see Father André's name listed as his guarantor. The priest held Vlad's hands and told him that from this moment on, he could come to him whenever he was in need. For a boy from the back alleys who had never even had his birth registered, this sincere guarantee was life-changing. Vlad bent over in a deep show of thanks and honor. From that day forward, he was no longer just Vlad of the back alleys. He was Vlad of Suara. Joseph was explaining to Vlad as they traveled that the country of Bayezid consists of 12 towns and 3 distinct cities. He described the distribution hub of Suara, the religious center of Verona, and finally their current destination, the capital city of Sturma. Upon their arrival in the capital, Jaeger took Vlad and Godi aside to remind them that they were now guests of Joseph. He warned them that any foolish behavior would damage Joseph's reputation, cautioning them not to act like hillbillies or run around aimlessly. Vlad agreed to stay put, and Jaeger mentioned that the maids would eventually bring them refreshments. However, Jaeger quickly changed his mind, telling them to forget the food and simply wait, as eating like barbarians would only start bad rumors. When Vlad tried to ask if they could at least eat a little food, Jaeger told him to shut up and reiterated that they should not eat anything. Once they entered their assigned room, Godi was stunned by the size and beauty of the space, comparing it to a palace and noting that the House of Bayezid was truly impressive. Vlad agreed, remarking that he had never seen anything like it before. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, expressing surprise at seeing new faces. A man walked into the scene, admitting he had been trying to be sneaky and goof off. Vlad glared at the intruder, sensing that while the man looked somewhat familiar, his aura was on an entirely different level, possessing a gaze so sharp it felt as if it could cut a person in two. Goti shakingly explained that they were accompanying Joseph on his expedition, and the man introduced himself as Rudiger. He looked at Vlad, noting that those were remarkably fierce eyes, and that the boy was not cowering in his presence. Rudiger took a liking to him, thinking that Joseph had managed to find a very useful person. Rudiger pulled some peanuts from his pocket and offered them, but Vlad refused, stating that they had been strictly told not to eat anything. Rudiger was surprised by this refusal, while Godi felt a surge of panic, thinking that Vlad was being a crazy bastard for turning down a high-ranking person's goodwill. Rudiger laughed it off, noting that it was Vlad's first day in the House of Bayezid, and he was already refusing a snack from the Count's eldest son. The scene then shifted to the Count's office, where Joseph was reporting to his father. The Count mentioned the name Vlad, and Joseph confirmed the boy's identity. The Count reflected that they hadn't seen anyone truly remarkable since Jaeger, whom Joseph's mother had brought in years ago. He promised Joseph a reward if he could raise the boy into a knight as capable as those in their own family. Joseph expressed his thanks, but his father reminded him that while the sword was not Joseph's strength, he must never forget he is a Bayezid. After checking that Joseph was feeling better and telling him to rest, the Count watched his son leave. The Count then turned to Ragmus, the elder standing beside him, and suggested they prepare some medicine for Joseph. He then asked for Ragmus's thoughts on Joseph's reports. Ragmus urged that they take the matter seriously, as strange events were occurring one after another. The Count expressed his fury that anyone would dare commit such evil acts on his land. The reports from Verona suggested a cunning combination of resurrection of the dead and curse techniques, leading them to believe it was the work of either a master dark mage or an organization of multiple mages. The Count stood up, declaring that the house of Bayezid would remain unshakable, and that he expected Ragmus to find those responsible for endangering his son and creating chaos. Later that evening, Yeager and Joseph entered the room where Goti and Vlad were waiting. Joseph apologized for the reports taking longer than expected, but Goti smiled and said it was no trouble at all. Joseph confirmed Goti's identity and promised they would discuss his reward the following day. A maid was sent to show Goti to his room so he could rest, leaving Vlad alone with Joseph. Joseph turned his attention to Vlad for a private chat. Joseph recounted how Vlad had saved his life, received aid, and had decided to devote his soul to him for the future. Vlad confirmed this was true. However, Joseph pointed out a contradiction, noting that Vlad also claimed to have a mission to complete and a need to be free. He asked for clarity, wanting to know exactly what Vlad planned to do with that freedom so he could determine what he must provide in return. Vlad paused for a second before mentioning a specific name. He asked Joseph if he knew of the knight who resembles Blue Moonlight, Godin of Gaidar. Upon hearing Vlad's revelation, Joseph realized that the boy he had initially viewed as a simple, useful asset actually possessed an extraordinary background. Joseph noted that the unidentified man who had destroyed Rose's smiles was indeed Godin of Gaidar, a figure Vlad had never forgotten for a single second. To Vlad, Godin was the murderer of his savior and the destroyer of the world he stood upon. Vlad added that Godin was also a man he could not help but admire, despite everything. Joseph expressed his truth on the matter, admitting that Godin was currently beyond his reach of influence. Vlad expected this reaction, reasoning that Joseph was, after all, simply the son of a count, yet he felt a flicker of gratitude that the nobleman had chosen to tell him the truth. Seeking a new path forward, Joseph proposed a modification to their arrangement, offering Vlad a 7-year contract within the house of Bayezid. Joseph emphasized that by making such an offer, he had laid aside his aristocratic pride, an action that required immense resolve. Vlad sensed the weight of this gesture, especially noticing Yeager's terrifying and intense glare, which signaled just how unprecedented this move truly was. Joseph promised Vlad a brilliant future as a reward for saving his life, pledging to clothe, feed, and train him for those 7 years to ensure he became a knight who would never fall short. The mention of becoming a knight perked Vlad's ears, though Joseph added the condition that Vlad must remain loyal and act only within his permission. Joseph clarified that while Vlad could not yet challenge Godin, he would receive support regarding the back alleys of Sawara, specifically mentioning that the child Zemina was currently safe in a convent. Vlad was surprised to hear Zemina's name, as Joseph questioned what a boy could achieve alone with only a single sword, stating that a blade was not the only sharp weapon in the world and that he possessed his own unique assets, asking Vlad what he intended to do with the offer. Later, Yeager questioned Joseph on why he was going to such lengths for the boy, noting that useful children were not exactly rare. Joseph countered that while many have potential, whether that potential blooms is another matter entirely. When Yeager asked if Vlad could truly live up to such high expectations, Joseph confirmed that he had seen the boy's merit with his own eyes. Yeager warned that Vlad was not only unpredictable, but extremely rebellious, making him a difficult soul to handle. Joseph remained confident, reminding Yeager that they had 7 years to lease, appease, and pacify the boy. He believed that the harder Vlad was to handle, the more brilliant the final result would be, privately viewing Vlad as a wolf that does not merely hunt, but chases the moon. In the early hours of the next day, Yeager showed Vlad to his new quarters, a private room of his own. Vlad was genuinely impressed, noting that the floor was clean and the presence of a bed made the space feel like a palace. This observation made Yeager slightly uncomfortable, as it served as a stark reminder of Vlad's origins in the back alleys. Jaeger mentioned that while most servants from well-to-do families struggled to adjust, Vlad would likely be fine as long as he avoided mistakes. He gave Vlad a sharp look, causing the boy to jolt as he remembered his earlier refusal of Rudiger's peanuts. Jaeger told him to eat and then report to the training ground, where they would resume their grueling, twice-daily sparring sessions. As they moved through the halls, they encountered Lady Oksana, Joseph's mother. Jaeger identified her and instructed Vlad to show proper respect. After they exchanged morning greetings, Oksana asked if this was the child Joseph had personally brought in. Vlad looked up and was momentarily struck by her glowing beauty before looking down in a blush. Oksana thanked him for saving her son, to which Vlad modestly replied that he had merely fulfilled his duty. She insisted on rewarding him, noting he had done something more amazing than he realized. She complimented his hair and blue eyes, observing that, despite being skinny, his broad shoulders suggested a strong form that would look even better with some weight. She promised to have an outfit made for him, and after Vlad expressed his thanks, she departed with her staff. Once she was gone, Vlad exhaled in relief, prompting Jaeger to tease him for being so intimidated by the lady. Vlad admitted he had never really been around noblewomen before. Jaeger conceded that the interaction went well for a first time, confessing that even he found Lady Oksana a bit difficult to deal with. They proceeded to the cafeteria, but the peace was short-lived. A man deliberately spat into Vlad's plate and mockingly apologized, claiming he smelled trash and mistook Vlad for a trash can. The surrounding crowd broke into laughter. Vlad stared at his ruined food, feeling a surge of annoyance. However, he remembered Jaeger's warning that his actions now affected Joseph's reputation. He calmly scooped out the defiled portion of his meal and threw it away, surprising the man with his composure. Vlad began to wonder how he could beat the man up without shaming Joseph's name. The harasser grew annoyed by Vlad's silence and began to walk off, calling him a bastard and complaining that they had missed a chance for some fun hazing. Vlad suddenly asked for the man's name. When the man turned back in confusion, Vlad's glare became so vicious and horrific that the bully felt instantly intimidated. He mumbled that his name was Solvanen. Vlad repeated the name, promising to remember it, as Vlad walked out of the cafeteria. Outside, near the training ground, the head of the house was taking a stroll, with his men following closely behind. As he spotted the men engaged in their exercises, he suggested they pause to watch for a bit. His eyes slowly scanned the group until they landed on Vlad. He observed that he had not heard the lad was blond, and noted that he was quite good-looking. Ragmus then directed the family head's attention elsewhere, pointing out that someone was watching the sparring group in secret. They spotted Jaeger glaring at Vlad as well. The Count expressed a desire to see how skilled the boy truly was, as Vlad stood ready to begin his spar. Vlad swung his wooden sword against one of the men, and a series of parries and attacks followed. The opponent, despite being much taller, began to feel overwhelmed by Vlad's fierce glare and intensity. Watching from the sidelines, the Count noted that Vlad's movements were somewhat sloppy, a sentiment Ragmus questioned. However, the Count clarified that something special shone through, finding it praiseworthy that despite being clumsy, Vlad was trying his best to apply what he had learned. The Count mused that all swordsmanship starts with the step and the location of the feet, believing that if one can deceive an opponent with their shoulders and gaze, the match is settled. In that instant, Vlad glared at his opponent and swung. As the man attempted to strike, Vlad dodged with his entire body, moving with such speed that he appeared close to the man's face before striking him instantly. As Vlad flew past, the man screamed from the stinging pain, realizing too late that Vlad had been aiming for his left side. Suddenly, Vlad grabbed the man's hair, which took him by surprise. Vlad identified him as one of Solvanen's henchmen, and reminded him of how much he enjoyed laughing in the cafeteria earlier. He suggested the man try snickering now, before dealing multiple punches to his face. The scene became quite gruesome, shocking the onlookers. Ragmus expressed concern to the Count, asking if it was truly all right for a training session to turn into such a beating. The Count simply nodded, suggesting they let them be, as that much spirit was necessary to become a knight. He also noticed that Jaeger seemed to be enjoying the display, which confirmed his thoughts. Vlad continued the assault until the people around him began to plead for him to stop. He finally paused and calmed himself, letting go of the man's hair and standing victorious. He offered a brief apology, stating he had gotten too engrossed in the fight. The man in charge of this session wondered what was wrong with the boy's gaze as Vlad walked off. After leaving the defeated man on the floor, Vlad turned to Sylvanin and told him to pass on his apologies, repeating that he sometimes loses his senses when he is focused. This caused Sylvanin to become very pissed and annoyed. Vlad then offered Sylvanin an apology in advance as well, warning him that his own encounter would not end so simply. He mockingly told Sylvanin that if the soup were ever too bland, he would call for him to come and spit in it again. Later, Goti spoke with Vlad, mentioning that word had spread among the servants about Vlad beating up the other vassals. Vlad asked Goti how his own work as a stable hand for the count was going. Goti took offense, asking if Vlad thought he was just an average stable hand. He quickly moved back to the main topic, warning Vlad that beating people up everywhere in the manor was a crime. Vlad, eating a sausage, asked why Goti was acting like this was new information, and that simple assault was actually him going easy on them. Vlad reasoned that since he didn't hit them in an obvious way, and they were the ones who picked the fights, it would be fine. Goti questioned how that logic could possibly hold up, but Vlad noted that no one needlessly spoke to him now, which made his life comfortable. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of portly Canner. Vlad glared at him and asked what business he had, telling him to either sit down or get lost. To Vlad's surprise, Portly was happy to be invited to sit. Vlad privately thought he had actually meant for the man to get lost, but Portly began explaining how he usually had to eat alone in places like the bathroom. When Portly noticed Vlad's precious sausage, he mentioned that his family, the Cannors, were the meat suppliers for the entire manor and had generations of experience in cattle farming. Seeing that Vlad wanted more, he offered some of his own. Vlad was initially confused by the gesture, wondering what the man was going on about. However, the scene soon shifted to a space filled with more meat than the eye could see. Portly explained that his father sent plenty for him to eat, but it was too much for one person. Vlad realized that the other vassals here were young masters of great families, and this was an opportunity he never would have had in the back alleys. He decided it would be wise to build at least one connection, and asked Portly if he wanted to eat together from then on. Goti's eyes widened at the sight of the meat everywhere, and Portly was delighted, asking if it was truly okay. Vlad insisted that vassals should get along, though he privately thought to himself that he wasn't necessarily doing this just for the sake of the sausages. Inside the palace, Jaeger hurried through the corridors, weighed down by the exhausting reality that serving Joseph and raising a new ward was no simple task. He felt the sting of stress, noting that he would only find a moment to catch his breath once Kate and Maxim had finally recovered. His frantic pace was interrupted by Sir Gregory, who called out to him and asked where he was rushing off to in such a hurry. Jaeger turned, unable to hide his displeasure, which caused Sir Gregory to laugh and point out how displeased Jaeger was to see him. Jaeger sharply mentioned that he was quite busy, but Sir Gregory seemed unfazed, observing that Jaeger must be overwhelmed handling all of Joseph's tasks alone. Sir Gregory suggested that someone of Jaeger's standing should obviously be focusing on raising a proper vessel, noting that it was not too late to start. Jaeger countered by telling Sir Gregory to focus on his own ward instead. Sir Gregory laughed, mentioning that his dear portly Canner was already grown up, though he admitted the boy actually needed to lose some weight. He then turned the conversation toward Vlad, expressing his thoughts as he believed that Vlad seemed good, possessing a manly character and spirit, but Jaeger grew impatient, asking Sir Gregory to reveal his actual point as Jaeger was busy. Sir Gregory explained that it was unfitting for knights to meddle too deeply in the affairs of vessels, as it could become embarrassing. He noted that Vlad seemed to be warming up to Portly lately. Jaeger expressed surprise, remarking that the kid didn't have friends and usually thought he was better than everyone else. Sir Gregory pleaded with Jaeger to encourage Vlad to keep hanging out with Portly, explaining that the boy was his cousin's nephew and he couldn't stand to see him getting beaten up. He noted that it was pointless to ask for such favors for free, and offered to help Jaeger in the future if things went well. Jaeger remained skeptical, noting that Vlad rarely listened to him, but Sir Gregory simply laughed, insisting that the kid was clearly going places. Later, at the stables, Goti and Vlad were deep in discussion regarding Vlad's difficulty with the horses. Vlad claimed he wasn't the problem, but Goti teased him because, as it stands, he can't even manage to get on a horse. He noted that all the horses there were properly trained and usually didn't shy away from people, yet they freaked out and ran away whenever Vlad approached. Goti mentioned that even the other stable hands found this strange. Vlad reflected on how it had always been this way. Dogs, cats, and all kinds of animals seemed to hate him from the start, reacting with fear if he even came near. He wondered if horses were the same, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. However, he remembered riding Jaeger's expensive horse while fleeing the undead, but he knew he couldn't just use that as a simple excuse. Their talk was interrupted when a lady arrived to inform Vlad that Oksana had called for him. Vlad was surprised by the summons, but made his way to her quarters. Oksana observed him in the new clothes she had provided, noting how well they suited him and remarking that it was hard to imagine he had grown up in the back alleys. She instructed the tailor not to fit the garments too closely, as Vlad was only 17 and still growing. She recalled that Joseph had grown a lot at that age and promised to get Vlad more clothing when summer arrived, asserting that proper attire for the season was a must to maintain physical performance. Vlad expressed his gratitude, but Oksana insisted that since he had saved her son's life, she should be the one thanking him. She apologized for interrupting his training and gave him permission to leave. Once outside, Vlad exhaled, feeling that the lady was difficult for no apparent reason. He marveled at the comfort of his new clothes, wondering how much they were worth. They were so comfortable they didn't even feel like they belonged to him, much like his place in the house of Bayezid. He felt a sense of displacement, as if his growing status was merely flesh clinging onto a soul that didn't yet fit this new life. His thoughts were cut short when he came across a group of young masters ganging up on Portly. They were striking him while the boy could only bend over and try to shield himself. Vlad realized that no matter where one went, people were the same. There were those having the time of their lives and those who just couldn't do the same. He viewed the attackers as mere rascals who preyed on the weak and decided he would intervene, if only for today. Later that evening, Vlad arrived at Portly's door. When Portly asked who was there, Vlad identified himself. Upon opening the door, Portly revealed a face that had received a significant beatdown. He asked what Vlad was doing there at such an hour, and Vlad stated that he needed something. Vlad demanded the meat Portly had mentioned earlier. Portly felt a wave of sadness, realizing that even if they weren't friends, he had hoped they could at least be friendly enough to smile at one another. He worried that Vlad also saw him as someone to be used. Yet he still preferred this over eating alone. Portly handed over the meat, and Vlad told him not to think of the arrangement as unfair, as he was simply taking a fair price. He explained that a knight he knew once said a knight only takes the price that is rightfully his. Shortly after, Vlad found the men who had attacked Portly, confronting all 14 of them alone. He noted that even back alley thugs didn't go as far as 14 versus 1. Sylvanin told him to shut his trap and challenged his spirit. Vlad urged them to hurry, mentioning he had come all this way just for them. Sylvanin, pissed, ordered his men to crush Vlad. Vlad smiled, glad that he had changed his clothes, and warned that blood would splatter tonight as he raised his sword against the group. The battle against Vlad commenced with a sudden, violent energy as he immediately began drawing blood from those who swiftly dashed toward him. The sight of his rapid success caused a panic among the group, leading some to scream for the others to stop backing off and to surround him from all sides. Sylvanin watched in disbelief, noting that Vlad was entirely different from the boy he had seen during their regular sparring sessions. It made little sense to him that someone who had barely touched a sword until 2 months ago could perform with such lethality, or so he thought. This caused him to scream at his men that he would kill anyone who dared to retreat. This threat did little to deter Vlad, who arrived directly in front of Sylvanin and asked if he truly had the nerve to say such things when he had likely never actually killed a person. Sylvanin tried to take a proper stance to attack, calling him a lunatic as he swung his blade wildly. Vlad dodged these desperate attacks with ease, reflecting on how during the expedition he had been focused only on landing single, powerful blows. Now he sensed that the results of his training with Jaeger were finally shining through, as a voice in his mind encouraged him to keep trapping his opponent in the gaps he created. Vlad moved with swift precision, striking Sylvanin on the shoulder and leaving him cursed and confused. He soon realized the importance of maintaining his own flow in space. He struck Sylvanin's leg, causing the ankle to bend and sending the man crashing to the ground in pain. Everyone watched in shock as Vlad raised his sword to deliver what looked like a fatal blow, but the blade struck the ground directly beside Sylvanin instead. This caused the terrified Sylvanin to tear up as Vlad glared down at him, warning him never to look him in the eye again and to leave Portly Canor alone. With the threat established, Vlad stood up and exhaled, noting that he had finally paid the group back for their earlier behavior. He turned to the remaining men and asked who was next, suggesting they finish what they had started. When they hesitated, Vlad remarked that if they wouldn't come to him, he would have to move toward them. As he walked forward, the men gasped in shock and fear, and the scene ended with Vlad laying waste to the group. High in a distant room, the Count watched the entire situation unfold, noting to himself how truly outstanding the boy's performance was. Later, the knights gathered for their regular monthly meeting, where the atmosphere was thick with tension. The Count observed both sides. On one side stood the knights who supported Rudiger, looking enraged and ready to tear their rivals apart, while Joseph's supporters remained calm and confident. This was a welcome change, as Joseph's knights had been dispirited for quite some time. The Count watched the proceedings, noting how the atmosphere had completely shifted, and at that moment Jaeger's gaze met the Count's face, surprised to see the Count smiling as the meeting concluded. As the knights filed out, one of Rudiger's supporters began to grumble about Jaeger bringing in a rabid dog that didn't know who it shouldn't bite, suggesting that such behavior was a result of the boy's low background. He tried to provoke a reaction, but a simple, cold glare from Jaeger caused the group to walk away quickly, deciding it wasn't worth the fight. Sir Gregory then approached Jaeger, observing that the other knights seemed to be boiling with rage. Jaeger played innocent, prompting Sir Gregory to mention that everyone knew about the massive exorcism Vlad had performed on the other vassals. Sir Gregory added that even the drill instructor admitted he couldn't handle the boy since he was beyond standard. Jaeger remarked that Vlad was indeed a pain in the neck, though he privately felt a surge of pride, believing this was the least the boy should do given who had taught him. Sir Gregory thanked Jaeger for the protection Vlad provided to Portly, and reiterated his promise to help with any difficult or tiring task in the future. The scene shifted to a room containing a new set of armor where Joseph and Jaeger stood together. Joseph explained that the Count himself had sent the armor as a gift for Vlad. Jaeger was stunned, and Vorden noted that such a gift was far too nice for a mere vassal. Jaeger identified the material as gray oak leather, which Joseph confirmed was a rare resource found only in the north. This choice of material signified the Count had taken a significant liking to Vlad, viewing him as a northern warrior. Joseph suggested that Vlad had proven himself worthy of the investment by gaining the Count's approval in just a month. Jaeger agreed that there seemed to be no other vassal who could rival him, and Joseph noted that the rumors were already widespread. Just then, Joseph revealed a letter that outlined their next step. Upon reading it, Jaeger realized it was no ordinary invitation. Joseph asked if Jaeger could respond to it, and Jaeger agreed, noting that he was ready for a change of pace after spending so much time cleaning up after Vlad. With the decision made, they prepared to set out for Dirmar. The next day, the group set out in their carriage toward Dirmar. Inside the cabin, Joseph explained to Vlad that the city was famous for its lemons, describing it as a place the Northerners were truly grateful for since they rarely had the chance to taste fruit. He emphasized its importance as one of the primary gateways to the central regions. Vlad questioned if this strategic value was the reason Jaeger was taking action, which Joseph confirmed. Joseph noted that a crisis is often an opportunity, especially when it belongs to someone else. He detailed how the Heinel family was currently embroiled in a succession dispute, and that an invitation from the legitimate heir was essentially a cry for help. Vlad reflected on how complicated the world of nobility seemed to be. Joseph clarified that the conflict over the land of Dirmar was a fight between blood relatives, noting that feuding with kin was a long-standing tradition among the highborn. He explained that the rightful heir to the Heinel family, Alicia, was facing accusations from her uncle, Andre Heinel, who claimed she was born of illegitimate relations. Joseph observed that if Alicia were to disappear, Andre would certainly become the next Baron Heinel. Despite being the only child of the former Baron, Alicia's foundation was weakened by her inherent limitations as a woman. Consequently, she was forced to prove her innocence through an honorable duel organized by the church. Joseph considered his own connection to her, realizing that while they were distant eighth cousins, his bloodline was sufficient to establish a claim of kinship. He informed Vlad that they would use this chance to make the Heinel family indebted to them, an idea his father fully supported. Vlad found it impressive that the head of the family would invite a knight to defend his honor, specifically noting that the invited knight was Jaeger. At that moment, Jaeger glared at Vlad, demanding to know the reason for his insolent expression. Vlad maintained that he hadn't done anything wrong, but Jaeger was incensed that a lowly vessel was riding comfortably in a carriage, while the knight he served remained on horseback. Vlad admitted he had nothing to say for himself, which only frustrated Jaeger further. Jaeger mentioned that he had finally been able to walk with pride after Vlad crushed the other vessels, yet now he was stuck with a student who couldn't even ride a horse. Jaeger called him a moron, prompting Vlad to suggest he might be able to ride an expensive horse instead. This caused Jaeger to scream that he should be the one on the expensive horse as the more noble of the two. Vlad felt quite uncomfortable, wondering why his heart had been beating so rapidly lately. He questioned if it was due to the constant nagging from Jaeger on one side and Joseph's non-stop talking on the other. Suddenly, a strange rumbling like an earthquake shook the ground. Jordan and the others felt the instability, and Jaeger screamed for everyone to halt and dismount. Vlad jumped from the carriage and told Joseph to duck down, an act of sincerity that Joseph found admirable. Joseph told him not to panic, explaining as the tremor passed that it wasn't a natural earthquake. He pointed toward the land where the ground was caving in, identifying the cause as a giant deathworm, a remnant of the fallen dragon. Vlad was surprised but smiled at the thought, finding the idea of a dragon's remnant quite awesome. Upon arriving at Dirmar, the sole city of the Heinel family, Joseph told Vlad he could move freely. Vlad was surprised to be allowed out alone, but Joseph suggested he could take Godi along if he wished. Joseph encouraged him to travel as freely as allowed and see as much as possible. Sensing Vlad's hesitation, Joseph explained that an honorable duel was a rare event and that this specific one was a team competition involving knights from various backgrounds. He wanted Vlad to observe them and expand his world through the experience, believing that showing him once was more memorable than telling him 10 times. Jaeger warned Vlad not to get beaten up in an alleyway, reminding him they still had to spar in the evening. Vlad insisted he wasn't that stupid, but Jaeger noted he still didn't trust him since he couldn't even ride a horse. As Joseph and Jaeger walked off, Joseph instructed Vlad to report every evening and alert him to any unusual movements. Vlad agreed and decided to look around the city. He noticed that Dirmar was smaller than the Bayezid mansion and looked quite old, wondering if they failed to maintain the place. Remembering Joseph's words about lemons, he concluded that the family must not have much money now. As he gripped his sword, the voice in his head mentioned remembering this place, specifically a tree on a nearby hill. The voice expressed a need for a place to pray, so Vlad decided to head toward that tree. He recalled his promise to give the voice his memories in exchange for the use of the sword, feeling it was time to give back to the presents he had been hearing for so long. Meanwhile, in the palace, Alicia thanked Joseph for coming all the way to Dirmar. Joseph stated that he had to answer the call of blood during the crisis of a rightful heir. He informed her that Count Bayezid had already given his approval, and that the final decision rested with her. Alicia, sitting on her throne, agreed to the Count's wishes, provided she achieved victory in the duel. Joseph expressed full confidence, asserting that the Bayezid sword always promised victory. Later, as Joseph, Vorden, and Jaeger walked out of the palace, Vorden advised not to take Alicia lightly, noting her visible temperament as a matriarch. Joseph agreed, sensing she had held the upper hand until the very last moment, but he maintained that their plan would remain unchanged. All that remained in that quiet space were memories. Vlad stood exactly where the voice in his head had asked him to stay, reflecting on why humans are so obsessed with leaving traces of themselves. It occurred to him that if one looks at the traces left behind as scars, the memorial of that day naturally comes to mind. This caused Vlad to wish he could have done something similar for his mother. Looking at the writing on the tombstone, he bent over and noted that the site was not being looked after very well, which prompted him to clean the stone. He realized that it was only common courtesy to greet the owner of the land. Vlad then told the presence to look to its heart's content, mentioning that he hadn't even read the inscription yet and had skipped seeing the knight he was supposed to visit just to come here. The voice in his head thanked him, and Vlad pulled out his sword, placing it on the ground to allow the spirit of the voice to take over his body. The voice mentioned that some things were finally coming back, noting that the tree was likely smaller in the past. As the spirit stood before the tree, it felt as though it had been there with someone else and realized that the creature watching from the front recognized it. Vlad asked for clarification, but the voice simply asked to borrow his body for a moment. Vlad agreed, and the voice imbued his form with energy, opening one of his eyes. This caused energy to spread through the space, stunning Vlad as a huge, snake-like spirit emerged. Vlad was shocked by the sight, but the voice explained that the creature was a spirit that was looking at the presence inside of him. The spirit descended from the tree, and while Vlad was wary, the voice assured him it would not bite. Vlad wondered how the spirit could tell, yet he realized that despite being huge and strange, the creature did not feel threatening. Instead, it felt warm, as if spring were in the air on that hill. Just as the snake approached, someone suddenly appeared from behind and called out to Vlad. This caused the voice to release its hold on him, and the spirit vanished instantly. Vlad found himself speechless, facing a lady with blue hair who asked how he had come there, noting that no one outside the Heinel family was allowed on the grounds. She was carrying a bucket of cleaning tools, which led Vlad to believe she was a maid. He stood up and apologized, explaining that he was looking for a quiet place to pray. When the lady questioned his intent, Vlad showed the identification card he had received as a vessel of Jaeger. The lady accepted that he was not a suspicious person, leading to a stunned silence. Vlad worried that standing by a nobleman's grave might be considered rude, and feared that if she told the wrong person, it would put Joseph and Jaeger in a difficult situation. He decided he had to say something to stop her from talking, and asked if he could be of any help. Noting her tools, he asked if she was a maid there to tend to the grave, mentioning that he had already cleaned it up a bit. The lady was surprised, but Vlad insisted it was common courtesy. He then grabbed her tools and offered to finish the job, asking only that she let the matter slide so Jaeger wouldn't find out. The lady smiled and said she might agree if he cleaned it well enough. This made Vlad a bit uncomfortable, and he grumbled to himself that pretty ones are always hard to convince. Despite his annoyance, he began to clean the tomb while the lady watched him and laughed. Later, the scene shifted to Vlad watching knights train for the upcoming duel. He watched the intense energy and wondered if this was what a duel between knights truly felt like. The voice in his head noted Sir Colin's impressive strength, warning that his blows could cut through bone. Vlad agreed that the dirty boar of the Midlands was strong, but he found Sir Pablo's shield techniques more impressive. The voice confirmed that Pablo was seasoned enough to parry almost anything. Vlad was amazed that the warm-up sparring before the battle was so intense, wondering if one had to be that skilled to be a knight. The voice reminded him that even Vorden was a knight, leading Vlad to realize that not all knights are the same. He acknowledged that he still had a long way to go in this vast world. On the day of the duel, the atmosphere was thick with preparation. Vlad stood with the guards, tightening his armor and noticing other men watching him. Jaeger told Vlad to keep his eyes open, as it wasn't every day he could witness a genuine duel. He also told Vlad not to fret about whatever happened yesterday. Vlad was shocked that Jaeger had noticed his distraction, but Jaeger noted that it was written all over his face. Vlad thought about how monstrous the skills of the knights he had observed were, but Jaeger reminded him that a child should start by walking before trying to run, and that a higher goal requires a longer wait. Vlad then realized he had not yet seen the mistress of the Heinel family. As a young lady walked in, someone announced the entry of Alicia Heinel. The voice in Vlad's head joked that he should add the crime of insulting a noble to his list, as Vlad realized with a jolt that the lady he had mistaken for a maid was actually the ruler of the city. Alicia walked into the space, and her eyes met Vlad's in that instant. Upon looking at him, she glared without so much as a frown, which caused Vlad to instinctively bend over as he realized she had recognized him from their meeting at the grave. As she walked past, she smiled gently before sitting upon the throne to look over the gathered people. The priest then announced that since the parties for the duel had arrived, they would proceed, declaring that the gods would look over the space and the outcome would serve as their evidence. A duel with everything on the line was about to begin, promising an honorable yet brutal clash between the knights in that space. The knights stood face to face, measuring one another as the fight for the throne commenced. It was understood that noble blood shouldered responsibilities, duties, and karma that those with common ears could not. Yet Alicia was not ready to let her own blood run cold just yet. Suddenly, her scream pierced the air as she surrendered on behalf of a participant, calling for an end to the current bout. The man facing her was an old knight who insisted it was not over yet, but the priest intervened, telling Sir Duncan that his master had thrown in the towel and he must admit defeat after a good fight. Sir Duncan looked at the knight before him and asked if he was still considered his captain. The knight smiled, causing the old man to reflect on how he had raised this youth to be the future of the House of Heinel, never imagining he would return as a sword to cut his own master down. The priest then declared the victor of the first duel to be Andre Heinel's knight, Sir Chad. This caused a ripple of laughter among the onlookers, who noted the great start for Andre. The next proxies came forward as Jaeger and his opponent approached the center. The priest reminded them that using aura was strictly forbidden and that the match would only end when a proxy or master surrendered, or in the event of a serious injury. Jaeger turned back to give Vlad a good look, thinking to himself that the little kid who couldn't even walk was now trying to run. He tapped his cheek, signaling for Vlad to pay close attention, which caused Vlad to realize that his training session for the day was happening right here in the arena. Jaeger raised his sword, glaring at his opponent, intent on letting Vlad know that his study material for the day was the warthog of the central region. The man swung his sword at Jaeger, but Jaeger calmly and easily dodged the attack. The opponent thought to himself that if he played his cards right, he could definitely win this match. He tried to swing his sword once more, increasing his speed, but Jaeger leaped backward and narrowly dodged the strike. The man continued his assault, yet every attack met only thin air as Jaeger moved with persistent agility. It appeared that Jaeger was intentionally trying to weaken the man, and as the man's strength began to fail, the crowd began to murmur that Andre's knight was overwhelmingly in control. Jaeger continued to drive him into a corner, but one observer noted that while it seemed Andre's knight was winning, the momentum of the fight was taking a strange turn that the wielder of the sword must surely feel. Indeed, as the man swung his blade, Jaeger was successfully tiring him out. The duelist wondered why he couldn't reach his target, while Jaeger remained perfectly calm until he uttered the word, "Ole." This caused the man to become incredibly pissed. He dashed forward, cursing Jaeger and swinging his sword with everything he had left. For the first time, Jaeger brought out his own sword to attack. The voice in Vlad's head told him to watch carefully, as this display was meant specifically for his eyes. In that instant, Jaeger used his sword to strike the opponent's blade, easily pushing the weakened man back. This caused the man to be shocked as Jaeger stood his ground, ready to strike. The two began to trade blows, and the voice in Vlad's head pointed out how Jaeger was forming a gap between them. It explained that this was an inevitable gap created when a hit is blocked, known as a counterattack technique. Jaeger remained firm in his stance, which caused Vlad to reflect on the nature of a counterattack as a method for launching a follow-up through the opening created by the initial block. As the scene unfolded, the opponent suddenly knelt to the ground, overcome by the realization that Jaeger was on a totally different, insurmountable level. The man forfeited the match, and the priest announced Jaeger as the victor for Alicia's side, though the opposing team was clearly unhappy. Jaeger walked out of the space and asked Vlad if he had a good look, to which Vlad smiled and expressed his thanks. The third and final matchup was then announced. The two men approached each other, and one of them introduced himself as Pablo of Arnstein. But strangely, the other remained silent. Pablo sternly reiterated his name, but the other knight calmly asked Pablo of Arnstein why he was acting so awkward, noting that they already knew one another. But the stern look from Pablo made Joubert uncomfortable, and this caused him to introduce himself in turn as Joubert of Chazard. The voice in Vlad's head noted that Alicia had found a good hand, as Pablo was on par with Sir Colin, but Joubert was a cut above them both. The space fell into a heavy silence as Alicia looked toward her knight. Suddenly, her knight bent over in a bow, surprising everyone, including Joseph. Joubert then announced that he, the proxy from the Chazard family, was withdrawing from the duel. This surprising turn caused Joseph to become extremely annoyed, and everyone was shocked. Andre Heinel laughed, claiming that the withdrawal meant the duel was over, and demanding that Alicia acknowledge him before the gods as the only heir. Joseph was stunned, wondering if Andre had planned it all to end like this from the start, but he quickly spoke up to declare that it wasn't over yet. Andre pointed out that Alicia's knight had withdrawn, but Joseph insisted the duel could not end until he was convinced. He stated firmly that the House of Bayezid had no intention of accepting such an outcome, revealing that he had a plan of his own up his sleeve. The atmosphere grew heavy as the men serving Andre Heinal began to whisper among themselves, advising their lord to listen to the words of Joseph Bayezid. They pointed out that Joseph was present as a representative of the north, whereas their own knights were subjects of the center, and any escalation could trigger a disastrous conflict between the two regions, which resulted in Andre becoming visibly annoyed. Watching the situation deteriorate, Joseph realized that because the ideal scenario was no longer possible, he had to focus on avoiding the absolute worst outcome. He believed that only a decisive public loss could provide a foundation for their next move and allow them to plan for the future, so he requested that the duel proceed. He argued that they could not allow the reputation of Alicia Heinel to be tarnished by a forfeit, leading Andre Heinel to ask if Joseph actually had someone to stand in for Sir Joubert of Chazard. Andre felt confident that Duncan was the only knight Alicia had left, and believed it was a known rule that guests did not bring extra warriors, causing him to smile with the certainty that a duel was impossible. Joseph surprised everyone by affirming that he did indeed have a representative, declaring in the name of the House of Bayezid and for the honor of Miss Alicia that he would present a warrior of the blood of Suara. He pointed directly at Vlad, who met the gesture with an uncomfortable but steady glare. This revelation caused Andre Heinel to scream in protest, claiming that Vlad was not a knight and was therefore unworthy of such a duel. Joseph countered that in a duel of honor, anyone capable of wielding a sword could join, which only made Andre more frantic as he shouted that sending a mere vessel to fight a knight was a disgrace. Joseph barked back, questioning if Andre's people had even considered the honor of the House of Bayezid when they allowed this scheme to unfold, and he accused Andre of trying to taint the Bayezid name with shallow tricks. This sharp rebuke silenced Andre, as Joseph stated firmly that he would vouch for Vlad with his own reputation. Accepting the inevitable, Andre Heinel gave his consent while privately dismissing Vlad as a lowly vessel who could achieve nothing. As Jaeger began to tighten the straps of Vlad's armor, Vlad asked if he was truly expected to duel a knight in such a place. He nervously asked Jaeger if he would survive the encounter, leading Jaeger to promise that he would interfere if the situation reached a fatal point. Vlad remained uneasy, questioning what would happen if the situation turned out badly, even without reaching the absolute worst case. But Jaeger met this with a silence that left Vlad wondering why his mentor was suddenly so quiet. The tension broke briefly as Joseph walked over and hugged Vlad with the warmth of a father. Vlad told him that such gestures weren't necessary, but Joseph whispered for him to hang in there for just 10 minutes. He explained that he had a plan from the start and had already given Vorden his orders, meaning Vlad only needed to buy them some time. Vlad asked if 10 minutes would be enough, and after Joseph mentioned that more time would be even better, Vlad affirmed that he would do his best to hold out. As Vlad walked toward the ring, Joseph told him to be careful. Upon reaching Alicia Heinel, Vlad bowed deeply, and she gave a small nod in response before he took his stance opposite Pablo of Arnstein. Vlad introduced himself as a warrior of Suara, but Pablo paused to glare at him with pure disdain. Pablo threw his shield to the ground and told Vlad that he was unworthy of even hearing a knight's name, claiming that the moment an unworthy brat appeared, the duel ceased to be one of honor. These insults sparked a fire in Vlad, who internally fumed at the constant focus on status. He reflected on how he hated the way people obsessed over shiny, beautiful things, remembering his harsh past in the slums and resenting the idea that coming from a place of no words made him lacking. He questioned what made Pablo so different from him, leading Pablo to remark that basic standards had clearly fallen. Vlad glared in silence as Pablo told him to ignore the rules of the duel and strike with everything he had, intending to nip the problem in the bud. Believing that he deserved this moment to shine, Vlad dashed toward Pablo, and the two began to clash. Pablo parried the initial strike and pushed the boy away, yet for the first time, Vlad felt a different weight in his blade because he was fighting for someone else. He dashed forward again as the voice in his head instructed him to aim for the left where Pablo was shielding himself, resulting in a flurry of parries. The voice noted a scary level of devotion in Vlad's movements, and the surrounding crowd began to murmur about the kid's surprising speed. Pablo stayed on the defense for a moment, thinking to himself that Vlad's intensity was unnatural, like that of a starving wolf. He admitted that Vlad had great spirit, but suddenly, Vlad felt a massive weight pressing down from Pablo's stance. Pablo struck downward and told him he wasn't quite there yet, leading Vlad to barely use his sword to dodge the heavy blow. Vlad's body began to shake as he felt as if he were being beaten with stones, and Pablo asked if he was done with his tricks. As Pablo struck again, Vlad tried to dodge while almost looking away, but the voice in his head urged him not to block head-on and to try to parry instead. When Pablo launched a third strike, Vlad attempted the parry as instructed, but the force of the thrust sent him flying across the room. He struck the wall with a scream and fell to the ground, and Pablo began to walk toward him with slow, deliberate steps. Vlad struggled to stand as Pablo arrived in front of him, mentioning that it was impressive for a kid to have resisted for so long. Pablo said it was a shame they had to meet this way and raised his sword, telling Vlad to come and find him later in life. The voice in Vlad's head told him he had worked hard, but as Pablo's sword descended with lethal force, Vlad suddenly struck back to defend himself. This move shocked Jaeger, Joseph, and Alicia Heinel, as Pablo wondered if he was actually facing a counterattack technique. Vlad began to perfectly imitate the very technique Jaeger had used earlier, signaling to everyone that the duel was about to get serious. A low murmur began to ripple through the room as witnesses questioned whether what they were seeing made any sense, wondering how a lonely vessel could have possibly blocked the sword of a seasoned knight. However, Pablo of Arnstein thought differently, refusing to believe it was a mere coincidence because he had personally faced that sword and found the boy's resilience difficult to accept. Vlad struggled to muster his words and asked Pablo why things were this way, leading the knight to be struck by the intensity of the question. Vlad repeated himself, questioning why it was only people like those in the room who held everything, leaving Pablo confused as he wondered if the boy had lost consciousness. Vlad continued, trying to arrange his thoughts as he spoke of his own desires, while Pablo began to wonder if the youth was becoming lost in his own memories. Truly, Vlad's mind drifted away to his past in the slums, remembering how he always believed the boy he was deserved a chance to shine. He had spent his life wanting abilities and hoping for a single opportunity, dreaming of being deserving even as he stood outside the blacksmith shop, glaring at the swords with a hunger for more. He had dreamed of reaching that shining place and growing into something greater, which led him to tell Pablo in that moment that he wanted to be there too. It was as if a flower were trying to bloom, and Pablo was momentarily stunned by these words as he looked at Vlad and saw a gorgeous spirit that no one else could see. As the battle continued, Andre Heinel stood paralyzed with shock, wondering what on earth was happening, while Jaeger watched Vlad's bloodied hands grip the sword and felt a similar wave of disbelief. Jaeger had only demonstrated the counterattack technique to Vlad to encourage him to stay loyal to the basics, never expecting the boy to actually imitate and use it so soon. As they continued to duel, Pablo noticed that the initial sharpness of Vlad's blade was gone, replaced instead by an unshakable will that he found truly amazing. Vlad pushed forward with a will that directed his every move, striking once more, and turning Pablo's defense into a realization that Vlad's sword was practically crying out as it bloomed. In that instant, Pablo made a decision to fulfill his own duty as a knight by helping the boy's world blossom, leading him to strike repeatedly to force out Vlad's true potential. Just then, Pablo noticed the small particles of aura sealing out of Vlad's blade as he began to blossom, causing him to scream instantly for his shield. One of the men nearby screamed for Pablo and handed him his shield so the match could continue, resulting in Pablo striking his sword against the shield and demanding to know the name of the worthy boy before him. Vlad glared calmly at the knight and identified himself as the boy born in an undeserving, worthless place who had walked out of the slums to find his own path. He noted that even though his shoes were muddy from where he came from, the path he walked was bright, proving that his hope was no longer a destination but something coming from within. Vlad screamed out that he was Vlad of Suara as he suddenly awoke to his own aura, the manifestation of his internal power, causing a light so bright that those around him could barely see. To protect himself from the impact, Pablo was forced to use his own aura in the blow, screaming for Vlad to come at him as the true battle began. Not long after the collision, the room fell silent as Vlad lay on the ground, bloodied and spent, while Pablo sat close by and smiled, allowing the boy's head to rest on his legs. Pablo quietly mentioned that Vlad had done a great job, though the boy had already passed out. Suddenly, Andre Heinel began to scream that the use of aura was forbidden during the duel, and demanded Vlad be disqualified. Pablo glared at Andre, annoyed at his short-sighted reasoning. While Andre could only think of his own pathetic interests, he ignored the beautiful flower of talent right in front of him, focusing only on the fruit of his own schemes, which led Joseph Bayezid and Jaeger to walk into the space. Joseph thanked Sir Pablo for doing his duty as a knight, to which Pablo responded that it had been an honorable moment. Joseph then called out to the priest to confirm if what they saw was aura, and after the priest affirmed it, Joseph then asked whether the sacred rules took precedence over the Swordmaster's code. The priest was stunned into silence, knowing that the Swordmaster's code was a more prestigious title. Joseph explained that this code was a matter of honor and duty associated with royal authority, leading him to turn to Andre Heinel and state that since the code and rules were interlinked, no one there could say whether honor or duty came first. He told Andre Heinel that the incident must be reported to the Holy See and the Crown, resulting in the outcome of the duel being postponed until a clear decision was made. Joseph reflected that all young, delicate things in the world deserve to blossom, and that such potential is beautiful. This was the legacy of the founding king, Frausen, who had declared that those who bear the sword of honor must fulfill their duty to protect the precious young ones who express themselves in their own world, making this the very first code of his reign, and its effect remained strong even till today. The next day, Vlad was resting in his room when the exhaustion of the duel finally caught up to him, leading him to call out to Goti for some water. However, it was Joseph Bayezid who appeared beside him, pouring water into a pot as Vlad tried to muster his voice to mention that every single bone in his body was hurting. Joseph extended the cup, saying, "Here," to Vlad, and upon hearing Joseph's voice, Vlad gasped and screamed his name in surprise, but Joseph simply expressed his gladness that the boy seemed to have recovered some of his strength. Vlad immediately began to apologize for his actions, yet Joseph dismissed the need for it, telling him to make himself comfortable instead. As Vlad took the cup, Joseph asked if he felt pain in any specific area, to which Vlad responded that he did not. Joseph then offered his sincere thanks, admitting that he had never even imagined Vlad would be able to accomplish so much. He explained that thanks to Vlad's efforts, the duel was officially postponed. When Vlad asked for clarification on what that meant, Joseph explained that the matter was delayed without a final result, because the situation had become complicated once the rules of the sacred duel and the Swordmaster's code became entangled. The mention of the Swordmaster's code triggered a memory in Vlad of a time the voice in his head had told him about it. Joseph continued, explaining that to become a knight one must make a pledge as per the scripture, and he suggested that if things went well, a day would come when Vlad must make that pledge as well. This prospect left Vlad stunned as he considered the idea of becoming a knight. Joseph then stood up to leave, stating that he hoped Vlad would take good care of himself, and although Vlad insisted he was okay, he inwardly admitted he still couldn't move well, leading Joseph to say that he couldn't let Vlad leave in that state because he was the type of person who cherished things that deserved to be cherished. The scene then shifted to a different space where Alicia Heinel was speaking with one of her knights, Duncan. She asked about the guests, and the man noted that they were leaving one by one. Alicia asked if Andre Heinel had left as well, resulting in the man explaining that since the matter was delayed, he had requested personal protection from the church through the priest. Alicia expressed her annoyance that she had to let those who tried to push her to her downfall leave in peace, mentioning that it felt like her heart was being crumbled. Duncan responded that there would be time for retribution later, but for now, it was time for her to toughen up. He explained the importance of establishing complete control over Dearmar, which Alicia affirmed she must do. She then shifted the conversation to the lemon harvest, but the man noted it was not going well as production continued to fall. Alicia asked if they should switch to planting more barley, but he suggested they wait and see for a while, as changing the industrial structure was not a decision to be made lightly. Alicia agreed that it was indeed a difficult decision, thinking to herself that after clearing mountain-like trails, there was always another mountain waiting in front of her. She exhaled in weariness, but then spotted something that led her to ask Sir Duncan if most knights knew how to ride a horse. Sir Duncan asked why she was curious, stating that one cannot call themselves a knight if they cannot ride, as it is a virtue as important as the sword itself. Alicia smiled and noted that the gods do not give a person everything after all. Looking through the window, Sir Duncan moved forward to understand the context of her question, realizing that he could not feel the deep anguish Sir Jaeger was currently enduring as they watched Vlad's terrible trial at horse riding. The horse literally pushed Vlad away, causing him to fall to the ground while clutching his back in pain. Standing behind him, Jaeger reminded Vlad that he had claimed it worked with an expensive horse before. Vlad suggested that perhaps the horse needed to be even more expensive, which caused Jaeger to slam his hand onto Vlad's head while screaming at him to think a little before he spoke. Vlad held his head and insisted he was able to get on the horse last time, though he admitted Goti was the one who steered it. Goti affirmed to Jaeger that Vlad had indeed gotten on it once. Jaeger thought to himself that this was a serious problem, wondering if the animal was really the issue. He watched Goti try to calm the horse, and realized that even his own horse was backing away from Vlad, as if it were terrified of something inside the boy. Jaeger then decided that was enough for the day. When Vlad asked if they would practice again tomorrow, Jaeger responded that they would keep at it, leaving Vlad a bit discouraged. Vlad asked when he would finally learn to ride, to which Jaeger stated they were delaying it for now. Vlad noted that he had heard that word far too many times since arriving, leading Jaeger to ask if he had a problem with that. Vlad admitted he did, causing Jaeger to exhale and mention there was no quick fix for this horse issue. He walked off, telling Vlad they would think about it once they returned to Sterna, as he had work to do. Goti then asked Vlad why horses seemed to hate him more and more as time went on. Vlad uncomfortably wondered what would happen if even more expensive horses didn't work, resulting in Goti suggesting he try riding a cow since they were duller than horses. Vlad told Goti to stop yapping and think before he spoke, leading Goti to laugh and mock Vlad for having to keep riding in a carriage and getting an earful from Jaeger. As Goti walked off to take the horse to the stable, Vlad cursed, wondering what the hell the problem could be. The voice in Vlad's head then suggested that perhaps the problem was that Vlad was moving too fast. Vlad mouthed the same thought, confessing he didn't know what to do next. The voice told him he had to learn to control his momentum, explaining that this was one of the ways to control his mental world. It added that if he could use aura freely, he could control his momentum. Vlad didn't fully understand, noting that he couldn't even consciously draw his aura out yet, and that it remained faint. The voice explained that mastery in battle requires training, reminding him of Jaeger's words not to run before he could walk. Vlad agreed, noting that they were set to return to Sterna after the farewell ceremony tomorrow, and he wondered if he should visit the tree on the hill one last time. In another part of the hall, Jubert of Shazard walked while reflecting on his failed mission. He felt sure his lord would understand the situation, thinking to himself that he could not blame the sea for making waves, as Vlad's interference had been an unfortunate accident. He found it increasingly ridiculous that a lowly vessel like Vlad had caused such trouble. Suddenly, Jaeger appeared and stretched out his sword, placing it at Jubert's neck. Jubert remarked that it was an aggressive greeting, and told Jaeger he didn't have to go so far. Jaeger responded that he felt he had to go exactly this far, leading Jubert to ask how long he had been waiting and if he didn't have anything better to do. Jaeger mentioned he had the day off, to which Jubert suggested this felt like a waste of a free day. Jaeger countered that one must catch up on delayed work during their time off. Jubert stated he understood Jaeger was displeased, but insisted he had no choice in his actions. Jaeger noted the coincidence, stating that he currently didn't have much of a choice either. Jubert pushed the sword slightly, and reminded Jaeger that they had the same job and should understand each other. Jaeger agreed, stating that if the master tells one to bark, one must bark, causing the conversation to grow even more heated. In that instant, Jubert and Jaeger began to slowly awaken their aura as a short battle was about to unfold between the two knights. Jubert exhaled and mentioned that he believed that was enough of a warning, noting that while others called them swordsmen, they were actually dogs that only bit when their masters told them to. He suggested that if Jaeger was done barking, he should enjoy his day off, adding that even the slightest amount of bloodshed would be considered a declaration of war against the Shazard family. Before he could complete his words, a force from beside him slammed into his cheek as Jaeger punched him, which resulted in Jubert being thrust straight to the ground. Jaeger then remarked that his lord was a nice man, so a little bite was actually fine. This caused Jubert to become quite pissed, questioning if that strike was enough. Jaeger responded that it was nowhere near enough, leading him to follow up with yet another punch directly to Jubert's stomach. Jubert fell to the ground in pain, coughing from the impact, while Jaeger walked off and mentioned that since they were in the same industry, he was sure Jubert could understand the situation. This caused Jubert to smirk and laugh as he said that actually, this should be enough, to which Jaeger agreed. Jaeger expressed his hope that they would meet again, but he added an apology, stating that he was sorry he couldn't pay the total price for the way Jubert had mocked his lord. Gilbert slowly got up and suggested that they would see each other sooner than later, noting that since the empire was falling apart, it was not a time when people could avoid burning together even if they wished to. He walked off after saying "see you soon" to Jaeger, which led Jaeger to think to himself that the man was right, and that the time was indeed coming. He sensed that a time when the sword would be needed more than ever was approaching, resulting in a silent acknowledgement that war was near. Just then, at the treetop, Vlad arrived and thought to himself that the presence in the area felt like an old friend trying to talk to him. Vlad knelt down and pressed his sword to the ground, telling the voice that they should have a quick look and leave before they run into Alicia Heinel like last time. He began to use his aura, and instantly the snake appeared very close to his face, causing him to glare at the spirit and ask the voice if it was truly a friend. The snake began to encircle Vlad, leading him to wonder if this was a friendly greeting. The snake then rose up and began to act playful, which resulted in Vlad being confused and asking why it was behaving that way. The voice told him not to try and understand spirits since they are but another form of the world, noting that the soul of a mortal cannot understand all that encompasses the world. The snake then opened its mouth and began to release energy from the space, which appeared very magical to Vlad. He remarked that the energy felt very warm and realized it felt like a blessing. The voice explained that this was a spirit's blessing, and Vlad felt the warmth spread across his body. The scene then cut to a different space where Alicia Heinel was standing beside Duncan and her knights to say farewell to Joseph and his men. She mentioned that she was greatly embarrassed to see them off in such a manner, and wished she could have held a huge banquet for them. Joseph responded that her intentions were enough, and noted that now was the time to fix the cracks in the Heinel family. Alicia thanked him, leading Joseph and his knights to bow and state they would be getting on their way. Just then, Duncan asked if Vlad of Sawara could please come forward, which surprised Vlad. Joseph told him to go on, and Vlad then moved toward Alicia. Jaeger mentioned to Joseph that it seemed they had prepared a ceremony after all, and Joseph agreed, noting he had told them to keep it simple. Duncan then asked Vlad to kneel in front of Alicia, who expressed her true gratitude and told him that without him, the person she was today wouldn't be here. She stated that he had protected their honor and shone light over a duel bloated with fraud, noting that no amount of gratitude could make up for it. She pulled out a handkerchief and mentioned that, although he was not a knight, she would like to entrust her name to him as a man who was more honorable than a knight. Watching this, Joseph thought to himself that Alicia was a smart woman for wanting to prove her relationship with the Bazids by honoring a common prospect like Vlad. He noted that she was showing gratitude while simultaneously securing a connection. Vlad raised his head and wondered if he should simply accept the gift, realizing the handkerchief was clearly very valuable. But Vlad was busy remembering Jaeger's previous lessons. He recalled how refusing Rudiger's peanuts had resulted in a harsh reprimand, and thinking he should avoid another beating, he reached out, grabbing the cloth, and thanked Alicia. This action caused the entire crowd to gasp in shock as they watched him, but Joseph began to laugh as he realized Vlad had no knowledge of noble customs due to growing up in the back alley. Sir Duncan observed the clumsy exchange, and remarked that the current method was not the proper way to handle such a delicate tradition. These words caught Vlad by surprise, leading the older knight to explain that there were only 2 established ways a lady could pass over a handkerchief symbolizing her honor. He noted that it was typically done either by hanging it on the end of a sword or by passing it directly from hand to hand, with one gesture representing honor and the other signifying love, resulting in a moment of significant confusion, which in turn left the surrounding witnesses feeling quite perplexed by the sudden awkwardness. Vlad felt a mounting sense of discomfort, though he managed to tell her that he would make sure to use the gift well. As they were returning in the carriage, Joseph Bayezid admitted that he had not been that flustered in a very long time. He confessed that he felt partly at fault for the oversight, suggesting that the wandering minstrels would likely have enough material to sing about this event for quite a while. These observations led Vlad to offer a sincere apology for the scene he had caused. From outside the carriage, Jaeger shouted a firm instruction, telling Vlad that from now on he should look to him for guidance whenever he had to receive anything from a noble. Vlad responded in a soft tone, promising to keep that advice in mind for the future. Joseph eventually offered his congratulations despite the earlier tension, noting that Vlad was now a man officially honored by a high-ranking noble like Miss Alicia Heinel, that as a result of this favor, Vlad had truly risen to the rank of an honorable knight, a status that now carried the weight of noble recognition. Vlad was surprised as he listened to the talk of honorable knights, leading Joseph to clarify that in any place where Alicia Heinel's name was recognized, Vlad would now be treated with the respect due to a knight. Joseph added that this influence was currently limited to Dierma, since she had only just become a baron, causing Vlad to realize that his new title was an honorary one, and that becoming a true knight would not be such an easy feat. Joseph then emphasized that while Vlad had obtained the position through a unique turn of events, he must never lose the handkerchief, as it represented Alicia's very honor. When Vlad asked what the consequences of losing it would be, Joseph warned him that he would have to take full responsibility himself, as such a loss could only happen if he were careless after accepting it so formally. Vlad could see the gravity in Joseph's eyes, which caused him to state with a flustered determination that he would not lose the cloth at any cost. Joseph then produced a paper and noted that the ordeal had ended somewhat absurdly, though he mentioned that thanks to Vlad's efforts he no longer had a need for the document. Vlad asked if it was a promissory note, and Joseph confirmed that it was a certificate stating Alicia had borrowed 10,000 gold. Vlad was visibly shocked by the massive sum, leading Joseph to explain that the money was meant to secure her soldiers in case she lost the duel. Had she lost her status, she would have surrendered herself to save her people from injury. Joseph noted that she hadn't actually borrowed the gold, but it served as a necessary safeguard. Vlad asked if there was a specific reason Joseph had supported Alicia, considering that losing the duel meant losing her right to succession. Joseph compared her cause to a spark in the ashes, stating that one right encounter with the wind is enough to rekindle a flame, and he suggested that if Alicia were harmed, the pressure on the Bazids would be immense. Vlad felt he understood a little more about how nobles lived their lives constantly searching for justification, but his thoughts were interrupted as he noticed something through the window. Joseph asked what was wrong, and Vlad pointed toward the woods to the west, where smoke and dust were rising as a group of men on horses revealed themselves. Vlad was surprised and screamed that bandits were approaching, attempting to pull out his sword until Joseph stopped him, mentioning that he had made preparations for this before the duel even started. As the riders arrived, they immediately knelt before Joseph and his knights. Their leader mentioned they were a bit late because they had been busy collecting a fair price, presenting a small bloodied bag. Joseph asked if that was the extent of it and noted that he had requested something different, but he told the man his work was good and asked him to rise. The man looked at Vlad and asked if he was the vessel who had received Lady Alicia's honor, noting that word of his feats had spread everywhere. Joseph remarked that the man could admire Vlad later, while Vlad gazed at the man in front of him, realizing that he was no ordinary person. The aura Vlad sensed from the man was nothing like that of the other knights. It reminded him of the smell of danger that reeked from the abyss of the back alleys. He stared at the man, his instincts screaming that this was someone not to be trifled with. Joseph asked if the group would like to travel with them back to Sterna, but the man declined, stating they had to return more quickly. Joseph expressed his pity, but thanked them for their service, leading the man to state that he was merely being loyal to his duty as Bayezid's hidden sword. The phrase hidden sword echoed in Vlad's mind as he wondered who these people were and what was inside the black sack. Joseph asked if he was curious, and when Vlad admitted he was, Joseph explained that the sack contained the world of the cold, brutal, and unforgiving nobles. Within it lay the head of Andre Heinel, signaling that his chapter was officially closed. The scene shifted to Sterna, where Joseph's father and Ragmus were conversing about a group of pilgrims passing through. The Baron asked if he should greet them, but Ragmus mentioned they preferred to be left alone to see the dragon's trail quietly. The Baron reflected on the sincerity of pilgrims who desired nothing, noting it had been a long time since he had seen such faith. He suggested looking after them without their knowledge, which caused Ragmus to smile and admit he knew the Baron would say that. The Baron claimed it was his right as a noble to enjoy what he was deserving of, leading Ragmus to begin the preparations. The Count then mentioned that Joseph and Vlad had accomplished a great feat, and Ragmus replied, noting that the report contained words that would make even an old man's heart race. The Baron wondered what it could be, and when the term Swordmaster's First Code was mentioned, he reflected on the elite education of diamonds in the rough, managed with extreme care. He told Ragmus that, in an age where knights are nurtured so preciously, such a sight must have been rare. Ragnos remarked that the Baron would have loved to see it, and the Baron agreed, mentioning the golden generation of Bayzids and all the knights from his time. The Baron joked that at this rate, the veterans would start threatening the newcomers out of jealousy, a prospect Ragmus suggested Joseph would enjoy. The Baron thought of his sons, Rudiger and Joseph, reflecting on how Joseph had been gasping for air and nearly giving up, only to crawl through the mud and bring back a shining light. He concluded that he had a lot to think about, because in the end he could choose only one amongst them. The scene then moved to the cafeteria, where people were eating and gossiping about Vlad's return. They whispered about him defeating a knight and creating his own world, though some dismissed it as ridiculous that a backstreet boy with no roots could use aura. These words created an uncomfortable atmosphere for Sylvanin and his companions, until the door suddenly swung open. Vlad walked in, announcing that he was starving after being away for a month. The entire cafeteria went silent at his presence. It no longer mattered whether the other students came from high or low status families. As they stared at Vlad, they realized that the petty alley fights of children were over. All they could see was the appearance of a single person who now trod in a completely different world. Vlad's meal was ready in front of him, but as he chewed away, he found himself having a difficult time eating. He suspected that things would be this way for a while, because word of the events in Diermar had traveled fast, leaving everyone aware of what had transpired. Across from him sat Portly Cannar, who asked what Vlad planned to do during the upcoming vacation. Vlad was confused by the question, so Portly explained that all vessels received a vacation that week. Vlad wondered aloud if he actually qualified for one, since he was not the child of a noble family and had nowhere to go. This caused Portly to offer an official invitation to his own home, mentioning that his father specifically wanted to host Vlad, and noting that he himself had never had a friend over before. Vlad joked that Portly didn't seem to have a great track record with friends, but Portly insisted their house was excellent at hospitality and could provide an unlimited supply of roasted meat. When Vlad still seemed to ponder the idea, Portly mentioned that his family dealt in horses and could help him find one with a better bloodline than Sir Jaeger's own horse. This caused Vlad's interest to peak instantly, leading him to declare that he would ask for a vacation at all costs. The scene then transitioned to a different space, where Vlad and Jaeger were engaged in heavy sparring. Strangely, Vlad's focus was not on the duel, which made Jaeger uncomfortable and annoyed. He screamed at the boy to stay focused. Jaeger swung his sword with increased strength, and though Vlad managed to parry, his focus was wavering. This led Jaeger to strike Vlad across the back, causing the boy to fall to the ground coughing. Jaeger sternly told him that he had warned him not to try things that simply weren't going to happen, asking if Vlad truly thought he had become a big deal after his time in Diermar. Vlad was stunned and silenced by the harsh words as Jaeger questioned if he had become such a joke that Vlad no longer cared for his instructions. Vlad stood up and apologized, but Jaeger told him not to bother coming if he thought he was already a master, or if he believed he could succeed without guidance. He declared they were done for the day and ordered Vlad to leave. As Vlad walked out, Jaeger watched him and thought that while Vlad's achievements were bright and admirable, they were currently as unstable as sand on a beach, liable to be swept away by a large wave at any moment. As Vlad walked through the halls, the voice in his head agreed with Jaeger, noting that everything starts with the basics, and admitting it would have been angry at Vlad too. Vlad explained to the voice that he simply wanted to draw out his aura once more, but the voice reminded him that many knights cannot use aura at all. It explained that aura is a manifestation of potential for those who wish to rise higher, but reminded Vlad that he had only recently taken up the sword. The voice noted that great flowers only bloom on solid foundations, and pointed out that Jaeger wouldn't have been angry if Vlad didn't deserve the investment of his expectations. Vlad exhaled in agreement, thinking to himself that while he was used to scorn and ridicule, the disappointment he felt from Jaeger today was far more uncomfortable. The look in the knight's eyes had hurt more than the strike of the wooden sword. The voice then reminded him that, in his flustered state, he had failed to even bring up the vacation. Vlad realized he had forgotten it entirely, and wondered what the point of a vacation was in the middle of such turmoil, deciding instead to swing his sword until he couldn't think of anything else. That evening, Vlad was seen practicing outside, swinging his sword for hours. In a brief moment of anger, he struck his blade into the earth, causing a wave of force to thrust forward and clear the space in front of him. Sweat dropped from his cheek as the voice told him he had done enough for the day, noting he had reached his quota the day before. The voice warned him that burning too quickly would lead to exhaustion or injury, which would waste all his effort. Vlad stretched his back and looked up at the moon, lost in the thought that he had finally managed to get that shiny thing into his hand. From a distance, Jaeger watched him in silence, comparing the boy to a wolf chasing the moon. The scene then cut away to Trinova in the country of Ravnoma, where buildings were burning and cries echoed through the air. Blood splattered the ground where the bodies of knights lay littered about in a total massacre. A voice pierced the chaos as someone walked toward a nearly lifeless man on the ground, remarking that he had clearly done his best on his last mission. The dying man looked up at the man and identified him as Godin, noting that he had finally arrived. The man on the ground mocked Godin, saying he had heard of him, a man whose lord's orders came first and honor second. He remarked that Count Gaidar's knights didn't used to be so blindly obedient in the past. Godin coldly responded that such a lack of obedience was exactly why they were all dead. The man told Godin that one day his own light would vanish as well, and told him to inform Count Gaidar that he would be waiting for him in hell. In response, Godin merely agreed as he raised his sword and sliced downward, resulting in blood filling the air as the man was silenced forever. The next day, Vlad was called into Joseph's office, where he was shocked to hear the word vacation mentioned. Joseph confirmed the news, explaining that Vlad had been invited to the house of portly Canor. When Vlad asked how he could have known, Joseph noted that rumors travel fast, especially since Sir Gregory's vassal had been rambling about it everywhere in excitement. The word had moved swiftly from Canor to Sir Gregory, then to Jaeger, and finally to Joseph. Joseph mentioned that he had been planning to give Vlad time off regardless, and since the boy had nowhere else to go, there was no reason to deny the request. Vlad offered his thanks, glancing at Jaeger, but the knight paid him no mind. Joseph noticed the awkwardness, thinking to himself that something had clearly happened between them. However, he decided to keep quiet to respect their relationship rather than forcing a resolution. Within Vlad's mind, the situation felt suffocating, leading him to wonder if he should simply offer his greetings and leave. Jaeger finally spoke, sternly reminding Vlad that even on vacation, a knight must never let go of his sword. He warned that if Vlad missed a day of training, he would know, and if he missed a week, the world would know. Jaeger thought to himself that Vlad was not the type to slack off just because he wasn't being watched, but he felt the need to rein the boy in so he would not go astray. He told Vlad they would speak again upon his return, which caused Vlad to look excited. Joseph then interjected, advising Vlad not to get his hopes too high about the horses, as the problem might be too difficult even for the House of Canner to solve. He suggested that Vlad should simply find out if there were any horses that would accept him, and note which regions those horses were from. Joseph then dismissed him for the week, jokingly adding that there was no need to bring back a gift. Vlad, sweating slightly, promised to keep that in mind, though he inwardly suspected that a gift was actually expected. Once the door was closed, Joseph and Jaeger began to speak privately. Joseph brought up the House of Canner and stated that Rudiger was rumored to be there, and Jaeger suggested that if things went well, the two of them might meet each other there. Joseph paused, noting that Rudiger was the type to ask for something if he saw what he wanted, though Joseph stated he had no intention of giving Vlad away. The scene then shifted to Vlad meeting Lady Oksana, where he wondered why he had been summoned again. She was busy measuring him for new clothing for his trip, remarking that the colors looked excellent and suited his sturdy build. Vlad thanked her, and she reminded him that when visiting someone's house, one must look polished as a matter of courtesy, to avoid bringing criticism upon one's parents. She held on to him, causing Vlad to blush as he looked at her beautiful face, and she urged him not to let people criticize her either. Oksana mentioned she would provide a tutor for him after the vacation, noting that the mistake of accepting a lady's honor by hand was a blunder that should only happen once. These words hit Vlad heavily, leading him to apologize. She explained that the position of a knight made him an honorary noble, requiring him to behave accordingly. She then handed him a basket of lemons that Joseph had brought back, mentioning it was impolite to arrive empty-handed. Vlad bowed slightly in gratitude for her thoughtful consideration, and she smiled, wishing him a great break and a safe return. Leaving her office, Vlad caught his reflection in a mirror and felt out of place, thinking that he was wearing clothes that did not suit him. His mind drifted back to his life in Suara and to Zemina, wondering how she was doing. He felt certain she was also wearing clothes that didn't suit her, much like himself. In a different space, several ladies were gossiping about a vessel in the house of Bayezid who was making a name for himself by using aura in Dirmar. They whispered about how handsome he was, suggesting he might even be a noble. Zemina, dressed as a nun and cleaning the floor, paused as she listened. When they mentioned he was blonde with blue eyes and drawing aura at such a young age, she realized it likely wasn't Vlad, thinking there was no way he could be doing that well already. She felt she would just be glad if he were healthy and okay. The ladies noticed her pause and scolded her, calling her a redhead and accusing her of slacking off. They reminded her that she hadn't paid any support to the place and would have to work her whole life to pay it off. They ordered her to finish her chores unless she wanted an earful from the Mother Superior, laughing as they noted she had no other place or person to go to. As they walked off, Zemina tried to stay positive, thinking she had at least learned this type of work at Rosie's. However, her smile turned to a frown as she remembered the God-forsaken day she arrived. She recalled the head lady of the monastery telling them that they couldn't allow girls who had walked in filthy places into a home so close to God. Marcella had screamed in protest, asserting that the children were all virgins and that the money she had donated over the years could feed them all for a decade. Despite this, the nun remained firm. Zemina had asked Marcella what would happen to her, but Marcella told her to worry about herself and get inside the monastery. The nun had stopped Marcella from following the girls, and Marcella admitted she hadn't expected to be allowed in anyway, asking only that the nun take care of the children. Suddenly, men from One-Armed Jack's gang arrived, screaming that they had found Marcella. They grabbed her and handled her roughly, while Zemina screamed. As the men dragged Marcella through the snow to take her back to Suara, the doors of the monastery were shut. The memory caused Zemina to tear up, sobbing and calling out Vlad's name, desperately hoping for a way home from this dreadful life. Vlad arrived outside the Kenor mansion and stood amazed at the sight of the humongous estate. He considered how impressive it was that a man who was not a noble could hold such incredible influence in Sterna. Beside him stood Portly Canner, while several household workers gathered at the entrance. The butler welcomed Portly back, which caused Portly to scream out in joy and hug his butler, mentioning how much he had missed him. The butler noted that it was wonderful to see him after so long, leading Portly to ask where his father was. The butler explained that the master had gone to greet some guests who had made a sudden visit. If Vlad did not mind, the butler suggested they take a look at the ranch, which he described as the pride of their family. Vlad agreed that he was fine with that. Vlad mentioned that he would first like to see the horses, as he had great expectations. The butler assured him that while the family head would eventually show him the most precious horses, it wouldn't hurt to see the rest of the stable first, so he escorted Vlad into the grounds. Upon arriving at the stables, the horses' reactions were exactly as expected. They abhorred the sight of Vlad and began screaming and neighing as they all ran off. It was so bad that even the cows ran from Vlad, and the sheep weren't any different. The butler noted that the situation seemed quite serious and asked if Vlad had tried going to church about it. Vlad insisted he was not cursed and mentioned he was vouched for by Father Andrea, resulting in an apology from the butler. Vlad felt a sense of dread, glaring at the horses in the distance and wondering what the point of using aura was if he couldn't even ride. He imagined everyone else looking awesome, riding into battle, while he was left behind in a trail of dust. Portly noticed Vlad's distress and encouraged him to look at all the horses on the ranch, those for battle, riding, working, and even slaughtering. He insisted there had to be one right horse for Vlad, which caused Vlad to look distraught. Portly responded that there was a wonderful horse with a great bloodline that his father had recently brought, and he promised to pester him to show it. He suggested they relax and have a great dinner first, and they walked off toward the mansion. Later that evening, a huge feast was prepared in the kitchen, and Vlad expressed surprise at the scale of it, noting that the family didn't do anything moderately. Portly laughed off the embarrassment just as a man called out to welcome them. He introduced himself as Olsen Connor, the family head, and Portly's father. He apologized for not receiving such an important guest in person, leading Vlad to introduce himself as Sir Jaeger's vassal. Olsen laughed and said he already knew of him, as the rumor of the boy who invoked the Swordmaster's first code for the first time in ages had spread across all of Sterna. As they stood together, Olsen thought to himself that the birth of a new star was the pride of Sterna, and felt proud that Portly had made such a great friend. He invited Vlad inside to talk while dinner was being prepared, mentioning how glad he was to have important guests over. Vlad wondered if these guests would be joining them, and Olsen noted that everyone visiting was from the Bayezid family. Vlad was surprised and wondered who it could be, but upon entering the room, he was shocked to see a group of men standing with swords, with Rudiger sitting close to the fire. Rudiger folded his hands and noted it had been a long time, asking if Vlad had been well. Vlad instantly bent over, placing his hand on his chest to greet Mr. Rudiger, admitting he hadn't expected to see him there. Rudiger questioned if it was okay for Vlad to eat with him today, noting that the food was too great to turn down. This caused Vlad to remember his previous refusal of the peanuts, realizing he had likely gotten on Rudiger's wrong side by rejecting his kindness. He noticed the other knights glaring at him in annoyance, and understood he was hated, because he had beaten each of their vassals. Determined not to be intimidated, Vlad calmly said that today was fine, and that he had been looking forward to the meal. Rudiger smiled and mentioned he heard Vlad was on vacation, asking if he had some time tomorrow. Vlad was surprised by the invitation to go somewhere, and the scene shifted to early the next morning. Men were riding on horses with Rudiger in the lead, while Vlad sat in a carriage with a beast lady riding her horse beside Vlad. She asked what he was staring at, questioning if he had never seen a werbeast before. She introduced herself as Dorothea. Vlad admitted it was a first for him, leading her to say it would be weirder if he had seen one before. She asked how a boy from the back alleys of Sawara became a vessel of Bayezid, and Vlad countered by asking what the big deal was compared to a werbeast being Mr. Rudiger's mage. Dorothea was annoyed and questioned how someone who used aura couldn't even ride a horse, noting that even the fatty knew how to ride. Vlad looked away, annoyed, and remarked that life shows you all sorts of things. Dorothea continued to berate him, which caused Vlad to wonder if she ever got tired of grumbling. He felt the vacation was becoming quite a chore. When she asked if he was listening, Vlad asked if all werbeasts were this talkative, to which she accused him of racial discrimination. Vlad then asked if all mages were this talkative, leading her to ask if he was now discriminating her based on occupation. Rudiger turned back and told Dorothea to stop picking on Vlad, noting the boy was hard to borrow. Dorothea complained that Vlad looked constipated every time he looked at her, which caused Rudiger to laugh and say anyone would if they were harassed like that. One of the men then called out that the surroundings were open, and Portly suggested they were going hunting. Vlad remained silent, noticing they hadn't even taken the falcon out of the cage, which led him to believe they weren't hunting at all. Someone pointed toward a group of pilgrims approaching in a line, and Rudiger remarked how lucky they were to see them. He ordered his men to raise the flag and signal their intentions so the pilgrims wouldn't feel unsafe. As the flag was raised, Rudiger suggested they take their time to find their prey. At that moment, a pack of horses led by a black horse was moving together in the distance. The black horse looked out into the horizon just as the ground suddenly began to shake. It sensed something coming at them from underground at a speed that was very uncomfortable. The pilgrims walked along the lower slopes of the mountain, gazing upward at the knights following Rudigar, who maintained a higher path. Vlad watched them with a skeptical eye, thinking that it was obvious they were scouting rather than hunting, as no one had even prepared for falconry. Just then, a violent rumble shook the earth, causing the carriage to strike the ground with such force that it left Vlad feeling dizzy and preferred to walk instead. Portly Canner called out in concern, asking if Vlad felt the urge to vomit, but Vlad insisted it was not that bad as he leaped down from the vehicle. Despite his claim, he noted that his heart was pounding strangely, though he dismissed Portly's suggestion that it was merely from the carriage's shaking. Vlad remarked on the beauty of the view, leading Portly to explain that the trail stretched all the way to Verna. Portly mentioned that while monsters occasionally appeared, they were safer this year thanks to the efforts of Joseph and the hunt Vlad had joined the previous winter. This realization caused Vlad to feel a sense of pride, thinking that he had a personal stake in the peace of the scenery. However, the calm was short-lived as Vlad spotted a cloud of dust rising in the distance, followed by a herd of wild horses, led by an elegant black horse with a flowing mane. As the horses dashed closer, Vlad felt a strange sensation in his chest and struggled to understand why his heart was racing again. The horses appeared to be fleeing from a hidden threat at full speed, an observation that quickly caught the attention of Rudigar. Rudigar's subordinate identified them as a herd of healthy wild horses but became suspicious of their movement, wondering why they were heading south instead of north, where the greener pastures grow at this time of year. Rudigar thought to himself that the behavior was unnatural, as the horses seemed to be running away from something with desperate haste. Vlad found himself petrified as he looked into the eyes of the lead horse, and suddenly, a familiar, bone-chilling cry echoed through the air. While others shouted that an earthquake was occurring, the specific vibration triggered a memory in Vlad, leading him to realize this was something far more precise. Behind the fleeing horses, a massive deathworm burst through the sand, instantly attacking the stragglers. The sight left Vlad's mouth hanging open as he recognized the creature as a remnant of the falling dragon. The deathworm screamed with a bloodthirsty intensity, moving with terrifying speed through the sand and clamping its jaws down on a horse that couldn't escape. Dorothea screamed that something was terribly wrong, noting that deathworms were not usually carnivores. As she stared at the creature's head, she spotted a strange diamond-shaped metal embedded in its forehead, exuding a foul energy. This caused the wild horses to veer sharply toward the pilgrims in their panic, creating a chaotic scene of impending collision. Rudigar barked an order at Dorothea, demanding to know what the creature reacted to, and she explained that since it lacked eyes and ears, it relied entirely on ground vibrations. Rudigar commanded her to get her act together and find a way to lure it away, leading him to order Vlad to take Dorothea to higher ground for protection and to signal the moment a distraction was ready. Portly was still struggling to process the terror, but Rudigar drew his sword, declaring to his men that their mission from the Count required them to be exactly where they were needed, regardless of whether the situation made sense. This prompted the knights to draw their blades and charge toward the carnage on their horses, following Rudigar into the fray. Rudigar privately felt that the situation was unnatural, suspecting an evil force was controlling the creature. He felt a surge of cold anger at the audacity of anyone pulling such a stunt within the Bayezid territory. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Dorothea poured out a heap of crystals, frantically trying to remember the marking spell for vibrations. Vlad watched her in confusion until the voice in his head explained that such things were divine secrets, the elements that create the trinity of priests, knights, and mages through aura and divinity. Suddenly, a massive wildfire erupted below, engulfing the deathworm in flames and surprising both Vlad and Portly. Vlad realized that this was Rudigar's doing, watching as the knight used his sword to command a raging fire that caused the creature to stagger. While Vlad thought Rudigar was operating on a completely different dimension of power, the voice in his head disagreed, noting that the attack wasn't good enough because Rudigar hadn't been fully prepared before manifesting the flames. The voice proved correct as the deathworm emerged from the fire seemingly unscathed, its screams echoing through the valley. Rudigar cursed the creature's dragon-like durability, realizing the fight was far from over. The deathworm shrieked at Rudigar with a bloodthirsty intensity, yet its cry failed to shake the knight's resolve. Rudigar skillfully skidded his horse, maneuvering the beast away from the creature's immediate reach. The deathworm instantly retreated underground, tunneling through the earth with terrifying speed. As dust billowed, one of the men called out to ask if Rudigar was unharmed, but the knight sternly warned them not to let their guard down, noting that such a creature was not one to flee so easily. The voice in Vlad's head remarked that the situation was becoming quite complicated, as even the most excellent fighter is rendered helpless against an opponent hiding beneath the soil. This prompted Rudiger to scream at his men to find the beast, insisting it had to be close. Just as they began their search, someone pointed toward the horizon, screaming that the worm was headed straight for the pilgrims. Rudiger roared for his knights to follow and prevent it from reaching them, leading his men in a desperate dash forward. From their vantage point on the cliff, Vlad urged Dorothea to hurry, but his words only caused her to shriek in frustration. She snapped at him, clarifying that she wasn't playing around but was performing a unique werbeast method of casting. She used her tail to meticulously draw a spell on paper, muttering that she was nearly finished despite his pestering. Once complete, she called out to Portly, whom she addressed as Fatty, telling him to get the charm to Rudiger. She explained that to activate the marking spell, one simply had to rub or cut the paper, and she expressed that the process of carving the symbol had rendered her weak to the point that she couldn't walk, let alone ride a horse. She also noted that since Vlad couldn't ride a horse to deliver it, the only person available to deliver the paper was Portly. The voice in Vlad's head noted that even if he could ride, he would be too late, as the deathworm moved far faster through the ground than any horse could travel on land. But Vlad was unwavered. He snatched the paper from Portly and prepared to move. Dorothea instantly screamed at Vlad, called Vlad a lunatic, and asked how he intended to get there in time. Without hesitation, Vlad leaped from the top of the cliff. As he began his descent, he reflected on the tension between Rudiger and Joseph over the family headship, and how the elite knights usually had no need for a vassal's help. However, the sight of the terrified horses and the destructive worm felt too personal. He remembered, down to his very bones, the pain of having a home destroyed by a force one could do nothing about. This shared suffering with the animals fueled his anger and determination. In that moment, his attention was split, causing the voice in his head to scream for him to focus the strength in his toes. But Vlad struck a rock and tripped. His body began to tumble in a chaotic, almost comedic fashion. He struck the cliff face repeatedly, leading the voice to shout for him to round his body. After several painful impacts, he finally dropped to the ground. Portly and Dorothea were stunned to see him moving, wondering how he could have survived such a fall. Vlad stood up, surprised that he hadn't broken every bone in his body. He felt a strange internal warmth, almost like a healing blessing, and from a distance, the elegant black horse turned its head, its eyes picking up interest as Vlad's body seemed to glow beneath the cliff. The voice explained that this was the blessing of the snake, and without it, the fall would have been fatal. Vlad marveled at the power, but moved swiftly towards Rudiger. As he looked toward the pilgrims, Vlad froze upon recognizing Father Andrea leading the group. This realization made him deeply uncomfortable, as he knew the priests were in immediate danger, and Rudiger was too far away to intervene. The voice in his head mused that coincidence often masquerades as fate, forcing a choice upon the living. Vlad decided he could no longer hesitate. He threw Dorothea's paper into the air and struck it with his sword, choosing to trigger the blessing himself rather than waiting for Rudiger. The magical writing entangled his blade, causing the metal to vibrate violently. He screamed a challenge at the beast and dug his sword deep into the earth. The resulting sonar-like echo surged through the space, but the voice urged him to amplify the vibration even further by summoning his own world. Vlad centered himself, opening his eyes and calling out to the remnant of the fallen gods to look at him. His intense aura flared, acting as an irresistible lure that forced the deathworm to erupt from the ground directly in front of him. The entire battlefield fell silent in shock as they witnessed the young vassal standing alone before the massive creature he had summoned to the surface. The deathworm roared directly in front of Vlad, its massive form fixated on him as it coiled and twisted in the sand, attempting to hunt him down. Vlad scrambled to move as fast as his feet could carry him, heedful of the voice in his head which warned him against a head-on confrontation and urged him to stand back. The monster stood towering over him, but the voice reassured Vlad that while his own internal world was not yet deep enough to resist such a beast, simply keeping it occupied was more than enough. Even as the creature sensed his presence, the sounds of Rudiger's approaching men echoed behind him, leading Vlad to acknowledge that he was well aware of his current limitations. Despite this caution, the deathworm suddenly lunged, dashing straight toward him with a speed that defied its size. But he managed to roll across the dirt just as the beast slammed into the ground where he had stood. The worm disappeared beneath the surface once more, causing Vlad to curse as he looked left and right, frantically wondering if it had turned its hunger toward the pilgrims. As he stood his ground and took a defensive stance, the earth began to rumble violently beneath his feet. The shaking intensified, signaling that the creature was about to strike from below, which caused the voice in his head to scream for him to dodge. It seemed too late, however, as the worm erupted directly under Vlad's feet, appearing to consume him entirely in a cloud of dust. From a distance, Rudiger watched in horror and screamed out in denial at what looked like the boy's certain demise. Suddenly, the black horse from earlier burst through the settling dust, dashing forward with surprising grace. To Rudiger's immense shock, he saw that the horse was actually carrying Vlad, moving swiftly away from the danger. Vlad himself was ecstatic, screaming in realization that he was finally riding a horse. The voice in his head instructed him to look at the animal's forehead through the lens of his world, leading Vlad to notice a spiritual horn and realize the creature was actually a spirit. The voice explained that the horse possessed the mixed blood of a unicorn, which resulted in its majestic and ethereal nature. Riding a horse for the first time filled Vlad with a sense of wonder as he marveled at the new perspective of the world from such a height. He screamed in excitement, finding the experience truly amazing. When Rudiger's men finally caught up and asked if he was okay, Vlad confirmed he was doing fine. Rudiger looked at Vlad's vibrating sword with surprise, realizing the boy had cast the marking spell himself. He was deeply moved by Vlad's selfless bravery, thinking to himself that this young vessel had acted out the Swordmaster's code with his entire being. Rudiger praised Vlad for his honorable and brave decision, noting that he had performed his duty better than any knight present. Vlad was surprised by the high praise, but Rudiger quickly moved to the task at hand, stating they needed to kill the death worm to ensure the pilgrim's safety. He asked if Vlad could guide the spirit horse, noting that with Dorothea's marking and such a majestic mount, Vlad was the only one capable of luring the beast. As the worm began to trail them ferociously, Vlad looked the spirit horse in the eye and realized that it was here to protect its herd, much like he wanted to protect his people. This mutual understanding led him to believe they could work together, resulting in his confident confirmation to Rudiger. Rudiger ordered Vlad to draw the worm around a nearby hill and toward him on the other side. Vlad derailed from the group and dashed toward the slope, leading the deathworm to follow him exclusively. One of Rudiger's men marveled at the incredible boost in speed, while Rudiger smiled, knowing the horse was special. Following the voice's instructions, Vlad lowered his sword toward the ground, using his aura to amplify the marking's vibration and keep the monster's attention fixed on him. Rudiger, meanwhile, ordered the rest of his men to move the pilgrims to safety and prepare for an emergency. As Vlad rounded the hill, the deathworm burst through the hillside in a desperate attempt to catch him. Rudiger saw them coming and took a firm stance, channeling his aura into his blade. He tapped his sword and called out to his world, causing a temporary domain expansion that manifested as glowing lava forming around him. Vlad looked on in awe as the spirit explained that only knights who deeply contemplate themselves can achieve such a feat. Vlad realized that Rudiger was a far more exceptional and ferocious knight than he had imagined, possessing a power that could seemingly burn the world to ashes. The deathworm continued its relentless pursuit, tracking the tail of Vlad's mount, but the creature suddenly sensed a shift in the air, and its massive body began to shake. Vlad turned to glare at the beast, noting with a mix of relief and concern that it had abruptly slowed its pace. Within the depths of his mind, the voice observed that the dragon's remnant had finally detected the overwhelming threat of Rudiger's expanding world. Vlad grew uncomfortable, realizing that if his own presence remained too weak, he would lose the monster's attention before the trap could be sprung. In that moment of hesitation, the spirit horse took initiative, surprising Vlad by veering sharply and dashing back toward the deathworm. Vlad screamed at the horse, calling it a brat and demanding to know where it was going as it began to run in tight, frantic circles near the towering predator. Though Vlad was flustered by the proximity to such danger, the horse neighed defiantly, using its own spiritual essence to issue a challenge. The voice in Vlad's head was struck by how the boy's internal world and the snake's blessing were resonating perfectly with the horse, causing a long-forgotten divine secret to rise from the world's ancient memories. This fierce resonance acted as a beacon, forcing the deathworm to resume its chase. In a display of perfect synchronization, the hornless unicorn and the horseless knight moved as one, appearing like a white star streaking across a pitch-black sky. As they moved toward Rudiger's position, the knight continued to intensify his focus. The voice warned Vlad that Rudiger's world was still growing, and he must not lose the beast's focus. But Vlad felt he was reaching his limit, unable to squeeze out another drop of aura. The situation changed when several other knights appeared behind Vlad, screaming for him not to give up. These 5 aura users unleashed their own power, creating a cacophony of energy that ensured the Deathworm's attention remained fixed on their position. The voice approved of this assistance as the knights urged Vlad to keep moving past Rudigar. As Vlad and the men swept past the stationary knight, Rudigar opened his eyes and calmly noted that they had done a good job. Standing alone against the beast, Rudigar declared that it was now his turn, asserting that Bayezid's territory was no place for chaos brought by the likes of a dragon's remnant. His sheer anger fueled a massive expansion of his domain, resulting in a wildfire tornado that erupted from the earth. With a single command to be gone, Rudigar slashed at the Deathworm. The fire from his domain rocked the creature's massive body, extinguishing its life force and stopping its movement instantly. Vlad watched in total astonishment, wondering if this was the true power of a knight who had contemplated the depths of his own world. To Vlad, the sight felt light years away from common sense. He began to wonder if Godin, Jaeger, or even Pablo possessed such world-shaking power, and he questioned if he could ever reach such heights. The voice in his head offered a firm assurance, noting that if Vlad's world became so unshakable that nothing could cause it to waver, he certainly could. As the dust settled and the flames began to die down, Rudigar's sword had completely vanquished the threat. The knight, exhausted, sat heavily upon the ground. Vlad walked over to check on him, asking if he was all right, to which Rudigar welcomed him back and praised his performance. When Vlad expressed concern that the fire might burn down the grasslands, Rudigar noted the grass was moist enough that the fire would eventually die out on its own. However, when the knight tried to stand, his legs gave out, leading him to fall back to the dirt. Rudigar jokingly asked Vlad for help, but Vlad, equally exhausted, fell limp to the ground beside him, mentioning he would rather just fall as well. This caused Rudigar to fall silent before smiling and remarking that Vlad was a much better rider than the rumors suggested. Vlad countered that the problem had never been with him, but with the horses, and they both watched as the spirit horse returned to its herd. Suddenly, one of Rudigar's men slapped Vlad on the back of the head, praising the little kid for being awesome enough to outshine their own vassals. Vlad felt shy and uncomfortable under the sudden praise, but his attention was soon drawn to Father Andrea, who was approaching with the pilgrims. The priest looked at Vlad with recognition, referencing the light energy he saw during the battle, stating that he recognized Vlad's presence from the light energy he felt from their earlier fight with the undead lady. Father Andrea took Vlad's hand and thanked him with honor as Vlad of Suara. In a move that shocked the young vessel, the priest knelt on the ground and offered a humble prayer, asking the Lord to comfort and bless the boy who had protected them. The pilgrims followed suit, kneeling before Vlad. In that moment, as countless hearts turned toward him, Vlad's influence grew stronger, and his world expanded through the eyes of those he had saved. The scene shifted to the bustling mansion, where the Count held a document while speaking to Ragmus, asking him to confirm with absolute certainty that the intelligence was correct. Ragmus replied in the affirmative, mentioning that Dorothea had relayed the message through the crystal ball. The Count expressed his irritation at the unexpected involvement of magic, leading Ragmus to explain that it appeared some of the old cursed beings were beginning to emerge because the Empire had been lax in its oversight. While the Count felt annoyed by the news, Ragmus pointed out that there were some relieving aspects to the situation as well. The Count agreed, noting that the name of a certain youth had been appearing with increasing frequency. He reflected on the events of the past year, the winter monster hunt, the duel of honor at Heinel, and now his involvement with the pilgrims, thinking that without him, the Bayezid family might have faced disgrace. As he considered the honor the boy displayed, he instructed Ragnos to call Joseph. When Ragmus asked if he intended to grant permission for the boy's wish, the Count remarked that those who demonstrate their worth deserve to enjoy the rights they have earned. The narrative moved to a campsite where the pilgrims and the knights were resting for the night. Vlad sat apart from the group, meticulously sharpening his sword while thinking of the long day they had endured. Rudigar soon approached, carrying a bottle of liquor, and asked why Vlad was sitting all alone looking so pitiful. When Rudigar sat down near the fire and inquired after portly Canor, Vlad explained that Dorothea had taken him away to assist with a task. Rudigar then asked about Father Andrea, to which Vlad noted that the priest was busy praying with the pilgrims. Exhaling, Rudigar remarked that everyone seemed occupied and offered Vlad a sip of his liquor. Vlad declined, mentioning he was in the middle of polishing his blade, which caused Rudigar to note that Vlad always seemed to refuse his offers of help or company. Rudigar observed that every time he had reached out to assist him, he had been met with rejection. This caused Vlad to feel unsettled. Vlad then reached out and grabbed the liquor from Rudigar's hand, identifying it as whiskey, and noting that it was the preferred drink of the nobility. Vlad privately mused that the two brothers certainly shared a taste in spirits despite their differing personalities, and he took a gulp before Rudiger advised him to have his sword inspected once they returned. Vlad expressed surprise at the suggestion, noting he had visited the family blacksmith only a few days prior. He explained that the craftsman believed the handle needed to be removed because the way it was joined to the blade was far too reckless. Rudiger took a sip of the whiskey and commented that the sword was as reckless as its owner. Vlad insisted he did not want to lose the weapon, as it held all the memories he possessed. Though Rudiger found the blade's condition dodgy, he urged Vlad to find the person who had originally forged it. When asked for the smith's location, Vlad paused before stating he was in Suara. Rudiger smiled to himself, thinking how fitting the nickname Vlad of Suara was, as the boy had shone brighter than anyone else that day. Rudiger stood up, encouraging Vlad with the belief that he would be able to fix the blade soon if he hoped for it desperately enough. He tapped Vlad on the shoulder, commended him for how well he had lived up until now, and told him to sleep early, as they were leaving for Sturma the next morning. As Rudiger walked away, Vlad looked toward the horizon, feeling a sense of certainty that he would eventually repair his sword, because he had a place to return to. In the distance, the spirit horse watched Vlad from the cliff, sensing the deep energy within him and acknowledging their newfound bond. Elsewhere, Miss Oksana sat beside a maid, knitting carefully while asking if the work resembled the Hainau family crest. After the maid confirmed it was identical to the drawing in the book, Miss Oksana decided to proceed to the next emblem. She picked up the cloth, and as the maid opened the book to the next design, she remarked that she did not need to see the reference, as the image was already vividly engraved in her mind. Miss Oksana mentioned that it was her first time creating the crest, noting that she had only ever seen her mother craft such things in their youth. The maid suggested this made her work even more precious, a sentiment Miss Oksana agreed with, describing it as a tradition largely forgotten by modern society. She added that the knights of the present day, having been raised too softly, were not worthy of lifting the flag that belonged solely to their lineage. The following day, Rudiger led the knights back toward Sturna. One of the knights marveled at the scene, noting that he had never before witnessed such a harmonious sight as a herd of horses running alongside a carriage team. The black horse, having led its companions through the journey, moved in perfect sync with the group. Rudiger agreed that it was a rare encounter, one that would likely never happen again, and he turned to glance at Vlad, sensing that they had shared a brief but deeply special connection. Vlad looked out from his carriage, realizing it was time to part ways with the first horse he had ever ridden, as both he and the creature had their own respective duties to fulfill. When they reached the edge of the cliff, the horse halted and neighed loudly, as if bidding a final farewell to Vlad. Vlad smiled, silently acknowledging that their time together had reached its end. When Father Andrea suggested that Vlad should not feel too sad about the parting, Vlad claimed he was merely saying goodbye for the sake of it. The priest laughed, mentioning that it was difficult for humans to be entirely truthful, as life was defined by the happiness of hellos and the tears of goodbyes. He remarked that it had been a truly amazing encounter and expressed wonder at when they might meet again, noting that the depth of a connection is not determined by the time spent together. Vlad agreed, feeling a certainty that he would meet the horse again in the future. The scene shifted to the Bayzid Manor, where the Count sat in a state of growing annoyance. He had just received urgent news regarding the fall of Count Renorma and asked Ragmus to confirm the details. Ragmus confirmed the news, causing the Count to reflect on how strange the West's activities had been and to express disbelief that Count Gaidar's house could possess such strength. Ragmus explained that the Western houses had formed an alliance with Gaidar at the center, leading to Ravnorma's defeat through sheer force of numbers. When the Count questioned why the royal family had remained idle, Ragmus noted that the central matters remained shrouded in mystery. Rising to his feet, the Count moved toward the wide window and peered out into the heavy rainfall, musing that the North possessed a unique and powerful spirit, built upon a wall of unshakable will that kept it free from central influence. This had led the region to be largely ignorant of the struggles in other territories, but the Count felt it was unthinkable that a guardian of the ancient pacts could fall so easily. He realized that the traditions of the past were becoming meaningless to the new holders of power, and he remarked to Ragmus that these were turbulent times. Ragmus agreed, stating that even if the empire had become lax, a line must be drawn. The Count suspected that the collapse of Ravnorma's family might signal the dawn of a new age, but his attention was caught by the arrival of the pilgrims and knights downstairs. He realized that they were not merely pilgrims but refugees from Ravnorma, led by Father Andre. Downstairs, Vlad stood before the door feeling deeply uncomfortable. He was conflicted, thinking that while rescuing the pilgrims had been the right thing to do, his involvement with Rudiger might displease Joseph Bayezid. He knocked on the door, fearing that Jaeger would react with anger or physical discipline for his recklessness. When he finally announced his presence and entered, he found Joseph seated with Jaeger standing nearby. Joseph noted that they had returned a day early, and when Vlad confirmed this, Joseph inquired about his health. Vlad assured him he was fine, though he sensed a tension in the room that suggested Joseph was more upset than he let on. Joseph then began to ask about the back alleys of Suwara, specifically inquiring whether conflicts in that region truly ended when all the members of a particular group died or surrendered. When Vlad confirmed this was true, Joseph asked about his inability to send letters to his lover in the convent. Vlad felt a bead of sweat drop as he corrected him, calling her a friend. Joseph dismissed the distinction, acknowledging that he had been aware of the situation all along, and criticized the lack of communication for being rooted in fear for the safety of those back home. Joseph then mentioned that the man known as One-Eyed Jack had truly been valuable in his own way, leading Vlad to think that the man had likely used his wealth to form connections with powerful figures in Suwara to maintain his reliance. Joseph stood up, announcing that because Vlad had struggled so much for his sake, he would repay him as promised. He walked to a corner of the room and retrieved the flag Miss Oksana had been knitting earlier. Joseph explained that the flag represented a knight's honor, an object he could never possess himself, and he had resolved to create a knight who could carry it in his stead. He looked at Vlad, declaring that the boy was worthy of carrying such a symbol. The Bayezid family would guarantee his status, and, as he promised, they would provide their full support. He handed the flag to Vlad, telling him to raise his head with pride, slash through the worthless people binding him, find his freedom, and return when he was done. The words stunned Vlad, who felt as though he were living through a dream. Joseph smiled while Jaeger nodded in approval. Vlad struggled to compose himself as he thought of his roots. The unadorned sword from the girl and the old man, the identity token verified by the priest, the handkerchief from the noble lady, and now the family flag. In that moment, Vlad knelt to the ground, accepting the offer. His eyes filled with tears as he responded to Joseph that he would follow the command. Count Bayezid sat upon his throne, observing the pilgrim who knelt before him. Their leader, Father Andre, addressed the Count directly, identifying the coffin they had carried as proof of the sacred pact. Father Andre explained that the container held a fragment of the prime dragon of perfection, a remnant famously taken down by the founding king. After a moment of contemplation, Count Bayezid declared his intention to provide his knights to assist in moving the proof of the pact as safely as possible. He invited the pilgrims to stay as his guests until the necessary preparations were finalized, leading Father Andre to offer his thanks before the group departed with the coffin. Once they had left, the Count paused, and Ragmus remarked that the pilgrims really had no other choice. Count Bayezid acknowledged this as he descended from his throne, reflecting that from a broader perspective, the only guardian house of the pact equal to their own was the ruler of the north, the Iron Duke Timur Baranov. Though the Count recognized there was nothing more he could do, the weight of the situation remained on his shoulders. He walked toward a wide window and peered out into the heavy rainfall, eventually commenting to Ragmus that it had been a long time since he last saw that particular flag. Ragmus moved closer to the glass and agreed, noting that it had indeed been quite a while. They watched as a flag was hoisted onto a carriage, which was currently being escorted out of the Bayezid manor. Count Bayezid mused that Vlad could have rested before departing, while Ragmus suggested that the man likely could not control his eagerness. Contemplating the sight, the Count thought that he would have felt the same way. Acknowledging the young man as a knight who had become his own master, he wished Vlad well, silently urging him to travel to his hometown and perform his rightful duty. Vlad rode off towards Suwara, which appeared as wretched and hungry as ever. As he passed his former bar, he heard a crowd of men shouting and demanding to know when someone would appear, arguing over who held the right to decide the evening's entertainment based on their wealth. Inside, Marcella checked her reflection in a mirror, unmoved by the chaos. An ugly woman behind her urged her to hurry and serve the crowd, reminding her that she needed to generate as much profit as possible to settle her debts. When Marcella remained silent, the woman grabbed her chin, mocking her confidence and suggesting she would remain trapped here, even as her body rotted. Marcella merely smiled and wished the woman a long life, an act that deeply unsettled the old hag, who viewed the girl's composure as a persistent, vile defiance. Upon stepping outside, Marcella was met by a crowd of hungry, cheering men. The old woman began the auction, goading the men to show their gold coins for the privilege of the Black Rose of Sawara. One man offered a single coin, which was quickly topped by an offer of 2. As the men debated pooling their resources, Marcella remained detached, viewing this path of destruction as one she had ultimately chosen for herself. The old woman watched her with a twisted admiration, pleased by the gold Marcella could generate, even while intending to squeeze every last drop of profit from her. Suddenly, someone dared to shout a bid of 4 gold coins, surprising the crowd and making the others feel that they could no longer compete. Before the auction could progress further, a voice pierced the room, offering 100 gold coins. The figure stood in the shadows, and the sound of his approach made Marcella's skin crawl as she felt an odd, destructive resonance that reminded her of a dark nest from her past. The man walked into the light, his steps creaking the floorboards, and the old hag breathlessly asked if he truly intended to pay such an amount. As the crowd parted, the man moved directly toward Marcella, his presence radiating an aura that silenced the room. He appeared to be dressed in luxury, and the old woman handed him a menu, assuming that even if the 100 gold was a bluff, he was clearly wealthy enough to afford plenty. The man declined the menu, mentioning that he had missed the taste of grilled sausage, black pudding, hash browns, and white wheat bread. These words perked Marcella's ears, and as he removed the cloth from his face, he ordered George's usual. Marcella gasped in shock, tears welling in her eyes as she realized the source of the gold was not the filth of her usual customers, but the vibrant, glittering light of the boy who had once bathed in that color. Vlad stood before her, revealing his face and announcing that he had returned. The sight of him left Marcella stunned as her tears began to fall. Marcella's heart was heavy as she struggled to comprehend the sight before her, tears filling her eyes while Vlad looked at her with a calm smile. She soon regained her composure and began to whisper, urging Vlad to leave immediately because the subordinates of One-Armed Jack were currently running the establishment. The old woman who managed the bar observed them with growing suspicion, noting the serious atmosphere and deciding that she needed to intervene before anything unexpected occurred. Just then, the men in the room began to notice the tension, rising from their seats and walking toward Vlad with suspicious intent. Marcella began to shake as she realized the men were gathering behind Vlad, but he remained focused, mentioning that he had to settle an exchange before he made any payment. When the old woman asked what he meant by an exchange, Vlad remarked that he needed to retrieve something from One-Armed Jack. The atmosphere in the room turned ominously heavy at these words. One of them pulled his sword and ridiculed Vlad, questioning how he dared to speak the boss's name so lightly, but Vlad responded with terrifying speed. He dashed forward and used a short dagger to slash through the man's throat, causing blood to gush out instantly as the assailant collapsed to the ground. This swift display of lethal force shocked everyone in the space, including Marcella, who stared at the fallen body in disbelief, while the old woman began to scream in terror. Vlad commanded her to be quiet and wait where she was, telling her that merely taking from the men would not be enough, as he intended to take something from her as well. The woman froze, gripped by shock and fear, while the remaining men drew their swords and screamed, demanding to know what kind of wicked stunt Vlad had pulled and who had sent him. Vlad stood firm, holding his dagger with clear intent. He claimed to be George's dagger. This triggered a realization in the crowd, as one man remembered the blonde hair and blue eyes, identifying the boy as Vlad. As Vlad assumed a battle stance, some of the men laughed, questioning how the boy had survived since they believed he had perished long ago, and encouraged each other to take his head to the boss for a reward. Vlad told them to stop their chatter and approach him as they had done on that day, intending to kill him. His ominous tone caused the men to pause, wondering if the boy before them was truly the same child from the past, as he now radiated the intensity of a bloodthirsty wolf. Vlad refused to wait for them, dashing forward to strike the first man, noting that if they would not come to him, he would simply go to them. As the men attempted to swarm him, Vlad moved with fluid, jarring precision, striking one in the stomach and twirling to cut down a third, thinking to himself that he would not let a single one of them escape alive. The violence escalated as Vlad used his dagger to stab multiple men in the neck and belly, a flurry of movement that the onlookers could barely register. His resolve hardened as he thought of the price they must pay for the tears of everyone he held dear, particularly the suffering they had caused Marcella. Meanwhile, in the pub where George used to own, One-Armed Jack sat drenched in liquor, dropping his empty bottle to the table. He exhaled and looked upward, remembering George and thinking that the back alleys of Sawara had become his own domain since his rival's absence. Yet, he felt unsatisfied, driven by a desire to climb higher by standing atop the corpses of his enemies, even though he realized that life in the back alleys ultimately remained in the hands of the higher-ups. He reflected on his past belief that one could only gain something through sacrifice, leading One-Armed Jack to realize that a few words from someone in power could decide his own fate at any moment. His contemplation was interrupted when a man dashed into the room, screaming that they were in serious trouble. When One-Armed Jack asked for an explanation, the man reported that they were surrounded on all sides by soldiers from the Sawara garrison. One-Armed Jack was confused, wondering why the garrison would target them after they had already paid their monthly bribe in advance. As the men around him began to murmur in panic, questioning if the soldiers were merely patrolling or planning an attack, One-Armed Jack suddenly smiled and began to laugh. He felt that the destruction appearing before his eyes was preferable to the anxiety of an unknown end, and in that moment, he realized that Vlad was responsible for the chaos, knowing that after slaughtering the men at the bar, the boy was coming for him next. Outside the pub, a collection of guards, soldiers, and knights gathered as the garrison's arrangement was finalized. Vorden stood among them, inquiring if the other alley was also completely blockaded, to which the mayor responded in the affirmative. Verdun expressed his frustration, noting that the situation had grown significant enough for the Count to discover it. The mayor offered no excuse, prompting Verdun to mention that One-Armed Jack was a man of talent, though he silenced himself after catching the man's inquisitive look. The mayor wondered how a mere knight could be so well informed about the back alleys of Sawara, but he quickly dismissed it, expressing his relief that the cancerous group would finally be eliminated. Internally, Vorden glared at the man, disgusted by the realization that a black alley boss could control such a vast system while the man himself condoned it under the title of mayor, clearly benefiting from bribes. Vorden exhaled, and the mayor asked if the knights of House Bayezid were present. When Verdun indicated that Vlad was the one, the man turned to see him walking toward them, and questioned if a single person would be enough, suggesting that he had gathered all the knights deployed in Sawara for this purpose. Vorden insisted that the task could not be left to them, because Joseph had invested his entire heart and soul into setting up this official, public fight for Vlad. Vorden whispered to Vlad, questioning his certainty and suggesting he take soldiers inside, since he would be facing over 50 men. But Vlad assured him that even if he were injured, he would ensure no harm came to Vorden. Recognizing that there was no dissuading him, Vorden handed over the flag that Joseph had asked to be presented publicly. Vlad grabbed the banner, raised it, and struck it into the ground, revealing the two crests embedded upon it. The knights behind Vlad murmured in surprise, questioning who the youth was and how he had received such a flag at such a young age. Vlad remained silent, internally affirming that the land of Sawara was now his domain, operating under the honorable names of Heinel and Bayezid, and he prepared to exercise his authority over those within. Vorden rolled out a scroll and commanded the back alley scoundrels and One-Armed Jack to listen, declaring that they had disobeyed the laws of the Bayezid family and exploited the people. He proclaimed that Peter Bayezid, the rightful owner of Sawara, could no longer tolerate their wickedness, and had sent a proxy authorized by both his house and the Church of Fate to demand they open their doors. As the knights slammed their spears to the ground in a show of force, calling out the name Bayezid, the tension inside the building surged. Vorden encouraged Vlad to proceed without hesitation, and after thanking him, Vlad unsheathed his sword. The voice in his head warned him to prepare and expand his vision, as he would be targeted from all directions, reminding him that the basic tenet of battle was to take the initiative. Vlad centered himself, drawing aura from within his own world, while his mind was momentarily haunted by the possibility that if he had not called Godin in the past, or if One-Armed Jack had never threatened George, the current cycle of violence might have been avoided. He ultimately concluded that the only solution was to kill One-Armed Jack. Vlad swung his sword, shattering the entrance and flooding the space with bright light, which caused the men inside to stumble and fall amidst the splintering wood. As Vlad walked through the smoke into the pub, he reflected that this world was consuming his own, and he was determined to end the corrupted connection. He announced his presence, identifying himself as Vlad of Sawara, the rightful proxy of Bayezid, and a rightful avenger here to conclude their quarrel. He stood amidst the vast number of men and screamed for One-Armed Jack, announcing his return. One-Armed Jack, sitting under a shaft of light, recognized the voice and rose instantly. laughing to himself at Vlad's arrival, who had come to claim his head. When Vlad made his presence known, one of the men inside screamed for the others to get him, leading them to dash toward Vlad in a sudden rush. Vlad mirrored their movement, dashing forward as the battle commenced. As he swung his sword, the sheer strength of his blade caused at least 5 men to tumble and fall to the ground. The sight shocked the remaining opponents, who wondered if the unwavering gaze in Vlad's eyes was real. He took the opportunity to dash forward again, slicing through 6 more men in less than a second. When an assailant rushed from behind, screaming for Vlad to die, Vlad halted his step and swiftly used his blade to cleanly slice the man's head off. As the head tumbled through the air and struck the ground, the onlookers began to question if this was truly the same Vlad they once knew. One man screamed for the others not to stand back but to surround him, attempting to bolster their failing morale. The men strengthened their resolve and began to circle him, screaming for everyone to pounce on him at once. The men felt distraught, however, as they internally acknowledged that Vlad's extreme skill with the sword meant that stepping forward recklessly would only result in their deaths. As they hesitated, Vlad exhaled and remarked that there was no need for them to think so hard, because he intended to cut them all into pieces anyway. He began to channel his aura, utilizing a technique similar to the one Godin had used earlier. After mapping out the precise trajectories for his strikes upon the bodies surrounding him, he took a deep breath and swung his blade in an aura-infused slash. The strike decapitated the men instantly, resulting in blood splatters rising everywhere as their dismembered body parts were discarded across the room, laying waste to more than 10 men in a single instant. The survivors began to panic, wondering how they could possibly stop someone of his caliber. One man screamed for them to throw fishnets at him, and as the nets descended from above, Vlad dashed forward and the men began to converge on Vlad. They scrambled to block him from the front, while screaming for others to pull him out from behind a pillar. Others shouted to block the stairs, convinced that if they could prevent him from reaching the upper floors, he would be contained. As the men on the higher levels readied themselves to rain down blades upon him, Vlad felt frustrated, thinking that passing through them head-on would be unnecessarily reckless. Some men screamed from behind, taunting him to stop hiding because he started out so confident, so he should come out. Vlad contemplated his next move, noting that he could not rely solely on his aura. He noticed a rope beside him, which reminded him of the complaints he had often heard regarding the heaviness of the curtains, making the area difficult to traverse. This observation provided him with an idea. He used his sword to slice the rope, which caused the lever to elevate, and he grabbed the rope to pull himself upward, flying through the space as he ascended the building. The men below screamed in shock as Vlad utilized the momentum to propel himself toward the upper level. He released the rope and landed in front of the men who had been throwing the nets. One man cursed in disbelief as Vlad glared at them and asked if this was all they had to offer. Vlad dashed forward and dodged the first strike before using his blade to decapitate the man in front of him. His sword was sharp beyond limits, and Vlad's movements were sharper still, leading him to continue slicing through the ranks of his opponents. Observing their errors, Vlad noted that their directions of attack were incredibly stupid, mentally comparing their lack of skill to Jager's wooden sword, which he considered far more dangerous. As they repeated their mistakes, Vlad continued to cut them down with almost comedic ease. He paused to dodge an arrow that pierced a wooden door beside him, revealing that archers were positioned across the space. One archer, annoyed that his shot had failed, screamed for his companions to keep shooting to prevent Vlad from reaching the stairs. As the arrows flew, Vlad ran through the space to avoid them and decided to jump directly toward the archers. He grabbed onto the roofing to swing himself forward and propelled his body toward them. With a vicious gaze, he swung his sword, cleanly slicing the hands and heads off the archers, who fell to the ground. Vlad exhaled, remarking on what a hassle they were, and noting that he would have come to them eventually. He spotted a kettle, drank the water inside, and threw it to the ground, asking if they wanted to come to him or if he should pay them another visit. He glared at them with a smile, asserting that he had to keep going to collect the rent for them, letting his house stay in this state for so many years. This caused the men to tremble with fear as they realized their fatal misjudgment in assuming this remained their territory. Vlad walked toward them with his bloodied sword, fully intending to take control. The nest had been laid, and as far as he was concerned, no one was going to survive his return to reclaim his domain. At the harbor that evening, Haven sat in his office, reflecting on the recent actions of one-armed Jack. He felt a deep sense of unease, noting that Jack had become an unrecognizable figure since the death of George. Haven worried that the once calculated exploitation of debtors had devolved into reckless self-destruction, threatening the entire local economy. As he struggled with the dilemma of reporting the loss of contraband, a man burst into his office with urgent news. The man revealed that the area was under blockade by outsiders from Sterna, who had arrived to apprehend One-Armed Jack, leading to a total encirclement by the local garrison. Upon hearing this, Haven acknowledged that Jack had finally crossed a line. When the man asked if Haven was acquainted with the blonde individual reported to be among those from Sterna, he confirmed it was a man who went by the name Vlad. Haven realized the rumors he had heard about the young vassal of Bayezid were true. Haunted by tales of honor duels and the impressive feats attributed to this youth, Haven grabbed his staff and left his office, driven by a need to witness the unfolding events for himself. Back at the inn, Vlad moved through the space with lethal efficiency. The internal voice guiding him observed that his movements were those of a natural-born fighter, displaying a level of talent and will that left others speechless. Vlad dispatched his opponents with clinical precision, pinning a man to the ground and speaking to him with cold indifference before ending his struggle. After surveying the carnage of the room, he concluded that it was finally time to settle his account. He ascended the staircase, and upon entering the room, he announced his presence to One-Armed Jack. One-Armed Jack greeted him with a hollow sense of welcome, extending a glass of liquor while noting the blood-stained state of Vlad's clothes and sword. He remarked that he had dismissed the rumors of Vlad's return, but now realized the truth. Jack chuckled, lamenting that he should have dealt with the boy much sooner. As Jack rose from his chair and drew his sword, he prepared to confront the messy remnants of their past connection. Vlad realized that the consuming need for revenge he once carried had vanished, replaced by a calm certainty that he had finally outgrown the limitations of this world. Their blades collided, and Vlad sensed a shift in the energy between them. Choosing to treat Jack with the brutal respect of a final duel, he launched a relentless series of attacks. The force of their clash echoed through the room, and as Vlad's strikes pressed harder, Jack was driven to his knees. Vlad recognized that the final resolution of their long-standing conflict was rapidly drawing to a close. Vlad's relentless attack began to overwhelm One-Armed Jack, causing the older man to grit his teeth in visible annoyance. Mustering his remaining strength to swing his blade, Jack managed to push Vlad back, instantly rising to his feet to slam his sword toward the youth while screaming about how shocking the transformation was. As they fought, One-Armed Jack marveled at how the rising star who once wielded a mere wooden sword had changed beyond recognition, laughing as he remarked that Vlad had to be at least this skilled to dare return. The struggle caused One-Armed Jack to remember his own youth, a time when he dreamed of grasping the shiny stars of the world at all costs. He recalled needing more strength and more blood to reach those heights, eventually cutting down everyone in his path because no boundary existed between good and evil in the back alleys. This ruthless ambition had allowed him to reach the peak of the slums, yet he now felt he had never truly touched the place he once revered. As he looked upward, he realized the stars he sought were now covered in blood and greed, resulting in a sudden realization when the light radiating from Vlad became too bright to bear. He recognized that Vlad was the one who had actually reached the stars he could only admire from afar, leading him to wonder if the true goal was simply to grab what shines. In that moment of distraction, Jack lost sight of the duel, which allowed Vlad to use his sword to slice away Jack's remaining organic hand, effectively rendering the man armless. This turned the once-feared boss into a tragic figure, and as his limb fell to the ground, he screamed in agony. Vlad paused to glare at his opponent, causing Jack to break into a frantic, mocking laugh, screaming that he hoped George could see this. This mention of his old master made Vlad incredibly annoyed, leading him to swing his blade with a command for Jack to shut his mouth. Jack desperately used his prosthetic arm to try and block the onslaught, but Vlad was driven by the thought that this man deserved no forgiveness. He remembered how Jack had played a part in George's death while hindering the progress of Suara, specifically fueled by the rage that this was the man who had sold Marcella off. These thoughts caused Vlad to strike repeatedly at Jack, who could barely fend off the attacks with his mechanical limb. Vlad determined that Jack deserved a miserable death, but Jack continued to poke at Vlad. He told Vlad to open all the rum in the back alleys and have a party, predicting that the boy would climb even higher than he ever did. Vlad told him once more to shut up as their blades clashed in a final collision that forced them both back. As the scene settled, the shadows told the story. Vlad stood firm, having struck Jack squarely in the chest. One-Armed Jack smiled at the end, thinking that being crushed by a young, rising world like Vlad's was a far better fate than being destroyed by a cold, massive world as George. Vlad asked if he had any last words, leading Jack to reach out with his prosthetic arm and place it on Vlad's head. He told the boy he had done a great job and should rest before leaving, an act that only annoyed Vlad further as he pulled his sword from the man's chest. Jack struggled to maintain his stance as Vlad stepped back, his body leaking a fatal amount of blood. He reflected that while he had lived an evil life, it had been a fierce one, even if he was now being cursed and overpowered by Vlad's shining world. With a final scream to his men that he had a great time, he called out George's name and fell backwards. His body tumbled over the edge of the upper floor, falling towards the lifeless bodies scattered below. As Vlad watched the lifeless form descend, he thought to himself that while revenge was supposed to be sweet, there was a lingering bitterness in his mouth. He turned back toward the table, spotting the cup of dry gin Jack had poured, and drank its contents. He exhaled, thinking of Jack's prediction that he would climb higher, and remained silent for a long moment. Placing his hand on the table, he whispered a final word to his dead boss, telling him to take his legacy back. As a knight should only receive what he is paid for, Vlad walked out of the room, leaving a single gold coin on the table beside the glass. He left the scene of the massacre behind, noting how the place where people passed like stagnant water had been disrupted by the ripple of Jack's passing. Finally, having taken his revenge, Vlad decided it was time to find his own way forward. Vorden and the other knights stood outside the tavern, waiting patiently for Vlad to emerge. Vorden noted the ominous silence hanging over the area, leading him to wonder what could possibly be occurring within the building. Suddenly, Vlad's figure appeared in view. Vlad's sword dripped with fresh blood, creating such an ominous frame that Vorden struggled to mutter any words while glaring at him. This sight terrified the knights standing behind Vorden, causing them to stare at the blood and question if Vlad had truly taken down over 50 people on his own. They found the feat hard to believe even while witnessing the aftermath, yet they found themselves unable to even step close to him. Vorden realized that the feeling among the men was far beyond mere respect. It was more like a deep-seated fear, as Vlad's shadow seemed to cast a weight that made them shrivel in his presence. Vlad glared at the group, appearing heavily weakened by the crazy ordeal he had just endured. Without a word, Vlad turned and began walking away, leading them to watch him silently as he departed. Suddenly, a voice called out to Vlad from behind, causing him to turn his head. A man rose his hand and screamed for Vlad to look over, identifying himself as Harvin. When Vlad recognized his old friend, he saw that the knights were blocking Harvin from approaching. Vlad expressed his shock, which prompted Vorden to order the men to make way once he realized the two were acquaintances. Harvin used his stick to limp toward Vlad, and the two stood looking at each other in a stunned silence. Harvin asked if Vlad was okay, but Vlad could barely utter a word at first. He simply smiled and acknowledged Harvin's presence before suddenly dropping his sword to the ground and falling forward. Harvin caught him in that instant, and being in the arms of a trusted friend, caused Vlad to finally express his pain, mentioning that he hurt everywhere. Harvin was confused by the extent of the damage, but Vlad just smiled, telling Harvin that it finally felt like he was back. The next day, Vlad stood looking through his window at Suara, thinking to himself that he just could not get used to the view, because it wasn't the familiar sight of the back alleys. This feeling of strangeness was interrupted when Gotti walked into the room, addressed him as captain, and suggested he should have slept a bit more. Vlad remarked that it was harder to lie down because his whole body ached, leading him to ask what Gotti was carrying. Gotti smiled and explained it was water for washing up, which surprised Vlad and caused him to question Gotti's sudden formal behavior. Gotti looked uncomfortable and mentioned that he had always been this way, though he secretly worried that as Vlad's old acquaintances in Suara began to appear, it might be hard to keep his place close to the youth. He feared that after following Vlad around, he would simply end up as a stable keeper in Bayezid. Vlad glared at him and realized what was going on in Gotti's mind, resulting in him telling Gotti not to be anxious. He promised to take care of him as long as he did his job well, which caused Gotti to ask in surprise if he truly meant it. Vlad teased him by asking if he didn't trust him, leading Gotti to quickly insist that he did. Vlad exhaled and looked away, prompting Gotti to mention that Vorden wanted to see him now that he was awake. Vlad thought that was perfect, as he had something to discuss with him as well. The scene then shifted to a different space, where a table was plated with a vast amount of food. Vlad stood in front of the feast and remarked that eating all of it would surely kill a person, but Vorden countered that he felt like he would die if he didn't eat it all. Vordan munched on the food while pointing toward a pile of documents, complaining that he needed to go through them all but could see no end to the task. He mentioned that one-armed Jack's shadows enclosed even the deepest parts of the back alleys, to which Vlad agreed, noting that Jack was born and raised there and had dominated everything. Vordan licked his fingers and observed that it would take quite some time to completely pull out all the roots of Jack's influence. He then asked Vlad what he planned to do now, noting that while he had to handle the aftermath, Vlad's work was essentially done. Vlad admitted he didn't know his next steps, so Vordan explained that until Joseph arrived officially, Vlad was on standby and could help with the work. When Vlad questioned what he could do, since he knew nothing of documents, Vordan handed him a paper labeled Captain of the Guard, Representative Authority. He explained that this was basically a warrant, giving him the right to arrest people and use a certain degree of force. Vordan noted that Joseph wanted to use this opportunity to clean up the back alleys by pulling the weeds and replacing them with decent substitutes, making Vlad the right person for the job since he knew the area best. Vlad expressed his gratitude, and Vordan praised the boy as well. Vordan then suggested that Vlad take a break to catch up with old friends, and even hinted at bringing his girlfriend along. Vlad felt uncomfortable and insisted she was just a friend, but Vordan continued eating, and mentioned he had already applied for a visit to the convent. He noted that although he expected immediate permission, they were asked to wait a few days, and he promised to update Vlad as soon as he heard news. Vlad thanked him, thinking to himself that Vordan was more thorough than expected, since he hadn't even had to ask for the favor. Vlad finally asked if the remaining henchmen of one-armed Jack were currently in prison. Vordan confirmed they had arrested all of them and scattered them across various locations. Vlad asked if he could visit the prison, leading a curious Vordan to ask why. Vlad explained that there was someone he needed to find, and if they weren't in the cells, he would search the entire back alleys to locate them. The scene then focused on the sights of the pitiful prison, as Vlad prepared to hunt for the specific figure he sought. Vlad arrived at the prison and spoke to the guards, who mentioned that one-armed Jack's henchmen were being held in the innermost cells. As he walked inside, the prisoners whispered among themselves, recognizing him instantly and referring to him as George's dagger. Some speculated that he must be the proxy from the Bayezid family, wondering if he had come to track down everyone involved in the attack on Rosie's smiles. This caused them to fear his presence. They shriveled in silence as Vlad passed by, scanning the cells for the person he had come to find. Finally, he spotted a man huddled in the corner of a room, and remarked that the man was already dark enough without squatting in the shadows, making it difficult to recognize him. The person looked up, stunned and fearful, until Vlad smiled and jokingly offered to pay 40 silvers to get him out, adding that he accepted credit as well. This man was Otar, the person who had helped Vlad escape when he was much younger. Recognizing the boy from that day, Otar was overwhelmed as he realized who stood before him. The scene shifted to the nuns' monastery, where 3 nuns peered through a window and screamed with excitement at the sight of Vlad arriving at the entrance. They remarked on his handsome appearance, noting his blonde hair and blue eyes, and debated if he had truly become a knight and the official vassal of Bayezid. They assumed the headmistress was personally escorting him because of his noble backing, suggesting that the local degenerates following behind him were likely trying to buy their way close to the Bayezid family's influence. While the nuns chattered, Zemina sat in the kitchen, bent over and scrubbing the monastery's plates. Suddenly, an elder nun entered the kitchen and scolded the others for dawdling when an important guest had arrived, prompting them to rush toward the chapel for the service. Before leaving, they taunted Zemina for her slow pace, ordering her to finish the dishes and join them later. Inside the chapel, the head sister introduced the special guest, explaining to the assembled nuns that he had come from the Bayezid family and was personally vouched for by Father Andrea. The sisters murmured amongst themselves, blushing and admiring his status, but Vlad remained focused on his surroundings. He scanned the room, becoming increasingly annoyed that Zemina was not among the gathered crowd. When the sisters began to pray, Vlad remained silent and stood apart, his irritation growing. And so he bent his knees in prayer, centering himself as he began to pray. Suddenly, the chapel door opened, and Zemina ran in, looking exhausted and worn out from her chores. Her clothes were tattered and stained, which caused Vlad to stare at her with visible displeasure. The head nun noticed his movement and asked if something was wrong, to which Vlad replied by asking if they even bothered to feed her properly. His bluntness shocked the nuns, but Vlad ignored them, walking past the congregation with a heavy scowl toward Zemina. Zemina looked at him, initially struggling to recognize the boy she once knew in the man towering before her. Vlad called out to her, and when she responded in confusion, he stopped in front of her. Noticing that her body was soaked in water and her hands were bruised from relentless labor, Vlad became visibly angry. He bent over and began to clean her clothes with his own robe, asking if they were incapable of even washing her garments. Zemina looked at Vlad, her body shaking as she reached out to touch his hair, stunned by the gentleness of his touch despite his visible fury. When he demanded an answer, he noticed water dripping from her face, realizing she was tearing up. Seeing her cry, Vlad stood up, declared that the procedures did not matter, and told her they were going home. He grabbed her hand, and in that moment, the girl who had never known a home, the orphan of the back alleys, found her shelter. Vlad embraced her as she wept, and for these two survivors, it was as if a family had been reunited at last. Zemina sat in a carriage, clutching her belongings tightly against her chest with a fragile and timid air. Seeing her constant movements, Vlad asked why she was acting that way, prompting her to question what he meant. Vlad pointed out that she kept glancing at him, leading her to look at his noble-like figure with a sense of wonder and shyness. She thought to herself that Vlad had changed so much in their time apart. Vlad looked out the window and asked if she seriously felt awkward when they had only been separated for 6 months. Zemina remained silent, feeling increasingly uncomfortable by how much he now resembled a member of the nobility. To break her out of her daze, Vlad suddenly placed a piece of caramel in her mouth, telling her that she had been out of it for a while and needed to snap out of it. Zemina asked what it was as she chewed, resulting in Vlad explaining it was an expensive sweet he had received from a knight he knew. She asked how he could afford something so costly, even wondering if he had stolen it. Vlad simply told her to think whatever she wanted as he relaxed. Despite the treat, Zemina's body began to shake as Vlad looked at her, leading him to ask why she was crying again. She tried to wipe her face, turning away so he wouldn't see her tears, and told him that he had simply come too late. Vlad felt a bit surprised and uncomfortable, so he turned to look out at the nice weather. He reflected that while everyone in the world is worthy of holding a star in their heart, releasing that star into the sky is a different matter entirely. As the night sky settled over the land, the old blacksmith sat in his smithy, looking into the ashes of his forge. He thought to himself that he was withering away uselessly without accomplishing anything, leading him to decide to call it a day since even drifters didn't stop by anymore. He walked outside and looked at the spot where a certain sword used to hang, wondering if Vlad was doing well. He remembered the boy as being both admirable and pitiful, and he hoped the youth hadn't frozen to death. Just then, Vlad arrived and asked if he was already closing. The blacksmith confirmed he was and even suggested for Vlad to come back later. Though Vlad hesitated, he insisted that he needed the smithy's services today because he would be busy tomorrow. The old man sighed, wondering what a back-alley youth could possibly be busy with. Vlad presented his sword, explaining that it needed repairing and that other blacksmiths had claimed they couldn't fix it. He told the blacksmith that he was the only one capable of the task. Upon saying this, the blacksmith finally turned to see Vlad and was stunned at his arrival but quickly recovered, shouting that he could certainly do it. He invited Vlad inside to have a seat and took the sword, noting that it was in great condition despite numerous scratches. He asked where the various scars had come from, resulting in a conversation about Vlad's recent life. Vlad mentioned hunting goblins the previous winter and a duel of honor in Deermar. As Vlad recounted his experiences with monster hunts and deathworms, the blacksmith felt a deep sense of pride. He thought to himself that while he had been wasting away, Vlad had been diligently fulfilling his duties. The old man laughed, stating he was more excited than when he had created his life's greatest work, and he immediately started the fire. As he hammered away, the passion that had been losing its light within him began to shine once more. Later, Harvin spoke with Vlad about a loan certificate for rosy smiles that one-armed Jack had possessed. Vlad confirmed he had it, explaining it was obtained through a fair exchange. Harvin asked if Vlad intended to run the place now, but Vlad clarified that he had given it back to Marcella right away so she could sort it out. Harvin agreed that it made sense given the blood-soaked history of the building. He then asked if Vlad was returning to Sterna, to which Vlad replied that he was on standby and would be around for a while. Harvin laughed, noting how great it was to see Vlad following the orders of a noble family. Vlad mentioned he had also been asked to look into Jack's hidden assets, leading Harvin to offer his help since that money bug had been digging holes all over the place. Vlad mentioned that Marcella was also looking for the other girls from the tavern, but Harvin noted they had likely all been sold off. Vlad suspected they were still nearby, and Harvin began to wonder if there was a connection between the gold coins and the missing girls. Vlad noted it was a hassle, causing him to remember Anna, who had been dragged away by the drunk man during the incident involving his candles. Harvin found it strange that there were no traces left of them, noting that while Jack did many things, this felt different. He promised to look into it even though his organization had shrunk. Just then, Otar arrived and informed Vlad that he had found a suspicious place. Vlad told Otar they should go check it out, waving goodbye to Harvin. Harvin watched him go, thinking it was admirable how Vlad couldn't even get a break after just returning. They arrived at a butcher shop where Vlad went inside to speak with the man behind the counter while Otar waited outside. Vlad handed the man a paper, asking if he had seen the people listed on it. The butcher asked why he was looking for people at a butcher shop, since they didn't sell human meat. Vlad asked if the place had always been a butcher shop, noting it wasn't there 6 months ago. The butcher told him to ask Black Bear about it, claiming he had permission to use the space. Upon saying this, Vlad thought to himself that the butcher was likely trying to scare him by mentioning a boss like Black Bear, which he found pathetic. The butcher was tired of the questioning and immediately told Vlad to get lost if he was done. Vlad, fascinated, pointed out that the man somehow knew names were written on the note, despite most back alley residents being unable to read. He noted that an outsider wouldn't know how things work there, resulting in the accusation that the man was selling humans instead of animal meat. The man instantly turned and swung a machete at Vlad, who dodged the attack and took 2 steps back. The man angrily asked who they were, leading Vlad to reply that he wanted to ask the same thing. He told the man to cooperate to avoid bloodshed, but the man cursed at him. Vlad noted that such a response was more typical of the back alleys. He ordered Otar to close the doors and pulled out his short dagger, stating that business was over for today as he took his fighting stance. Much later, Vlad used a handkerchief to clean his short dagger. He asked Otar when someone like that butcher had managed to settle in the area, leading Otar to observe that it was no surprise given the influx of outsiders recently. Otar noted that One-Armed Jack had not looked after the place at all, which caused Vlad to realize that Jack had truly created such a massive mess. Otar explained that Jack had changed significantly after a certain day, leaving Vlad deep in thought about how the situation with the man had panned out. Vlad's thoughts drifted to the just-concluded struggle, as the butcher screamed that he was merely a middleman collector and that only the slave merchants knew the specific details. Vlad reflected on the audacity of those shamelessly conducting human trafficking in a corner of the back alleys. He realized that although he had no particular motive when he began his search, the roots of the matter ran far deeper than he had anticipated. He told Otar that since they had found the truth, that information would have to suffice for now. Otar agreed, noting that the higher-ups would likely uncover the remaining details themselves. Suddenly, a young child ran into the space, screaming for Vlad. The boy announced that he had found out what Vlad asked for, because some other kids had seen it. Vlad praised the child and handed over some meat as a reward, which made the boy very happy. As the child ate, he explained that a brunette lady named Anna had been seen getting into a horse carriage about a month ago, a vehicle the kids had never seen before. Vlad wondered if she had been sold off to another location, but the boy added that there was something strange about the women entering the carriage. When Vlad asked for clarification, the boy mentioned that all the women were pregnant, noting how their bellies were sticking out as they were being shown inside. This news was surprising to Vlad, as it made little sense for someone to buy pregnant women who could barely walk. Otar noticed Vlad's shift in mood and asked if something was wrong. Vlad remained deep in thought, realizing that while Anna's pregnancy was shocking enough, the buying and selling of pregnant women was unheard of even for the back alleys. He remembered the undead lady who had been desperately searching for her child, leading him to believe that this might be linked to some form of dark sorcery. He realized the situation was more tragic than he could imagine. Just then, the voice in his head warned him to heed his own bad hunches, as they were bound to come true. Vlad acknowledged that while he hoped for the best, there was nothing wrong with being prepared for a crisis. The scene shifted back to the office where Vorden was eating. Vlad mentioned he had come across unusual activity, prompting Vorden to tell him to take a break. Vlad reminded him that he was the one who had asked to look into One-Armed Jack's affairs, to which Vorden admitted he hadn't expected results so quickly. Vorden complained about his own lack of rest after finishing his documents, and asked if the matter was so serious that it couldn't be pushed back a day or two. Vlad insisted that it was, leading Vorden to realize that a crisis was likely right around the corner. Vlad asked if he should visit the mayor if the matter was outside Vorden's authority, but Vorden hesitated. Looking out the window, Vorden lamented that he didn't want to spend his vacation working, but he then spotted a convoy of carriages approaching. The carriages bore the Bayezid crest, arriving 2 days earlier than expected. Jaeger escorted the convoy as it gathered in front of the mayor's office. Joseph Bayezid stepped out, looking ever stern, and the mayor rushed out to greet him, expressing what an honor it was to have a visit. Joseph paid the mayor no attention, walking straight toward Vorden and Vlad to ask if they had been doing well. Vorden assured him they had, but when Joseph asked if anything had happened in the meanwhile, Vlad appeared dazed and out of it. Joseph picked up on this silence and asked Vlad directly if something bad had occurred. He then told Vlad they should talk inside as he walked past, followed by Jaeger. Upon arriving at the office, the mayor tried to escort Joseph in, but Jaeger pushed past the mayor, stating he would take a look at the room first. The mayor was shocked and asked Jaeger if they truly believed he would hide something in his own office to harm Joseph. Jaeger looked back ominously, stating it was for him to decide, which left the mayor shaking and insisting there was nothing suspicious inside. Once the security check was ongoing, Joseph turned his attention to Vlad and praised him for a job well done. Vlad thanked him, and Joseph asked what it was he wanted to tell him. Vlad expressed a fear that he might be making a fuss for no reason, but Joseph encouraged him to speak. Vlad mentioned he was looking for help, but thought it might be best to ask the mayor. Joseph thought to himself that teaching Vlad was well worth it, as the youth was capable of assessing the right time and situation to speak, realizing that his affiliation with the family didn't automatically grant him authority. Joseph told Vlad he had made a good decision. Jaeger then announced that it was safe to enter, and Joseph walked into the office, remarking on the splendid view of Suara. However, he pointed at the mayor's chair and stated it needed to be replaced because it was over the top and gaudy. The mayor was confused until Joseph sat down in the chair himself, telling Vlad to say what he wanted without a care. Everyone was shocked as Joseph effectively assumed the throne as the new authority and the new mayor of Suara. The scene returned to the back alleys as Vlad walked with Otar. Vlad felt uncomfortable, thinking that the smell of the place made him dizzy and that it was never easy to visit. They were currently in the oldest and most complicated alley, a place reeking of blood and filth. Dangerous-looking men stared at them with the eyes of those who live side by side with the dead. Vlad noted that not even one-armed Jack could mess with this place. But just then, they finally stood in front of the swine butcher's alley, ready to continue their investigation into the dark secrets hidden there. Upon arriving at the wooden door, Vlad gave a firm knock and waited until a man appeared to ask who they were. Vlad looked through the opening and remarked that the man must have heard of them already, given how the residents had been staring since they entered the alley. This caused the man to pause before closing the small viewing slit, leaving them staring at the wood. Inside his head, the voice warned Vlad that the man was merely trying to get on his nerves, though Vlad believed that such disrespect shouldn't slide. He reflected that while such treatment had been normal in his past, the honor of many people was now tied to his name, resulting in a firm resolve that he could no longer allow himself to be slighted. Vlad remained in that spot until the evening, his feet visibly sinking into the sand as the hours passed. Finally, the man reopened the door and told him to come in, though his tone was mocking as he asked why Vlad was hesitating. As Otar watched from behind, the man laughed and told Vlad to get lost if he wasn't going to enter. Vlad calmly warned the man that closing the door now would lead to consequences he couldn't handle, and he then took the stick from Otar's hand. He stated that the man had brought this upon himself and struck the stick against the ground, revealing the glowing seals upon it. Vlad identified himself as the representative of Bayezid, declaring that under the honorable names vouching for him, he was exercising his rights. He ordered the man to tell Black Bear to come out and face him. Noting the man's stunned silence, Vlad mentioned that the rumors were true, and that when he planted his flag, death usually followed. He described this warning as his final act of courtesy. The following day, the old mayor was seen walking away from his office in tears, looking back one last time at the position he had lost. Inside, Joseph peered through the window at the departing man and admitted to himself that, despite his intentions, he felt a flicker of sympathy. Jaeger countered that the man was simply paying for his crimes, noting that with the administration's corruption now exposed, he would not escape punishment in Sterna. Joseph agreed, though he felt a slight regret that his own actions had accelerated the man's downfall. Turning his attention to Vlad, Joseph asked what Black Bear had said, leading Vlad to report that the boss had agreed to cooperate to the best of his ability. Joseph remarked that things seemed to have gone smoothly despite the boss's likely stubbornness. Vlad suggested that their common background helped the message get through, though Joseph privately doubted that a district boss would be moved so easily. Regardless, Joseph was impressed that Vlad had fulfilled the mission excellently, reaffirming his intuition that nourishing Vlad into a defined knight rather than a mere swordsman was the right path. Joseph then looked over the men gathered before him, his 5 knights, his mage, 10 administrative staff, 30 elite soldiers, and his squire, Vlad. He reflected that these men were his vessels who shared his fate. If he became the next head of the family, they would rise. But if he failed the competition, they would fall with him. He viewed Swara as his final stepping stone, and declared to the group that he would do his best to ensure the smooth governing of the area. While he felt he was not yet prepared to face the darkness permeating every corner of the city, he knew it was impossible to be ready for everything. He believed that if his life until now had been a struggle, it must now become a stride forward, as this was his last chance. Consequently, he entrusted Sir Gregory with the task of selecting an investigative team. Sir Gregory bowed low and expressed his gratitude for the trust. Joseph believed that Gregory, being a neutral knight even within the family, would not be blinded by the conflict between the brothers. Gregory then suggested that due to the nature of the mission, they would need Cade for his tracking skills, and he looked at Vlad, referring to him as a rising star they would be counting on. The scene shifted to the barony of Uthman Moshiam, where heavy rain fell outside a somber room. A man and woman stood over a bed where their child lay breathing heavily, gripped by a severe illness. A figure stood by the window, leading the man to ask if the plan would truly save his son's life. The figure revealed herself and assured him that it would. The father, overcome with grief, clutched his fists and told the lady he would leave it to her, stating he was willing to pay any price to save his son. The lady floated toward the child and told the man not to be in too much agony, remarking that God can watch over everything. As she released an ominous energy that felt far from healing, she told the man that this was exactly why people like her existed. The heavy rain continued to pour over a campsite outside the town. Sir Gregory remarked to Vlad that the weather was truly terrible, a sentiment Vlad agreed with while noting that they had managed to arrive despite the conditions. Gregory responded that life rarely follows one's plans and, after opening a bottle of alcohol, offered Vlad a sip by suggesting that a little drink was a fine idea given the cool, damp air. Vlad turned away, stating that he would go collect some branches for a fire instead. Gregory pointed out that the wood would be drenched and difficult to light, but Vlad, simply wanting to walk off his restlessness, insisted he should still give it a shot. Gregory watched him go, thinking to himself that Vlad truly acted like Sir Jaeger's squire. As Vlad searched for wood, he bent over a single stick and realized it was likely useless, and that they would all end up shivering in the rain. Just then, Sir Cade entered the area and presented a few branches that would work, because they were hollow inside. Vlad thanked him and reached out, but he noticed Cade looking at him with a strange expression. To break the awkwardness, Cade looked away and mentioned that he hadn't found the chance to say it during the journey, but he wanted to thank Vlad for what happened back then. Vlad, feeling a bit uncomfortable, insisted he was only doing his job, and asked how Cade was faring. Cade replied that he was doing great, and admitted that, at the time, he thought his only chance was to lose a limb. Sir Gregory watched from a distance, looking at Vlad and Cade. He felt he had chosen the right people to follow him in this mission. Sir Gregory suddenly joined the conversation, noting that many men would refuse this kind of grimy work simply because they were knights. This caused both Vlad and Cade to simultaneously think of Vordan. Gregory declared that moving forward, they were no longer acting as knights but as mercenaries, as they had now entered the territory of Baron Uthman Moshiam. He explained that thanks to Black Bear's cooperation, they had caught a trail, but they still lacked solid evidence. He warned them that even though they were in the north, they were outside Bayezid's territory, meaning Joseph's support could only go so far. Consequently, their mission was to investigate the village while avoiding detection. Vlad and Cade absorbed the information and agreed, leading Gregory to suggest they head back to conserve their energy for the morning. Vlad looked toward the distant city, thinking of the sad wailing he had heard one winter, and hoping he would never have to hear such a sound again. The next morning, the group arrived within the town limits, where the silence was unsettling. Sir Gregory remarked that the place felt like an ambush waiting to happen, a feeling shared by Gotti, who noted the eerie absence of people. Vlad suggested it might just be too early, while Sir Cade spotted an inn up ahead. Gregory ordered them toward it, where the innkeeper expressed surprise at seeing customers at such an hour. Gregory explained that the rain had delayed their arrival and asked for bowls of hot soup. The suspicious innkeeper asked if they were mercenaries, mentioning that too many disturbing incidents had occurred lately for him to let just anyone inside. While Gregory tried to convince the man to let them stay for a few days due to the weather, Vlad noticed a small girl staring at him from a corner. He smiled, thinking she looked just like Zemina when she was young, which caused the child to blush and look away. Suddenly, the voice in Vlad's head called out to him, surprising him and urging him to step aside. Vlad whispered to the voice, asking what was wrong, and the voice replied that this was the place. The voice offered to lend Vlad its vision, and when Vlad looked at the girl again through those eyes, he spotted an ominous, dark energy surrounding her. He was stunned to see a curse entangled around her neck, of which she was completely unaware. Vlad reflected on how the pure and innocent are often the first to be sacrificed, remembering adults from his youth who stole from children. He knew that for children with nothing, death by starvation or exhaustion was often the only outcome while searching for parents who had abandoned them. He reaffirmed his oath never to become like those people, and to use his strength to protect the weak. Realizing there were children in this space who needed saving, Vlad followed the trail of energy from the necklace, which led him directly to the church. Vlad whispered to the voice, asking if it saw anything suspicious. The voice noted that the place looked ordinary, which Vlad realized was exactly what felt so out of place. This strange sensation grew until the voice warned him that someone was approaching. Wanting to appear natural, Vlad quickly bent down as if in prayer. A man arrived and remarked that Vlad must be new, and Vlad explained he had arrived the previous morning. The man smiled, acknowledging him as one of the mercenaries. Vlad was about to address him as father, but he stopped abruptly when he noticed the Bible the man was holding. He finally realized why the village felt so wrong. Every cross he had seen, from the ones in the town to the ones in this very building, was upside down, signifying something deeply ominous. The priest spoke with a calm assurance, telling Vlad that he did not need to apologize, because God's embrace remained open at all times and in all places. The voice then admitted that it could not sense anything, at least not yet. The priest, noticing Vlad's hesitation, apologized for interrupting his prayer, to which Vlad responded that he actually felt more at ease now that he had received permission to be there. He mentioned that he would depart as soon as his prayer was finished, leading the priest to remark that the church was a house for all seekers, and he could stay as long as he wished. Vlad noted to himself that the girl's necklace had pointed directly to this sanctuary, leaving no doubt that a strange presence haunted the village. Despite the man's outward warmth, Vlad realized he could not trust that smile, and resolved not to let his guard down. Vlad thanked the priest, before the priest walked away to offer his own prayers. As he left, he expressed a wish that the plague sweeping the area would not affect Vlad's group. The mention of a plague stunned Vlad, causing him to freeze as the man pushed his glasses up and added a final prayer for the safety of the children. Seeking answers, Vlad began an investigation and asked another local man about the plague. The man seemed surprised at the mention of a plague, until Vlad explained that the priest had mentioned it while he was praying at the church. This caused the man to conclude that if the priest had said it personally, it must be true. Vlad expressed concern about the group's plan to stay for several days, but the old man, dabbing his face with a handkerchief, told him not to worry. He explained that the plague only killed children, a revelation that shocked Vlad. When he asked how a disease could target only the young, the man admitted he didn't know, only that it was affecting most children in Baron Uthman territory. The man attributed it to God's anger, noting that while it was nasty, it was simply the way of things. Walking away, Vlad reflected on the missing pregnant women in Suara and the dying children here, sensing a series of truly ominous signs. He realized it was definitely not a natural plague, though he lacked the evidence to prove it. He wondered if they should return to Suara to borrow a holy item, but the voice in his head disagreed, stating that a borrowed item would be useless against a concoction created by a skilled black magician. The voice noted that only a well-trained priest could identify such a curse. Vlad felt a growing frustration at having a strong suspicion without clear evidence. His attention was soon drawn to a figure interacting with local children and collecting the crosses the priest had given them. One child mentioned that the priest had given one to each of them. The person examining the crosses seemed surprised by what they found before handing them back and walking off. Vlad realized this was no longer just a suspicion, and hoped that by following this person, he might gather evidence. The voice warned him to be careful, sensing that this was no ordinary individual, but Vlad felt confident in his skills. reminding the voice that he had been a pickpocket for a long time in the past, but the voice countered that such a past was nothing to be proud of. That evening, under a heavy fog, Vlad began to trail the figure. He sensed he were being lured toward the outskirts of the village, a feeling the voice confirmed by mockingly asking the former pickpocket if he realized the target had caught on. Vlad realized he could no longer follow safely and decided he should report back to Sir Gregory, but the voice warned him that the person would not let them go so easily. Suddenly, the figure dashed toward him with incredible speed. Vlad swiftly pulled his sword to parry the attack, but the force of the collision nearly knocked him over. The voice screamed for him not to stop as the attacker moved behind him. Vlad turned just as a second strike sent him flying across the space. He steadied himself, realizing through the clash of their blades that he was facing a knight. The attacker's eyes glowed a bright yellow, and the stranger noticed that Vlad's sword was crying, identifying him as a knight as well. Vlad took a fighting stance, unable to tell if the opponent was a former or active knight, but he decided to meet the threat head-on. Knowing that a deadly hit required surprise, Vlad released his aura as the figure swung. He dodged the first attack, realizing he only had one chance, and used his momentum to thrust his sword in a piercing form. The blade scraped the cloth covering the person's head, revealing their face. To Vlad's shock, the opponent also released an aura-like energy. The voice called out to him to stop, but it was too late. Vlad's aura-infused sword collided with the stranger's power in a brilliant flash of light that filled the space. Vlad fell to his knees, struggling to comport himself as the unharmed figure walked toward him through the settling smoke. The voice in his mind remarked on the strange nature of their meeting. As the person approached, Vlad noticed something truly unique. A cross was drawn through the person's eye. The voice realized this was not just a knight, but a holy knight. Vlad contemplated trying to clear up the misunderstanding, but the voice warned that talking was no longer an option. The woman's sword was too fast, and the voice sensed she had already made up her mind to take him down. The battle raged with intense heat as the voice in Vlad's head urged him to counterattack. Upon clashing their swords, the sheer intensity of the impact forced both their hands backward. Vlad reflected on the immense weight of her strikes, noting that this was unlike his previous duel with Sir Pablo, as she utilized an overwhelming amount of aura without any sign of fatigue. The voice explained that this was a blessing, not aura, clarifying that the woman did not need to create her own world because the world of God was already upon her. Vlad found it hard to believe she possessed such superior power simply by accepting the will of God, yet he remained determined, thinking he still had something up his sleeve. He struck once more, reasoning that while the blessing was overwhelming, the holy knight left openings everywhere. As she attacked, he used his own sword to dodge and swung forward again, expecting to find an opening, but she employed a strange skill to evade his sword entirely. The voice urged Vlad to focus and regain his balance, but it was too late. She grabbed his head and struck him straight down to the ground. As Vlad coughed in the dirt, he tried to rise, only to find her sword pointed near his head, signaling her victory. Stunned, he wondered how she had managed to pin him so easily. The voice identified the technique as armor magic, a unique ability used by holy knights to twist the trajectory of an opponent's sword. Vlad realized that, with both a divine blessing and armor magic, she was effectively playing with him, even showing openings on purpose to bait his attacks. When she asked who he was, Vlad identified himself as a traveler from Suwara conducting an investigation. The woman was visibly surprised by his origin. Later, in a different space, she introduced herself as Justia from the Northern Archdiocese of San Rosino. She remarked that it must be the will of the heavens to meet a knight of Suwara here. Sir Gregory, Vlad, and Sir Cade were present, and Gregory expressed similar sentiments before inviting her to sit and talk. Justia explained that she had been investigating strange occurrences. Though she initially suspected a plague, it had turned out to be a curse, and she had discovered traces of something very ancient. When Gregory asked how a curse could be rampant despite the presence of a church, Justia revealed her belief that the church itself was the source. This revelation shocked the group, while the voice in Vlad's head noted that she was quite sharp. Gregory thought to himself that the situation was more serious than they had imagined, questioning how a holy knight following the will of God could accuse the church, which operated outside Bayezid's jurisdiction. Justia paused and then requested that they convey her gratitude to the new mayor of Suwara, praising his commendable approach in addressing the situation with information they had been unable to uncover. Gregory wondered if she was demanding they stop digging, or if she was simply being considerate. noting that the traces of black magic they discovered fell under the church's domain, leaving them with no grounds to proceed further. He agreed to her request to back off. Vlad remained silent, observing the lady and realizing that a clear line had been drawn regarding the weight of authority and responsibility. That evening, Vlad sat alone, feeling that he might not be able to find Anna. The little girl, Marianne, approached him and asked if he was leaving. When Vlad confirmed his plans, she questioned why he would leave when he was completely done with his work, adding that there was no such thing as finishing one's work in this world. Though the words came from a child, Vlad was struck by how the child had hit the mark so accurately. When he asked why she stayed indoors all the time, she explained that her father forbade her from going out. Later, when her father joined them, he mentioned that the church would soon perform a ritual blessing to gather the children, which was something to be thankful for in such troubled times. Learning that this would happen in 3 or 4 days, Vlad calculated that the holy nights requested by Justia would arrive just in time, and he agreed to stay until then. Marianne was overjoyed and offered Vlad a ring she had made from ivy growing on the inn's wall, a nice gesture in a village where flowers were scarce. Her father soon urged her to sleep, and as she walked away, she made Vlad promise to be there the next day. Suddenly, she stopped, her body began to shake, and she tumbled backward, falling to the ground, causing her father to immediately rush to her in a panic, and Vlad ran over as well. The voice offered to lend Vlad its vision to help him understand the situation. Looking at the girl, Vlad saw her being engulfed by dark energy as she struggled against the black void. The voice confirmed that the curse had been triggered, leaving Vlad to face the grim reality of the situation. Just then, Sir Gregory and Justia dashed into the space, demanding to know what was happening. Upon hearing Marianne's father scream for his daughter to wake up, the voice in Vlad's head informed him that the child's blessing was slipping away, confirming that it was a curse draining her life force. Vlad noticed that white smoke was flowing from her body toward the church, and as he struggled with how to explain what he was seeing, Justia mentioned that she had been careless because the perpetrators had clearly sensed her presence. She had intended to restrict her power, but she had not expected them to sense even the level of divine energy she used while fighting Vlad. Gregory and Vlad watched as she walked out, telling them that if she did not return, they should explain the situation to the colleagues who would arrive later. Vlad was visibly uncomfortable, questioning why Sir Gregory was simply standing by to watch, which led to a tense silence born from the strict boundaries of responsibility and authority. Outside, the screams of other children suffering from the same curse echoed through the space, and this caused Vlad to feel deeply annoyed. Vlad reflected that he had sought to escape the back alleys and earn his sword not merely to be an admired knight or to survive, but because standing by to watch such horror would be no different than remaining trapped in those wretched alleys. He realized he had to move forward and do something, and at that moment Gregory stretched out his hand to Vlad. While Gregory admitted he did not fully understand Vlad's specific feelings, he advised him to listen well, explaining that a knight's sword must be as heavy as it is sharp. He reminded Vlad that because he would eventually become a knight, he had to understand that a sword requires both justification and responsibility. Vlad responded by asking what use justification and responsibility were if he could not protect what needed to be protected. Gregory agreed that Vlad had hit the mark, and he told him that since this was the only justification they could rely on at the moment, they had no choice. The scene shifted to the church, where all the divine energy being sucked out of the children was gathering into a dark, swirling mass. Outside, Justia stood glaring at the dark energy, telling herself that despite the shroud of evil, the land was still created by God, and nothing could stand in the way of His will. She opened the church doors and walked inside, where she saw that someone had used blood to draw strange symbols upon the walls. Upon seeing the desecration, Justia was shocked to find the priest standing in the midst of a ritual. The priest smiled strangely and asked why she had come so soon and why she had arrived alone, remarking that the two of them could hardly offer prayers for the people in such a state. The priest looked at her with an ominous expression, and as Justia sensed the place was filled with alien energy, numerous undead figures began crawling out from the ground. The priest began to reveal his true intent, and as an ominous aura engulfed the church, the undead began to dash toward the holy night. They broke through the doors behind her, sending splinters of wood flying as their mournful voices screamed that it was too dark and begged for their children to be found. Justia screamed at the priest, asking how he could do such a thing and if he did not fear God. The priest replied that while God was indeed to be feared, he had little to do with him, and he dropped his Bible to the ground, stating that he no longer needed to return to God's embrace. As he smiled ominously and controlled the undead women rushing toward her, Justia struck her sword into the ground. She invoked the glorious command of the heavenly army and Saint Rosina, calling for salvation for herself and the wretched souls in exchange for a costly price. Her eyes began to glow with holy energy as she declared that she would be the one to pay that price. The entire space was instantly engulfed in radiant energy, with bright light pouring from her back to form the shape of angel wings. As this light descended into the church, the undead creatures began to scream, as the holy energy conflicted with the dark magic controlling them. The priest, surprised by the solemn exorcism, noted that light could be found even in darkness, and he acknowledged that Justia was more impressive than he had thought to call forth such power without preparation. However, as he summoned dark energy and drew a dark sword from his side, he told her that no matter how bright a torch might be, it had its limits when it stood alone. He laughed, noting that her spell carried a strong backlash as it was a miracle purchased with her own lifespan. The priest stepped onto the discarded Bible and warned her that she knew better than anyone that only deeper darkness remains at the end of such glorious light. He prepared his own counterattack, ready to strike while she remained vulnerable. The light from Justia's exorcism continued to shine, causing the undead figures to collapse to the ground. However, as her vitality waned, the radiance slowly faded, leaving many of the creatures still standing strong. Justia felt a wave of discomfort as she realized the staggering number of victims involved in this tragedy. The priest walked toward her, declaring that the time had come for darkness to fall, which forced the exhausted Justia to begin chanting once more, invoking the glorious commander of the heavenly army, Saint Rosina, to stand beside her. The priest dismissed her efforts as pointless, yet the energy began to resonate around her with renewed intensity. Realizing her resolve to take him down even at the cost of her own life, the priest felt a flicker of unease. Just as the divine energy began to descend again, a burning carriage crashed into the scene from nowhere, forcing both the priest and Justia to divert their attention. Vlad screamed for them to get out of the way as the carriage barreled toward the priest at full speed. Justia leaped aside, and the carriage came for the man, though he laughed at the spectacle and used his sword to shatter the burning vehicle into pieces. From the flames, Vlad jumped through with his sword raised, shouting that the priest had crossed the line by messing with the children. Vlad struck downwards, but the priest blocked the attack with his own blade. The knights had arrived to assist Justia, fueled by fury at the senseless suffering surrounding them. Vlad glared at the priest with killing intent, his eyes revealing the presence of the voice within him, a supernatural manifestation that the priest recognized with an ominous laugh. The priest remarked that they had met again, and as they parried each other's attacks, Sir Gregory and Sir Cade arrived to join the fray. Gregory asked if Justia was all right, noting that their interference would surely cause trouble, to which Justia insisted they move to the bell tower, as that was the true source of the curse. Gregory quickly assessed the situation, realizing they lacked the time to proceed carefully and needed to split their group despite the risk. He looked at Sir Cade, aware that they would have to rely on Vlad, since Cade could not use aura. He struck his feet to the ground, causing his aura to resurface. Gregory shouted for Vlad to keep fighting while he dashed forward. Gregory told Vlad that Justia had identified the source of the curse in the bell tower and ordered him to go and destroy it. Although the priest attempted to throw his hand out to command the undead women to chase Vlad, the knight stood his ground. Vlad moved through the crowd of undead, desperate to avoid harming them, until an arrow enchanted with Justia's holy energy struck one of the figures, causing it to fall. Vlad turned to see Sir Cade providing cover with magically imbued arrows, shouting for Vlad to run straight ahead. As Vlad dashed toward the tower, he released his aura, slashing through the remaining obstacles while feeling deeply annoyed at the necessity of the violence. Upon entering the bell tower and sprinting up the stairs, his mind raced with the conviction that every life was precious, yet the vulnerable often could not protect themselves. He reminded himself that as a knight who had sworn to protect, he could not hesitate when action was required. He felt that he must burn himself to become the torch that would light up the darkness, mirroring the sacrifice the other knights were making in that moment to protect the innocent. The undead creatures continued to flood the space, forcing Sir Gregory to slash through them, though he remained overwhelmed by those attacking from behind. He struck the ground with such force that a massive echo reverberated through the area, causing the undead to recoil, but one still managed to lunge at him from his blind spot. Sir Cade instantly fired an arrow, striking her square in the head, causing the undead to fall. Sir Cade's hands were already bloodied from pulling his bowstring so many times, which led Sir Gregory to remark that if he had only been this popular in his daily life, amazed by Cade's efforts. Just then, another undead creature brushed against Sir Gregory's leg, leading him to grin at the priest and comment that he had seen too many wretched things that day, including the priest's own face. The priest retorted that Sir Gregory should do whatever he wanted, as he was not a man whose death could ever be final. This caused Sir Gregory to grow deeply annoyed, and he raised his sword to silence the man by removing his head. The priest laughed until his head went flying and struck the ground, revealing black blood splatters everywhere. As a result, the surrounding undead creatures were instantly stunned, left without a leader to guide them. Justia noted that to defeat an army, one must target the commander, and she acknowledged that Sir Gregory's judgment had been correct. Sir Gregory exhaled, feeling the weight of the tough day, and opened a bottle of alcohol to drink until his vision blurred. Unexpectedly, he heard a voice ask if he could spare a sip of wine, as there had been none at the Mass. Everyone in the room was shocked to see the severed head on the floor speaking, and Sir Cade cried out to Sir Gregory as the priest's lifeless body rose up behind Sir Gregory. Blue flames erupted from the neck, and as eyes materialized within the fire, the headless knight, Dullaham, stood before them. Meanwhile, Vlad had been scrambling up the bell tower staircase until he reached the bell, where he noticed the energy of the curse spewing forth. The voice in his head confirmed it was the work of a top black mage, and urged him to destroy the spell in one go with all his strength. Just as Vlad took a stance to strike, the Dullaham appeared behind him. The voice commanded Vlad to dodge, and just in time, the floor beneath him caved in. Vlad leapt upward, realizing the entire tower was collapsing as the floor disintegrated into debris. He jumped out of the tower, plummeting downward, and he luckily landed unharmed amidst the dust, huffing in frustration and wondering what was happening. He looked up to see the church dismantled, and standing behind him was the Dullaham, who complimented his impressive landing. Vlad stood up, calling the knight a rascal and demanding to know where the others were, as he knew the Dullaham was not human. The Dullaham replied that their lives meant nothing to him and claimed he had already struck them down, stating that he only wanted the energy stolen from the children. Vlad demanded he hand it over, but the Dullaham invited him to take it if he could. Vlad dashed forward and struck his blade toward the knight, but the Dullaham parried with ease. The knight warned Vlad not to push his luck, as he could not promise how long his goodwill toward a comrade would last. Vlad screamed in annoyance, asking why he would be considered a comrade, to which Dullaham clarified he was not talking to Vlad. The Dullaham began to strike with blinding speed, forcing Vlad into a purely defensive stance. Vlad felt that the Dullaham was moving faster than he could possibly counter, prompting the voice in his head to warn him not to rely on human common sense. When the Dullaham thrust his sword toward Vlad's face, the voice again prompted Vlad to dodge. Vlad steadied himself and used armor magic to parry the strike, creating a momentary opening. The Dullaham was shocked that Vlad could utilize armor magic despite wearing only simple leather, and upon seeing the blessing of a spirit upon him, the Dullaham realized he was facing a truly formidable opponent. The battle against the Dullaham remained intense, but as they exchanged blows, Vlad realized he could not sustain this pace for long without risking his own collapse. He reflected that if he could only contemplate his world with the same depth that Mr. Rudiger had displayed earlier, he might find the strength he needed. His mind retreated into that internal space, and the voice in his head mused that the boy's growing world required something more to sustain it. The horizon where their two worlds overlapped began to blur. The voice reasoned that if they could become one, Vlad might finally have the capacity to overwhelm the creature before him. Upon receiving the voice's permission to merge their energies, Vlad instantly tapped into that vast power, resulting in a sudden surge of lightning that engulfed his entire form. This transformation deeply surprised the Dullaham, and as Vlad swung his sword in a massive lightning slash, he shouted for the creature to explain if it intended for Vlad to simply abandon the children. The Dullaham raised its blade to parry, causing a bright, blinding flash of light to erupt and swirl through the town. When the dust settled, Vlad stood amid arcs of electricity, though he felt a flicker of frustration upon realizing he had only managed a small scratch on his opponent. He thought to himself that his own world was perhaps too small to contain the voice's power, and he felt the weight of knowing he only had a few attempts left before he reached his limit. The Dullaham remained silent for a moment before remarking that it had gone easy on Vlad, having assumed he only shared the same fighting style as the voice within his head. In that instant, the Dullaham morphed, shedding its previous form to reveal a full-fledged, undead, evil knight. It took a battle stance and dashed forward with incredible speed. The voice in Vlad's head screamed a warning, and Vlad barely managed to block the side strike, which sent him spinning violently through the air until he crashed into a tree and tumbled through the debris-filled area. The Dullahan watched, realizing that in those final moments, Vlad had successfully squeezed out his aura to deflect the lethal blow, proving that his potential far exceeded the creature's initial assessment. As Vlad fell to the ground, the blessing of the snake began to heal him, while the Dullahan approached, concluding that it had to cut Vlad down immediately before his unpredictable potential grew any further. The creature stood over Vlad, raising its sword to finish the fight, but a bright light erupted as Vlad caught the blade with his bare hand, lightning crackling across his skin. The voice within him spoke through Vlad's mouth, rebuking the knight and demanding that he leave the children alone. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking both the Dullahan and Vlad's body, which was now entirely under the control of the entity residing in his mind. Vlad fell unconscious, while the voice began to wonder about the nature of its own existence, recalling only a deep-seated duty scratched into the depths of its soul. Driven by the sole purpose of protecting Vlad, the entity began to walk toward the Dullahan, questioning why the burden of suffering had to fall upon the children. The Dullahan braced itself, but as the voice advanced, he suddenly vanished and reappeared directly behind the knight, ready to strike. The Dullahan was shocked by the movement, but managed to dash away, sliding across the ground to regroup. The voice pursued him, grabbed the creature by the head, and slammed it into the earth with a ferocious boom. When the Dullahan attempted to ask for his identity, the voice dismissed the Dullahan as nothing more than trash for using the blood of children to survive, and declared that he should die. Lightning struck once more from the heavens, but the Dullahan vanished and reappeared behind the voice, suddenly overcome by a sense of genuine fear. The Dullahan realized that the figure approaching him was akin to a savage beast, baring its fangs to devour him. The voice vanished again, and lightning began to strike from every corner of the space. The Dullahan looked frantically in every direction as the voice's words echoed from behind, mockingly asking if the creature had been talking so much only because it was actually that slow. The Dullahan released a massive burst of power to strike the ground, but the voice was already gone, having reappeared in a different position. The Dullahan retaliated with a flurry of attacks. The voice in Vlad's head grew clearly annoyed, appearing directly beside the Dullahan's head, and stating that it was unforgivable for someone like him to dare mock the potential held so preciously. As the entity spoke, lightning surged violently, signaling the intensity of the voice's wrath. The Dullahan struggled with the realization that its body, supposedly free from death and pain, was now suffering from a visceral, hacking agony that struck directly at its very soul. This intense assault left the creature writhing on the ground in disbelief, unable to comprehend the nature of an existence capable of inflicting such damage. The voice dashed forward and struck the Dullahan squarely in the chest, commanding the creature to surrender the stolen life force. He tore open the armor to reveal the energy harvested from the children. He gripped the core and ripped it from the knight's chest, ordering it to return to its source, which caused the Dullahan to shriek as the stolen essence dispersed into the air, flowing back into the bodies of the sick children nearby. As the energy dissipated, the children began to recover, their vitality returning as the Dullahan lay withering on the ground. The voice looked down at the defeated knight, noting that he had suspected this outcome all along, though he still struggled to recall the specifics of his past. The Dullahan, gripped by terror, realized that the voice was not a fellow creature who had escaped death, but something far more lethal. The voice was ready to end the Dullahan, and remarked that, while it could not fully remember the method, death was not the only way to silence such a creature, and then began to systematically slice the Dullahan's body to pieces. The knight screamed in desperation as it tried to crawl away, but Vlad severed its legs, leaving it unable to move. In a final moment of panic, the Dullahan called out to Lamashtu, a name that momentarily puzzled the voice. Suddenly, dark energy swirled around the area, forming massive, ethereal hands that descended from the sky to seize the broken knight. The voice stood watching in confusion as the dark presence, Lamashtu, ignored the Dullahan's pleas and began to forcibly reclaim its stolen immortality. The creature was engulfed by the darkness in an instant, leaving behind only flickering sparkles of malevolent energy. The voice felt a faint, unsettling familiarity with the name Lamashtu, even though his memories remained absent. With the threat gone, the voice, having pushed Vlad's body to its limit during the possession, remarked on the brilliance of his growth and apologized for the strain caused, before receding and leaving Vlad to fall limp to the ground. Much later, as the morning light broke over the landscape, the scene shifted to the estate of Uthman Moshiam. Lamashtu sat upon a throne, contemplating the shining world she had witnessed and the ancient magic Vlad had wielded. She concluded that the remnants of the past were stirring and that the chaotic age she had long awaited had finally arrived. Before her lay the severed heads of men, which she used as conduits for her dark rituals. She gestured toward the kneeling soldiers before her, informing them that they could take whatever they desired from the remains of Baron Uthman's knights, as the price had already been paid. She noted that a son had returned from death, and declared that the darkness of Moshiam would remain on the land for the foreseeable future. A vast assembly of undead knights knelt in total humility, led by a particularly imposing warrior, and they pledged to follow the will of Lamashtu as she presided over her ominous domain. The next day, Vlad finally awoke inside his shed, realizing he had slept for 3 whole days. Godi stood before him, remarking that he should be glad the fight had ended, as he had looked like a mere piece of ragcloth when first discovered. Godi mentioned the effort it took to drag him across the ground to reach safety, which left Vlad feeling uncomfortable. When Vlad inquired about the others, Godi explained that the captain's condition was the most severe, advised him not to worry about the rest, and offered to report his recovery while encouraging him to call for help if needed. After Godi departed, Vlad smiled to himself, relieved that everyone had survived, to which the voice in his head agreed, noting that the barrier deployed by Justia had been strong enough to hold until the end, effectively healing them before their conditions could worsen. The voice expressed its opinion that Justia was truly strong, leading Vlad to remark that it felt unfamiliar to converse with the voice without holding his sword. The voice explained that their worlds were currently connected, having shared that horizon for an instant, which now allowed them to speak directly within his mind. Vlad felt happy, realizing he no longer needed to whisper while checking for eavesdroppers. He then confessed to the voice that he had never mentioned how significant its help had been, as it had not only saved him and the knights but the village children as well. When the voice remained silent, seemingly feeling uncomfortable with the gratitude, Vlad attempted to pivot the conversation, but the voice acknowledged that Vlad had worked very hard as well, which caused him to smile. The scene shifted to the exterior, where a knight stood guard, refusing entry to anyone. Vlad approached and identified himself as a traveler from Suara, noting that Justia would recognize him, which caused the guard to go inside to verify his identity before allowing him inside. As he walked through the space, Vlad told the voice that he was glad the Holy Night had arrived, even if late, as the villagers could finally rest. Once inside, Vlad was shocked to see a multitude of lifeless bodies laid out, realizing that the chaos of the battle had obscured the true scale of the casualties. Justia approached, holding a Bible featuring an inverted cross, and asked why he was present. When Vlad requested to search the area, Justia noted that Sir Gregory had already confirmed the identity of the missing woman, but Vlad insisted he was looking for someone personally. Justia granted him permission, adding that remnants of the curse might still linger, and offered a blessing. While searching through the corpses, Vlad spotted Anna's brown hair on the ground and pulled back the cloth, hoping it wasn't her under the cloth. However, Anna laid there lifeless with bruised, pale eyes. The memory surfaced of him giving her an egg to rub against her bruised eye, telling her to avoid dangerous things, and wishing that in her next life she would be born into a loving family. Vlad felt deep sadness, grazing her cheek softly as he apologized for not being there for her, noting that life was a sickening thing. The scene shifted again to Justia sitting with a teacup. She asked for details on the incident, and Vlad explained that the enemy had been sucked into a black hole that appeared suddenly. Justia pressed for more information, but Vlad maintained that he had been too preoccupied with the fight to notice more. The voice in his head complimented him on blending truth and lies so effectively, to which Vlad reasoned that his past experience living among prostitutes and using words to survive made him quite convincing. When Vlad mentioned that the attacker had called out a name, Justia asked what it was. Vlad struggled to recall, but after she slowly sliced an apple, Vlad remembered that the name sounded like Lamashtu. This name caused Justia to become physically uncomfortable. As she rose to leave, she mentioned that San Rosino would not forget his actions, told him to rest, and exited. Vlad noted to the voice that she seemed like a completely different person, clearly enraged by the mention of the name. Elsewhere, inside the mayor's office in Suara, Joseph Bezid poured tea for an old man with gray hair named Lamond. Joseph asked when he had arrived, and Lamond replied that he had been there for a while. Joseph expressed regret for not receiving him properly, but Lamond insisted that he was the lowest-ranked person and should not trouble the young master. Lamond then inquired about the location of the young boy Vlad, expressing a deep curiosity regarding him. Joseph mentioned to Lamond that Vlad was currently away on a mission to the barony of Uthman, and he expected to receive news from him soon. Lamond noted that despite being a servant, Vlad was already entrusted with such a task, and he revealed that he had met the patriarch before arriving in Suwara. He explained that he only had one duchess left and intended to conclude his affairs, which caused Joseph to realize that Lamond had come for more than just to see Vlad. Lamond expressed disappointment in the dull vassals of Sturma, who were meant to carry the Bayezid name, questioning if the vassal Joseph had groomed was any different. Jaeger then expressed that while Vlad was better than the others, he possessed a stubborn streak and liked to do as he pleased. Lamond commented that if Jaeger spoke so highly of the boy, he must be quite useful. No need to be surprised, Lamond said, noting that when Jaeger was young, he had already shown him all the disgraceful sides of him while grumbling the whole time. He stated that if Vlad was anything like Jaeger, he'd hoped to take a liking to him, but vowed to give him a good beating if he turned out to be like those spoiled youths who relied on their parents' support. Joseph surprised Lamond by stating that Vlad had no parents. Sensing an opportunity to pique Lamond's interest, Joseph explained that Vlad had grown up alone in the back alleys and had climbed to his current position through his own strength. This revelation successfully caught Lamond's attention, leading Joseph to suggest that although Lamond did not need to offer his duchess, he hoped he would take the boy under his wing. Lamond responded that while he had not found any impressive young men lately, he would take a good look at Vlad since Joseph had requested it. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the village, where the group prepared to depart. Justia informed them that the northern archdiocese of San Rosino would not forget their brave actions. Sir Gregory asked her to put in a good word for them, noting that their mayor was not the meticulous sort, to which Justia replied that she could not lie in her report but would do her best to consider their difficult position. She noticed Vlad handling his flag and expressed surprise, while Sir Gregory remarked that the Bayezid family had finally found someone worth watching. Justia privately reflected that the traces of the fierce battle and the fact that a mere servant possessed the spirit to fight against such bullies proved that Vlad held the potential to be extraordinary. After they exchanged farewells and rode off, Vlad felt relieved to see that the fog had cleared and the village children appeared much livelier. Sir Gregory explained that the place had originally been full of sunlight, attributing the darkness entirely to the Dullahan. Vlad hoped that Anna, who had been laid to rest there, would find warmth and peace in such a sun-drenched place. That evening, the group camped in the forest. As Vlad sat before the fire, he reflected on the battle, concluding that it had been a complete defeat and that he would have surely died without the voice in his head. He drew a parallel to the loss of Gregory and Anna, fearing he would always be suppressed by a world far larger than his own. Sir Gregory approached and asked what he was thinking so intently, to which Vlad admitted he was contemplating the many incredible people in the world and doubting his ability to survive among them. Sir Gregory responded that everyone experienced such doubts, and while there were no defined answers, he had reached his own conclusion. He needed to keep burning. He explained that while one could not stop a fire from wavering in the wind, it could always be reignited as long as flames remained. Vlad realized there was no shortcut to strength, and decided he simply needed to hang in there, focusing on the present to eventually become a flame large enough to stand against enormous forces like Godin. But unknown to Vlad, in the distance, the dark horse he had ridden in the event of the Deathworm watched him intently. Back in Suwara, Joseph met with the returning knights and commended their diligence in reaching the root of the problem. However, he warned them that unsheathing the swords of the Bayezid family in the land of another local lord could not be easily overlooked. Sir Gregory accepted the potential punishment, but Lamond interrupted, criticizing their recklessness and questioning their foresight. Vlad, surprised by the newcomer's extraordinary presence, felt unsettled. Joseph agreed with Lamond, noting that they had struck a nerve during a chaotic time as the empire began to fall apart following the imperial famine. He warned that the territorial wars plaguing other regions might soon reach the north. When Joseph mentioned that the Iron Duke was paying attention to the village incident, Sir Gregory apologized, yet Lamond continued to castigate them, insisting that the matter should have been left to the Holy Knight of San Rosino. Vlad, unable to hold back his anger at Lamond's ignorance, spoke out, stating that if they had not intervened, the children would have died. The room fell into a shocked silence, as nobody dared speak over their superiors. Lamond, however, was impressed, thinking that Master Joseph had found someone with the spirit of a beast rather than a mere snot-nosed brat. Vlad glared at him, defiantly declaring that Lamond had not been there to see the truth. Vlad continued, explaining to Lamond and Sir Gregory that he had done his best for the children and that those at San Rosino had witnessed their actions and deemed them worthy of praise rather than rebuke. Before he could elaborate further, Joseph struck the table, commanding him to stop as he was testing his patience. Vlad turned and noticed the atmosphere in the room had shifted, and upon seeing Joseph's visible annoyance, he immediately offered his apologies. Joseph glared at Lamond behind Vlad and closed his eyes, then asked Sir Gregory if he understood that the second rule of a swordmaster was an especially sensitive matter. Sir Gregory agreed, admitting it was an oversight on their part. Joseph remarked that sensitive matters had become overlapped, and before Baron Uthman could send his formal compliments, they had to demonstrate their sincerity through action. Due to the unpermitted development, Joseph announced that Sir Gregory was to be suspended indefinitely, stripped of his salary, and denied all rights granted by the Bayezid household. Sir Cade received the same punishment, and Sir Gregory accepted the judgment without protest. Joseph then addressed Vlad, internally wrestling with the realization that despite feeding and clothing him, he had failed to tame him. Joseph expressed his deep regret for how Vlad had spoken without permission, feeling a sense of disappointment rather than mere anger. He declared that Vlad was also to be suspended indefinitely and forbade him from being seen anywhere near him unless summoned. This left Vlad distraught and confused as he walked out into the hallway, haunted by the same look of disappointment he had seen in the eyes of Jaeger and Joseph previously. Outside, Lamond stood waiting for Vlad and remarked that he had certainly managed to upset Master Joseph. When Lamond asked if his name was indeed Vlad, the young man remained silent, which led Lamond to tease him about his lack of etiquette. Vlad, feeling irritated by the suggestion, reflected on the lessons he had received from Lady Oksana, who looked at him with the warmth of a mother. He bowed, introduced himself as Vlad, and asked for the man's name. Lamond felt a flicker of discomfort, noting that Vlad's intensity made it feel as though he were challenging him to a duel. Lamond smiled, feeling his blood boil with a long-forgotten energy, and admitted that while he had no name he could share, he was simply someone who walked the lowest path. He explained that there were knights who grew old without dying because they could not retire honorably on the battlefield, so they walked the lowest places to reclaim their lost honor, much like the founding king had done in his final moments. The scene shifted to the castle of Miss Alicia Heinel, where she spoke with Sir Duncan. He informed her that the enemy had secured a bridgehead leading to the north, and more accurately, they had taken the northern bridge. When she asked if they would come to her, Sir Duncan replied that they must be prepared for such an eventuality. She noted with concern that the center was blocked and the west was closing in, leading her to decide that she must write to the Bayezid family for aid. Sir Duncan agreed, noting that once the enemy passed Dirmar, their next target would be the Bayezid country. Alicia smiled at the thought of her investment in the boy and a handkerchief she had given him. Sir Duncan remarked that rumors of the boy were growing, and Alicia noted with pride that he had made apprentices in San Rosino, which she felt was a positive connection. Sir Duncan teased her for looking so proud, and she retreated behind a veneer of composure, claiming it was merely because she had invested in his development. He praised her efforts, noting that her focus on the boy had also strengthened their spy network, making it seem that the famous products of her domain were now robots and spies rather than just lemons. Alicia, feeling uncomfortable with the shift in topic, suggested they expand their surveillance to detect suspicious movements early and buy time for their insufficient troops. As she looked out the window, she hoped the enemy would bypass them entirely. Sir Duncan mused to himself that the world was changing rapidly, but that the change might bring hope, much like the flowers that had bloomed after the young boy's departure. Finally, the scene returned to the back alleys of Suara, where Vlad sat with the blacksmith. Vlad remarked that he would have struck the old man if he could, referring to Lamond, to which the blacksmith questioned what on earth he had been hitting to cause so much damage to a sword he had only recently repaired. Vlad explained he had fought a headless man, a truly tough opponent. The blacksmith asked what that meant, and Vlad found it difficult to explain, noting only that, as he saw more of the world, he found himself fighting beings he had never even heard of, which he supposed was his fate. The blacksmith suggested it was time to change his sword, noting that it was only slightly better than a mercenary's weapon and made of average iron. When Vlad questioned him, the blacksmith warned that using a tool beneath one's own capabilities would eventually lead to it breaking, a thought that had never occurred to Vlad before. The blacksmith, while explaining a past incident to Vlad, recalled how a random mercenary had approached him the previous winter, insisting he make a sword capable of cutting ghosts. The blacksmith had dismissed the request as nonsense until the mercenary mentioned that Vlad of Sawara had successfully cut a ghost. Vlad pondered this, identifying the mercenary as someone he had met during a goblin subjugation, who had been deeply curious about the origin of his blade. The blacksmith remarked that Vlad could not have used aura at such a young age, and that the inquiry had at least assured him that Vlad remained alive. Expressing surprise at the feats Vlad had accomplished with his current sword, the blacksmith observed that while Vlad would continue to grow through numerous trials, the sword would not. He warned that if the weapon broke, Vlad would likely break with it, as he had never intended for his craft to wear the young man down. When Vlad inquired if the blacksmith accepted commissions from others, he was told that this specific blade was his final work and that he should seek another craftsman elsewhere. Vlad felt unhappy with this refusal, while the blacksmith privately noted that, despite Vlad's impressive growth, he still behaved like a child when things did not go his way. Although the blacksmith found the fear of departure to be a common trait among the young, he accepted it as an inevitable part of his own aging process. After Vlad clarified that he might need the sword soon, the blacksmith agreed to sharpen it. During the process, a heavy silence filled the shop. Once finished, Vlad noted that the blade looked brand new and even sharper than before, promising to bring quality meat and excellent liquor on his next visit. The blacksmith told him to take care of himself, and as Vlad walked away, the blacksmith felt a sudden bout of coughing, reflecting that he had given his all in the past and now needed to rest. He noted that the certainty and confidence in Vlad's stride suggested he was now ready to move beyond the confines of their surroundings. As Vlad walked through the back alleys of Sawara, he realized someone was trailing him. He continued onward, feigning ignorance, until he reached a secluded space where the figure revealed himself to be Lamond. When Vlad suddenly vanished and reappeared behind him, Lamond laughed, impressed by the young man's sharp instincts. Lamond noted that Vlad's recovery was likely aided by the armor of the Bayezid family. When asked why he was following him, Lamond claimed they were simply heading in the same direction, but Vlad countered that he had been tracked since leaving the city hall. Lamond maintained his vague demeanor, which Vlad found deliberately provocative. Lamond internally admired Vlad's sharp energy and his ability to remain in control without succumbing to anger, noting that he was capable of even greater things than previously imagined. Recalling the tension from the office, Lamond questioned Vlad about his rebellious behavior. Vlad demanded to know if there was something Lamond was unhappy about, urging him to be direct. Lamond smiled, feeling a long-lost spark of excitement, and declared that swords were better suited for communication than words. And Vlad, though uncertain of the old man's true motives, trusted in Sir Joseph's recommendation and drew his own weapon, resolving to face the challenge. Vlad dashed forward, but Lamond dodged and parried with ease, using the very tip of his sword to deflect every strike. Vlad grew frustrated, realizing that Lamond was merely toying with him and had seen through all his movements within a few exchanges. When Lamond asked if he was already finished, Vlad firmly declared that he was only just getting started. Lamond felt a surge of genuine excitement, recognizing that even in more turbulent times, few possess such vivid aura at Vlad's age, and he found the prospect of their unfolding battle to be truly extraordinary. Vlad dashed toward Lamond, striking with his sword, but Lamond parried and dodged the assault with effortless grace. When Vlad intensified his efforts, Lamond skillfully wove around to Vlad's back, remarking that he admired the young man's spirit before retreating. Vlad pursued him, reasoning that while his own techniques and experience lacked the veteran's depth, his youth provided a physical advantage he could exploit to overwhelm his opponent. Vlad charged again, striking with a sword embedded with aura, yet Lamond dodged the blow using aura on his hand to cushion the intensity of Vlad's attack on him. Lamond noted that time was a cruel master. Lamond cautioned that while the strategy was sound, Vlad had chosen the wrong opponent, and as the veteran finally manifested his own aura, he demonstrated the technique of physical strengthening, leaving Vlad confused by the sheer difference in power. Lamond explained that it was still too early for surprise, and as he grabbed Vlad's aura-hardened blade with his bare, aura-shielded hand, he reminded the boy of his earlier warning. Seeing his weapon immobilized, Vlad made a bold, unorthodox decision. He abandoned the sword entirely and swung a hidden dagger at Lamond. Though Lamond dodged, he was inwardly impressed by the young man's sharp, beast-like intuition, a level of boldness rarely seen in formally trained knights. Lamond then discarded the captured sword, closed his fist, and delivered a powerful punch to Vlad's side, sending him flying across the room to collide with debris on the wall. Realizing he had become too serious and potentially caused harm, Lamond rushed over to check on Vlad. But Vlad, recalling Gregory's advice about keeping the flame alive regardless of the situation, sprang up instantly to land a desperate headbutt on Lamond's skull. The move backfired. Lamond had shielded his forehead with aura at the last second, and the resulting impact left Vlad in agony before he fainted. Lamond smiled, noting that while the boy was undoubtedly talented, he had officially passed the test. Meanwhile, in Count Peter's office, Ragmus reported that Lamond had arrived in Suara and was showing significant interest in Vlad. Peter, concerned, noted that Lamond, a knight of the previous patriarch, was an intimidating figure who was not easily satisfied. Ragmus suggested that the times had changed, and that Lamond, having risen from a servant, might not be impressed by the current sheltered generation. But Peter insisted that some things remained constant. He reflected on the armor sent by San Rosino as proof of the high regard in which Vlad was held, and he resolved to send the acknowledgement to Suara, taking solace in the fact that the old traditions of the Bayezid household were being upheld by a single servant. When Vlad finally awoke in his room, he was physically sore and deeply frustrated by the encounter, wondering how a man could manifest aura upon his own body rather than a weapon. The voice in his head remarked that Lamond was a valuable source of knowledge, as talents often manifest in diverse forms. Their conversation was interrupted by Zemina, who entered to deliver his cleaned clothes. When Vlad asked her to knock, she retorted that she lacked the spare hands to do so, a point Vlad conceded. As he questioned why she handled his laundry, she explained that it was standard service for guests residing on the expensive 4th floor. When Vlad worried about his lack of funds, she assured him his presence was already helpful to the tavern. She added that Marcella considered his name valuable enough, given his ties to the Suara mayor and the Bayezid household, and declared him a full-fledged knight. Vlad denied the title, but Zemina produced the handkerchief he had received from Lady Alicia Heinel, which identified him as a knight in her service. This caused Vlad to feel visibly uncomfortable, and when Zemina expressed her pride in helping him forge his sword by cutting her own hair, Vlad attempted to offer his thanks. Clearly annoyed that her sacrifice had contributed to his status as a knight for a different lady, Zemina slammed the door and stormed out. In the vast, rugged mountains, a black horse galloped at full speed, pursued by a group of mounted men determined to capture the brilliant creature. The former leader of the group, who had recently relinquished his command over his horse pack, searched endlessly for the boy who had once ridden on his back. His efforts were a lonely, arduous endeavor, yet he remained driven by the desire to reunite with the one he wished to ride alongside. The men on the chase, frustrated by the horse's agility, struggled to land their ropes, screaming in their irritation while their leader insisted that they must capture the prize at all costs. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was more subdued as Lamond apologized to Vlad for a transgression, offering to provide something beneficial to quell the young man's anger. Vlad countered that there were certain things money simply could not buy, which left Lamond feeling unsettled. Lamond revealed that he had damaged Vlad's armor, and confessed that he had cherished his own armor dearly when he had first received it. Vlad was visibly uncomfortable, noting that Lamond had knowingly ruined the armor, leading Lamond to apologize repeatedly while urging Vlad to join him on a journey. Lamond explained that if Vlad remained idle during his suspension, he would be perceived as a troublemaker, and he needed to demonstrate his usefulness to the young master. Finding the reasoning sound, Vlad asked how he might best display his usefulness, to which Lamond suggested they work together and inquired if Vlad had a fondness for horses. The scene shifted to a vast landscape where carriages moved along a merchant route, with Goti driving the one occupied by Vlad and Lamond. Lamond lounged carelessly, sharing rumors of a mysterious black horse seen wandering Suara that had vanished as if possessed by a spirit. Goti acknowledged the tale, noting that guards referred to it as the spirit horse, which made him uneasy, as he feared a connection to the headless knight who purportedly controlled ghost-like women. The voice in Vlad's head suggested a potential link, but Lamond advised them to simply rest, predicting that the horse would eventually come looking for them. Lamond described the horse as having strange behaviors, noting that it often watched them from afar. Vlad felt a growing sense of unease, wondering if the beast was controlled by evil forces and why the investigation squad had not yet arrived, but Lamond dismissed his concerns, stating that things would unfold as they were destined to. Lamond's true intent was to observe Vlad closely and perhaps impart some wisdom, so he began to question the boy on his use of aura. Vlad estimated he had been practicing for about 4 months, which Lamond found impressively rapid. Lamond observed that Vlad had not yet discovered his own color, explaining that aura was a manifestation of the heart and that its lack of hue meant Vlad's internal world remained undecided. When Vlad enthusiastically asked how to find his color, Luelon suggested that Vlad should show more of his true self to the world rather than hiding it. Luelon explained that knights utilized keys, specific actions, or rituals to unlock the world of their hearts, and asked Vlad to recall the habits of other knights. Vlad realized that Sir Pablo braced his sword against his shield, Sir Duncan moved in harmony with his feet, and Rudiger flicked his blade with his finger. Luelon confirmed that these were the keys used to open the heart's world, and although Vlad currently relied on instinct, Luelon urged him to contemplate these methods until the time came for Jaeger to teach him more. Suddenly, an aura of intense hostility made Luelon uncomfortable, and both he and the voice in Vlad's head screamed for them to take cover. An arrow pierced the edge of their carriage cabin, leaving the others in a state of panic. Luelon realized that their journey would not be smooth, and he shouted for the others to remain on guard as another arrow struck a man, ending his life instantly. The knights descended into chaos, trying to locate the source of the attack, until they spotted a group of bandits on horseback looming ahead. Luelon commanded the driver to keep the horses moving while holding fast to their position. Vlad questioned the presence of such a group in this region, and Luelon explained that these were no ordinary bandits, but dangerous barbarians who were significantly more troublesome. As the leader of the bandit gang raised his sword to signal the charge, it became clear that they were fighting for their lives against an organized and ruthless enemy. Suddenly, the barbarians unleashed a volley of arrows upon Vlad and his men, forcing them to take cover behind their shields. Amidst the chaos of screaming men and defensive maneuvers, the group maintained their formation while their own archers fired back, filling the air with the noise of battle. Luelon observed the situation, noting that the barbarians had targeted the mercenaries first, which provided the merchants at the rear some much-needed time. Vlad questioned why barbarians from beyond the northern borders had ventured so far, and Luelon responded that their presence was highly unusual. Realizing that an easy trip was out of the question, Luelon drew his sword and instructed the coachman to saddle the carriage horse, explaining that they needed mobility to counter the enemy. He warned Vlad to remember that when dealing with barbarians, who were exceptional riders born to the saddle, one had to destroy their mobility to have any hope of survival. A barbarian leader shouted to the group, demanding they pay a toll fee and promising them safe passage if they complied. When the men asked how much was required, the leader clarified that the toll would be everything they possessed, except their own lives, adding a grim warning that any attempt to hold on to their belongings would serve as their passage to the afterlife. This caused the situation to plummet into desperation, as the men realized they lacked the strength to defeat such mounted bandits and feared for their lives. After the leader signaled his men to move in and steal their goods, Vlad expressed his disdain for their tactics, and Luelon echoed that he had also tried but failed to find any merit in them. Luelon reminded Vlad that because he could not ride a horse, he had only one chance to survive. Vlad exhaled and began walking toward the barbarians, his presence radiating an ominous aura that caused the enemy horses to shiver in panic. Sensing the danger, the barbarians scrambled to control their mounts, and Vlad lamented that his own energy was once again complicating matters. As he and Luelon stepped out of the carriage to the ground, they prepared for the inevitable confrontation. The barbarian leader mocked the duo, seeing only an old man and a boy, and commanded his men to cut them down. As they charged, Luelon unleashed a lethal strike, decapitating his attackers in an instant. The remaining barbarians were horrified, realizing they were facing a seasoned knight, and panicked as their horses turned away. Vlad, moving with lethal precision, appeared behind one of the men, quickly ending his life as he landed on the ground. The final barbarian fled in terror as Vlad glared at him. Luelon urged Vlad to follow him, noting that the ambush had failed, and they needed to neutralize as many enemies as possible before reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, a mounted attacker descended from higher ground, moving swiftly across Luelon's path. Vlad screamed a warning, and Luelon, turning just in time, used his sword to block the powerful, force-filled strike. Luelon was struck by the newcomer's immense strength, and as he protected his hand with aura, he realized he was not facing an ordinary opponent. He commanded Vlad to run and protect the people, as the mercenaries would likely abandon them at the first opportunity. Vlad, initially reluctant, finally accepted the directive and fled, only to be intercepted by another barbarian. The attacker swung his sword with the added momentum of his charging horse, pushing Vlad back with a heavy, futile block. As Vlad struggled, the voice in his head urged him to stand his ground, and he desperately wished he could ride a horse. In that moment, the sound of a familiar, powerful neigh echoed across the space. The gathered men wondered if more warriors had arrived, but as dust clouds began to gather, they realized it was only a single horse. Vlad recognized the sound immediately, and as the black horse galloped into the clearing, the others realized it was the same elusive spirit horse they had been chasing. It had finally arrived, and in that moment it seemed to have found the one person it had been searching for, Vlad. Thanks for watching. Click here to check out this next video, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. See you on the next one.